Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. This is round 3 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Of course, we've had round 1 at Sandown in February early this year. Beautiful weather greeted us there, and of course, round 2 was at Winton. Fantastic time had by all at Winton Motor Raceway in central Victoria. And this weekend we find ourselves down in the exit of Western Port Bay and the entry to the world of Bass Strait. There's some beautiful views off the bottom end of the racetrack here, back over to Smith's Beach and Surf Beach here at Phillip Island. The forecast for today is going to be sunny and dry, 17 degrees. It was beautiful come about 2 o'clock yesterday here locally, a little bit chilly, around 19 degrees. If you put a jacket on and a hat, you'll be fine locally here at the track if you're making your way here to the track. But if you're watching on our live streaming on BLTV, via the internet and on YouTube, at blendline.tv/live, where you can get all of that. Make sure you have the heater turned up wherever you are in the southern states, and if you're around the world, obviously get yourself ready for local conditions at home. A massive program, it has to be said, is before us today, and we have got racing completed yesterday afternoon, and of course we open up today with the Formula Fords. MG and invited British sports cars will be next with a very special inclusion. We're hoping to see the Brabham BT62 out in that with Tim Slade at the wheel, and we'll see what that produces as far as lap times as well. We believe that Tim will be starting from pit lane and won't be taking part in the standing start on the grid, and he'll pluck his way through the field without any doubt whatsoever through that race. Formula Vees will be next with the improved production and BMW E30's combined field for the first race for today, 5 laps. Sports Sedans and invited at 10:22. Hyundai Excels, the Saloon cars will be out on track, the Porsche 944s, and then the first 40-minute race for the 40-minute race for the sports cars. And then we have a special treat as part of the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club, or PIAC to its friends. We will have the speed comparison, where we've got a number of competitors lining up to do a bit of a speed comparison, and we're going to be comparing it to the BT62, as I mentioned, that will be out on track for the MGs. The program follows pretty much the same for the afternoon. Formula Ford, Historic Touring and HQ, MG and invited, British, etc., right through out today. Our next round is at Sandown, 12, 13, 14 of August. Really easy racetrack to get to. See it live and in 3D at Sandown for everyone living in Melbourne. Very easy place to get to. And watch the viewing, so make sure you join us there, 12, 13, 14 of August. And then our last round for the 2022 championship season is the 23rd, 24th and 25th of September here at Phillip Island. All races live and free on Blendline TV. Make sure you catch all of the action. I'm Darren Smith, your host commentator for the weekend. Right alongside me is Callum Brannigan. Callum, beautiful day. Like, it's a bit chilly outside. It's certainly jacket and hat sort of weather outside, but great weather. This is really, I'm going to say, conducive to lap records.
Good morning, Darren. Good morning, everybody around the circuit and watching from home. It's an absolutely beautiful morning, isn't it? 17 degrees, plenty of sunshine, and it's a lot drier than it was yesterday. So, yes, indeed, it is conducive to some pretty pacey times. Very much looking forward to the Brabham Automotive BT62 coming out later on today. It was parked up yesterday because of wet conditions. But obviously there's a bit of a speed disparity between the Brabham and some of the MG entrants as well. So there's a lot of a policy and a lot of thought has gone into that car's involvement this weekend, especially around the speed comparison as well. But very much looking forward to those events coming up later on today. But 11 categories here this weekend. Several of those categories are sharing grids. 31 races coming your way today from now pretty much through to the end of 5 o'clock. So please sit back and enjoy all of the action. HQs are back indeed. We love the close action of the HQs, and in fact they celebrated their 50th anniversary of the Holden HQ in Australia at the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour about a month ago. That was a spectacular event. We actually had our very own Andrew Magilton making the trip up to Bathurst from Victoria. He was the winner of the feature race, which was broadcast on Stan Sport as part of the Speed Series. So that was very good exposure for the grassroots motorsport, the enduring, the massive legacy that HQs have in competition in Australia. And yeah, as we said, the speed comparison coming up. We're very much looking forward to that. But first up this morning is Formula Ford for their second race of the weekend, of course, supported by Speco VHT and the Formula Ford Association this weekend, tipping in to help support the live broadcast this weekend. And of course, you can see on your screen there the hard-working officials and volunteers. Yesterday was a very tricky day at times. We suspect there was around 5 mil of rain around the Grand Prix circuit, and all the volunteer officials are standing out in the elements, albeit with a jacket, maybe an umbrella. But they're doing it because they love motorsport, volunteering their time, and we really can't say thank you enough to those volunteer officials. And you can see on the screen as well, pyac.com.au/officials. If you are indeed an enthusiast tuning in from home or around the circuit as well, and you'd like to get just a little bit closer to motorsport, we highly encourage you to go to that website, pyac.com.au/officials. I'll sound like a broken record by the end of the day, Darren, if I keep saying that over and over again, but
it's a very important message, Callum, because without the people trackside that volunteer their time, motorsport doesn't happen. You can see off in the back of the shop there the VFT fire truck, the truck sitting there that's manned by volunteers, funded by volunteers. Even where you can see the Formula Fords lining up there in the marshalling area, there's 2 or 3 volunteers. You can see Barry Parker holding up the 1 minute sign. The only reason I know that is I know that Barry likes to do that when he's running the marshalling area. A lot of them PIAC members or their Victorian Fire and Rescue members, our flag marshalling team, the Victorian Flag Marshalling Team, Team Medical. Doesn't matter what track you go to, we need volunteers. They run the paddock, the pit lane, the grid. Just about everything you can think of is manned with volunteers. Race control below us, which is where I guess all of the big decisions are made right throughout the race meeting and disseminated via communication channels to all of those officials trackside. So we do applaud them everywhere we go. Of course, the PIAC website, also Motorsport Australia, providing all of the formal training for these people. So it's not just rock up and be thrown in the deep end. You've got a lot of support. There's mentoring programs, all sorts of things. So you're not just arrive at the track and throwing a flag in your hand and going told to do it. There is certainly a lot of safety, which is part of it, and that's what the training is all about. So we do thank them and certainly encourage anyone that's here trackside or indeed watching on the live stream that if you want to get more involved in motorsport, a great way to do it is to become a volunteer official. The Formula Fords are making their way down pit lane now as we look down to Bass Strait, where it is absolutely beautiful out there. It doesn't even have any white caps on it today. It's quite still. There is definitely a breeze, and it's going to be a bit of a tail breeze going down the straight, so a bit of a headwind going up the hill this morning. So we're looking forward to seeing how these cars get through the air. Obviously, aero is part of it. They're very slick. They don't have wings, so they're getting through the hole in the air is very much what Formula Ford racing is all about. The cars start to move out on track, and it will be our pole sitter, Jordan Sinney, right alongside Matthew Holmes with Bailey Collins, the next one in the line there in the number 96, the number 4 of Matthew Hillier on the second row of the grid as well. Joe Fawcett down from Ballarat in the number 23 Spectrum will be out of position number 5. Made up some spots yesterday, as did Xavier Kokai out of position 6 for this race. Harrison Sellers in the number 13 out of position 7. Kyle Evans, and back to Jake Santalucia, Jack Clifford in there as well. Jack also made up some places during the race yesterday. Nicholas Mendes in the number 55 will start out of position number 11. Harrison Blanchard in the number 3, which I believe that car will be turned around for Tim for next weekend in the National Formula Ford. So we'll look forward to seeing that from Harrison Blanchard. Carly Fleming is next in the number 42 out of position 13. Kobe Williams, Connor Summers, and we go back to our Kent-engined cars, which will be Brendan Jones sitting on the pole position for that group. Richard Davison right alongside, Peter Fitzgerald, Andrew McGuinness, Phil Marinon and James Meaden will round out our field after the 86 went off yesterday at the top of the straight at turn 12. There's the car we're talking about, that yellow one right there, James Meaden. So looking forward to seeing how some young guns and the more experienced heads in the Formula Ford race here this morning take off to open up the second day of racing for round 3 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships.
And it is indeed a jam-packed schedule. Jam-packed, I know that's how you like your donuts, Darren. So we're very much looking forward to that one. And you touched on the RF86 of James Mead, and that speared off at turn 12 in yesterday's race. Very happy to see that they got that car turned around and ready to go. But as he shot out of pit lane and spun up the rear tyres, trying to generate some heat into the back, I saw a whole bunch of stones flying out of the back of that Van Diemen. So obviously just a couple of stones left behind from the crew. But very happy that that car's being turned around nice and quickly. So Jordan Sinney coming into this weekend was the championship leader in the Victorian Formula Ford Championship. He extended that margin slightly yesterday's race. Now Matthew Holmes also started from P2, but he actually stalled on the grid. So he'll be out to make a much better start in this morning's race. That car prepared by Alpha Tech Racing. They had a 1-2 in qualifying yesterday, and it was Holmes who managed to recover to P2. He's ahead of Bailey Collins as well. He struck and made his way up into P3 after Matthew Hillier dropped down to P4 as well. But Hillier's been an outstanding prospect in season 2022 so far. He's currently second in the championship as well, but he's just lost that points margin grew a little bit between himself and Sinney in yesterday's race. So very much looking forward to seeing how that plays out. It was wet in yesterday's race as well. It wasn't soaking wet, but the track was slick enough that they were really struggling to get tyre temperature generated, as well as trying to get heat into the brakes as well. And the cars really just did not look like they were tuned into the track at all. So the drivers really had their hands full trying to negotiate the 4.4 kilometre Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. They are taking a little bit of time to grid up, but obviously there are lots of regulations around what they do in terms of gridding up. They've got to ensure that the volunteer officials standing there and making sure that they take the right grid positions are kept nice and safe. But on the front roads, the Dirty Diggers spectrum of Jordan Sinney alongside Matthew Holmes, the paediatrician, up from Tasmania in the number 41 car. He'll be looking to make a much better start in today's race. Bailey Collins and Matthew Hillier taking up their grid positions as well. Joe Fawcett and Xavier Kokai as well. Kokai's nursing an injury with his foot at the moment, or one of his toes. So he's just limping around, taking it very easy, hopping in and out of the car this weekend in the high zero spectrum. We're looking forward to a great battle between himself and Joe Fawcett, two young up-and-comers as well. I should touch on Nick Mendes as well. He was 15 the last time he stepped into a Formula Ford at Winton. He's just turned 16. That'll give you an idea of the age gap between himself and someone like Phil Marinon. Sorry, Phil, I'm not going to say your age on air. But that is the beauty of Formula Ford. So they're underway. Jordan Sinney with a fantastic start. Bailey Collins absolutely bogged down, so he's going to get swamped as they go down towards turn 1. We've also got another car stranded on the grid as well. So that's the number 55 of Nick Mendes. We just touched on him as well. So stalling off the grid there. He'll hurdle down towards turn 1. He'll catch those Kent class cars, the 1600 Formula Fords, nice and quickly. And we'll try and recover in this 5-lap affair, Darren.
Yeah, interesting to see that Bailey Collins not getting off the line there in the 96. That's a horrible way to start a race there, just watching all the cars scream past you. Hope no one collects you on the way through. Just watching the number 10, the high zero car of Xavier Kokai. Went off into the gravel yesterday near the end of the race as well, but gathered it all back up. Joe Fawcett has gone. No, that's not Joe. That's the 34. And that's Kyle Evans has gone off down at turn 4 there. Sorry about that, Joe Fawcett. There's Joe sitting in position number 5. He's doing been doing a good job, in fact, all season long. Hasn't really put a foot wrong. But Jordan Sinney, again, a massive talent. Really interested to see where this driver's career goes. And you can pretty much throw the blanket over the top 5 and say that sort of thing in any Formula Ford race. But certainly this is a good young group of drivers that are going to emerge onto the Australian motorsport scene, you'd have to say, in the next few years. Just remember the names and remember where you first saw them at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships.
Yeah, we knew them before they became cool, didn't we, Darren?
A lot of them.
Great battle.
One of them owns Triple Eight Racing now.
Great battle between Harrison Sellers there. So he's in the blue and white car, just ahead of the orange and white car, the number 61 car that's been driven by Jack Clifford. So great battle. I love Formula Ford racing around Phillip Island because of the slipstreaming battle. And you've got Matthew Hillier recovering nice and quickly. He's up the inside of Jordan Sinney going into turn 1. And we saw exactly this. It was an enthralling battle between Spectrums and the Sonic prepared McGales as well, and the Cameron Hill Racing prepared McGales as well. So an enthralling battle will ensue, no doubt, in this 5-lap super sprint this morning. Matthew Hillier currently leading the race in the number 4, but he's got Jordan Sinney all over the back of him. He's looking at the inside. On the outside, we've got Matthew Holmes. They're behaving themselves nicely at the moment, so this isn't necessarily where they'd want to position their car at this stage of the race either. So Jordan Sinney might be happy just to sit back and watch Matthew Hillier lead the way. Obviously, the slipstream is a massive factor. You can see Xavier Kokai as well in the number 10 car all over the back of Matthew Holmes, and Joe Fawcett just behind him. So this is very quickly becoming a 4-car battle for the lead. Coming through Hayshed, up over Lukey Heights for the second time. Incredibly close racing, but incredibly fair as well. These young guns are giving themselves and giving each other a massive amount of respect as well. Now, it looks like we've got Santa Lucia and Kobe Williams as well. Williams was the pole sitter in yesterday's qualifying session, starting the race, and unfortunately did not finish the race. He was stranded on the corner exit at Siberia. But it's good to see him back out there and racing. And you can see just how defensive Matthew Hillier is. So he's on the far left-hand side of the racing circuit. Jordan Sinney's pulling out of the slipstream as they come across the start-finish line once again.
In fact, they're going to go 3 wide through there. Jordan Sinney gets out the lead of the race there. That was a beautiful move. He lined that up all the way from the top of the straight.
And that's Holmes around the outside as well, going into turn 1. That is no mean feat as well. These cars are nudging about 245 kilometres per hour at the end of the Long Gardner Straight here. And that is an unfortunate retirement there.
Kyle Evans
once again, so he's having a race to forget. But around the outside, Sinney on the inside, Holmes on the outside, Skrilling under brakes. Matthew Hillier, I think we might have lost Xavier Kokai there. So Kokai was featuring on the inside, and I heard some tyre squeal. He has indeed. It looks like he might have tangled with, yes, that's Kobe Williams as well. So they've tangled going into turn 4. Oh, that's unfortunate for those 2 young guns.
Yeah, it certainly is. That can be a problem. Good to see that they got back on track. Now we go back to the lead. It is Jordan Sinney over Matthew Hillier doing a very nice drive there. And just off the back of this group, there's the 1, 2, 3. There's Joe Fawcett as well. He's in a bit of almost like in a watching brief. These front 3 in the first couple of laps of this race, although it's not a long race, only 5 laps, will just be feeling each other out. That's why we saw Jordan Sinney move to the other side to try and see where their straight line pace is. I would suggest right now Jordan's ruining what he's done because he doesn't want to be in the lead of the race right now.
But it might also be a perfect rehearsal as well. So coming onto the main straight, this is exactly what they'll be aiming to do in 2 laps' time. So across the line this time around, that was Hillier by the 0.0007 of a second. So if that's anything to go by for the final lap, this is surely going to be an enthralling battle. But Hillier around the outside, on the dirty part of the track, doing a fantastic job in the number 4 to hold his line, and he parks it firmly on the inside coming into turn 2. Jordan Sinney hung out to dry as well, so Matthew Holmes will sneak up the inside. He'll have the ideal line as they come through the fast sweeping left-hander at turn 3, and then they'll have to try and outbrake each other on the run into Honda as well. But Joe Fawcett's featuring in this one, as well as Santa Lucia on the right-hand side just behind Matthew Holmes. This is an incredible battle for the lead, but up the inside is indeed Joe Fawcett, the number 23 car, a 16-year-old up-and-coming race car driver. Very excited to see how his career progresses as well. In 6th position as well, Connor Summers. He's just at the tail end of this gaggle of cars as well. Connor Summers, he's a fairly seasoned competitor in Formula Ford. It should be pointed out as well that Jordan Sinney's got plenty of experience under that helmet in the Dirty Diggers spectrum. But people like Matthew Hillier, who don't have quite as much experience, is showing so far this year that he's got plenty of just raw speed. And there's no substituting speed in motorsport, is there, Darren?
Well, it's interesting that we've got a veteran in Jordan Sinney essentially out there. He's been doing it for 3 years. This is the nature of Formula Ford. Have a look at this. We're going to go 3 wide by the end of the straight, and my co-commentator scratching his head here, wondering how it's all going to play out. Down the middle of them, it's Matt Hillier who will lead them through. So this will be 4 laps completed. So Sinney is now in second to Hillier out in front, and Matt Holmes. And interestingly enough, we go all the way back to Bailey Collins. All these first 6 cars covered by 1 second.
That's an unbelievable move into turn 1. Matthew Holmes around the outside of Matthew Hillier. Jordan Sinney's parking it as well, so he's just taken a little bit of speed out of the apex, which prompts everyone behind him just to check up a little bit. So that's a fantastic move there from Jordan Sinney, but he's going to come under fire going into Honda, but that's not necessarily a bad thing around the fast, sweeping Grand Prix circuit. It looks like Santa Lucia has made his way up into 4th position as well, all over the back of Matthew Holmes, but Matthew Hillier runs wide in the number 4. He's been hung right out to dry, so he's going to drop back into 4th position. That is a bit of a mistake there, and Connor Summers bringing up a little bit of dirt as he's searching all corners of the track as he's trying to unlock as much pace as possible, but it's looking like a 2-horse race at this stage. Matthew Holmes, Jordan Sinney coming through the hay shed for the last time. Santa Lucia up the inside of Hillier, or should I say Hillier around the outside of Santa Lucia. So Hillier, he is not out of this yet. They have got 3 corners left in this race. Bit of a locked break there from Connor Summers as well. Once again, it is Fawcett up the inside as they come through MG, but they've got one long sweeping left-hander left coming through turn 12. Matthew Hillier, he's having a look up the inside, but it looks like it's enabled the Dirty Digger spectrum of Jordan Sinney. That looks like enough of a gap to come across and take the checkered flag and take out race 2 of the Speco VHT Victorian Formula Ford Championship. That is an outstanding affair. Matthew Holmes just ahead of Matthew Hillier. Santa Lucia home in 4th position, Joe Fawcett in 5th position, Connor Summers home in 6th position as well. There's a second race going on as well, the 1600 class, the Kent cars as well. The Speco VHT Spectrum of Brendan Jones. It looks like he's led this one from lights to flag, but behind him, he's got the car of Richard Davison. He started from effectively the back of the grid after a shocking race in the wet yesterday. Fantastic to see Richard Davison recovering in that Van Diemen RF95, but he will lose touch just a little bit more in the championship race after these two came together at Winton. But that's a great recovery drive from Richard Davison, but congratulations to Brendan Jones for taking out the 1600 class as well, and that was a great drag race across the line there between James Meaden and Peter Fitzgerald, who's stepped out of a Duratec powered Formula Ford for this weekend after selling that car at the end of Winton, and he stepped into a Kent powered Spectrum 011. So outstanding racing everywhere you look within Formula Ford, and we've got a replay here as well. So that looks like Xavier Kokai in the number 10 High Zero Spectrum with a bit of an off-track excursion. Wet tyres, not conducive to grip on the recovery, and very lucky not to make contact with anyone there. So that is the reason why Kokai dropped down to position 14. Obviously, he's got a couple of medical ailments this weekend, but that confirmation on your screen there, Jordan Sinney taking out race 2. Just ahead of Matthew Holmes, Matthew Hillier, Santa Lucia, and Joe Fawcett home in 5th position. I actually was also seeing Bailey Collins as well might have featured there, so there might have been a bit of an amendment from race control at the end of that one.
The really interesting thing is that top 4 covered by under 1 second as they've come to the line. The top 6 well and truly under 1.5 seconds. So massive close racing with the Formula Fords. Fantastic that we see them doing such great racing, always such close racing, and really is where you start to learn that racecraft. And we saw it numerous times during that race. Different lines taken into corners, carrying speed around the long way around the corner gives you more speed onto the next straight, and we see it between turns 4, 5 and 6. So from the old turn 4 out to Siberia, that little chute up there is where if you flow the car nicely through turn 4, often you can find a way through, and that's what we saw those races in their Formula Fords doing just then. Really good to see a couple of young blokes still coming on in 5th and 6th there, Connor Summers and Joe Fawcett, staying out of the, essentially, let's say, the battle, but it's all transpiring right in front of them. Now, they're in it, they're part of it, but just playing, I'm going to say, the long game, keeping themselves out of any potential trouble, but certainly learning what the cars in front, where they can put them, etc., etc. So it's always good to see Formula Ford's out on track. We're going to take a quick break now as we wait for the MG and invited British cars. Back in a moment.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Welcome back trackside here at Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit as we look down the pit. We look down the pit lane and we see the MG and invited British cars making their way into the pit lane. A good field of MG and invited British cars here this weekend, and I guess the exciting bit, other than watching all the magnificent MGs and Triumphs and British sports cars running around, will be the inclusion at the back of this field exiting from pit lane. We're expecting to see the Brabham BT62 being driven by Tim Slade, and the car doesn't fit technically into any homologation packages, but the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club and the MG and invited British cars have made special allowances for this car to come out. And interestingly enough, there'll be quite a few people around the track keeping an eye on the timing screens to see what sort of lap time that Tim Slade can do. He hasn't had a lot of running. He had some very quiet time here on Friday, doing a couple of laps, and then also in qualifying yesterday. So we'll look forward to seeing the Brabham, we hope, wheel out of garage number 1 for this race. But let's have a look at the cars that will be on track for the High-Tech Oils MG and invited British race cars. Fantastic to have High-Tech Oils on board. George and the team run a very tight ship, and great to see them being involved with the MG and invited British cars. So welcome to the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship, the High-Tech Oils for this race. The grid rolls out and it will be Robin Bailey in number 50, the guy that's had more laps. There he is, right there, smack bang in the middle of the screen. More laps than anyone right throughout this season, running double duties in MGs and in sports cars, so he gets to do the 40-minute mini enduro race with the sports cars as well. So he sits on pole, and Jason Holmes right alongside him in position number 2. Keith Ondaatje in the number 40, the Stag in position number 3. Number 4, it will be Gary Bulmer, Chris Gidney, and Michael Wood in the 53 in that, I guess it's claret or red wine or Shiraz or Hermitage or whatever it might be, coloured car. Great to see the more standard, more road-going looking MG BGT V8 out there and racing around as it should be. Anthony Vollebrecht in the 48 and the 43 right alongside with Ed Ferguson. Phil Chester in the number 1, and Phil obviously won the championship last year in his MG GT V8. That's been parked up after taking new lap records at Sandown and doing some work on that car off to the side. But great to see him out here in this trim this weekend in the number 1, which is his green MGF. Go back to Bruce Asprey, then we have Alistair Ondaatje as well, which is in a TR7. So good to see the family going racing. Hendrik Zwarten in the number 36 there. Michael Herlihy in his blue number 61. Beautiful looking B as well. James Dodd. Robert Splatt, and we've got to thank Robert for his sponsorship again for this round of the MGs, and has done some work with them as well, along with High-Tech throughout this season. David Burnell. Great to see David actually out having a race instead of being the great conductor or the orchestra, with being clerk of course at the first 2 rounds of the championship. So it's terrific to see him pull on the helmet and get out and enjoy some racing out on track. Robert Vollebrecht Michael Trathen and Tim Slade will be off the back of the grid. We're just watching the garage where the Brabham should be coming out, and there's certainly crew preparing the car to come out, so we'll see how this goes. The car hasn't done a warm-up lap. This is destined to be a 5-lap race, so we'll be very, very aware of the presence of this magnificent vehicle heading out amongst all these other beautiful pieces of machinery. And the front row of the grid really does envelop the history of MGs as we see the two cars pull up. Jason Holmes right alongside. Jason, of course, in his MG ZR. Phil Chester in the ZF, and there is just off to the right-hand side of the picture in the High-Tech Oils MG and Invited British Cars is the Brabham. So Tim Slade at the wheel, needs very little introduction, a professional race car driver. He's got his pit limiter on, the lights flashing there, that's how we know that. So he will leave at the tail end of this field after the race start. Robin Bailey in the number 50, preparing himself for the start. The number 40 right behind him, the man with all the podiums this year, Keith Ondaatje, does a beautiful job, but the Robin Bailey disappears into wheel spin. Jason Holmes gets away nicely, as does the 43. That jumps away beautifully with Ed Ferguson in the Triumph. And we cast our eyes to pit lane, and there it goes, the number 9 Brabham with Tim Slade at the wheel. And it will scream off down the straight in the High-Tech Oils MG and Invited British Cars. Looking through to turn 1 there. It looks like the Stag's going backwards here. The number 40, will his run of podiums come to an end here at race 2 for the weekend? That's not what we wanted to see. It's been a very reliable Stag. In terms of a Stag, it's been an exceptionally reliable race car.
In that context, indeed. And we saw briefly as well Chris Gidney in the number 19 MG. They had that car apart just before this race because there was a bit of a severe clunk, making some odd mechanical noises towards the end of yesterday's race. So I saw him just before touring through the paddock as they were validating that repair. But it's good to see the number 19 back out there, albeit in a massive mix of MGs and Invited British Sports cars as they come hurtling into turn 4 for the first time. Phil Chester also found me before the race today and corrected me that it was actually 20 weeks before his con rods arrive and can be installed into his usual MGB V8, and we'll hope to get that blue car back up and running for a couple of other MG events. This is indeed the last MG event for as part of the VSRS for season 2022 for the MGs and Invited British Sports cars. And there is Keith Ondaatje. He's pulled off the driver's left-hand side and his hand is up. That car has parked up, and for all intents and purposes, he will retire from race 2. So that's unfortunate for Keith Ondaatje. The Ondaatjes are, of course, big players. Oh, the number 36, the little B there, losing it down at MG at turn 10 as the Brabham makes its way up the inside. He's coming past the Victorian State Race Series backed car of Phil Chester and onto the main straight. But at the head of the field, it is Robin Bailey who is setting the pace at the moment ahead of Jason Holmes. Jason Holmes has had a great weekend so far this year, and Bulmer showing in P3 ahead of Ferguson. Slade has already made up his way up into P5. Obviously, those cars are the Brabham, in comparison to all the other cars, are completely different technically, so we are wholeheartedly expecting it to slide its way through the field and potentially set some Hollywood numbers towards the end of this race. So eyes will be glued to the timing screens a little bit later on in this race. But doesn't it look absolutely beautiful as it comes through turn 2? At the head of the field, this is Robin Bailey currently leading the way. This car has got a bit of an issue. There is a slight misfire that the team has picked up, so he's not nursing the car, but apparently at race pace it is not too bad, but it is potentially an engine-ending threat, but they are managing that slight issue from the car of Robin Bailey all this weekend, so they're just keeping a keen eye on the misfire. And
clearly Robin isn't sparing the horses right now because he's just driven away from the field, like nearly 6-second lead back to Jason Holmes there, and there's Jason in the ZR. Now, Tim Slade's already got up to the back of Robin Bailey. He did go past Hendrik Spartman, and he had a little bit of a misdemeanor, just a little bit of a slide. There's the move down the inside at MG, and we'll now see Tim Slade in the BT62 Brabham in amongst the field. Well, he'll have cleared the field of the High-Tech Oils MG and Invited British cars, but really good to see this car go around. Ideal conditions, and as I said, people are starting to get a little bit edgy about how this car will go. 19 and 40 have had a start line infringement, so Chris Gidney and Keith Ondaatje, so not going to play any part of Keith Ondaatje's race, which is a real shame. I'm a big fan of that, and this is the Brabham coming around Southern Loop, and we've got a very keen eye on this car during the high-tech oils, MG and invited British cars.
Bailey's also pulled into the pit lane as well, so that misfire issue might have unfortunately brought his race to an end, but we do anticipate this is the hot lap from Tim Slade. He's definitely on the pace. This is the fastest that we've seen the Brabham BT62 all weekend. 700 horsepower, bespoke track day. It is an absolute weapon. As Darren touched on earlier, it doesn't necessarily fit into any recognised set of regulations in Australia, so an awful lot of effort has gone into accommodating this car this weekend, and we are very thankful to everyone who's worked incredibly hard behind the scenes to make sure that this Brabham is here and circulating. And doesn't it sound amazing as it tips it into turn 10? Tim Slade, driver of the number 3 Cool Drive Racing Ford Mustang for Blanchard Racing in the Repco Supercars Championship at the helm, doing an absolutely beautiful job as he smashes it into turn 12 and roaring down the main straight. So we'll see what this lap time is as he comes across the start-finish line. It's 24 flat. It's a 1 minute 24.06. That's an unbelievable lap time there for Tim Slade in the Brabham, and Darren is currently madly looking through records. That's a lap record.
That is a lap record, yep. It certainly is outright in the Formula 5000. Simon Wills, a 1:24.22 is the outright lap record. So we've just seen it broken, and that has been around for 22 years, that lap record. So let's see what this next lap goes in the high-tech oils MG and invited British cars. Have a look at it. He's slowed. Tim Slade has slowed. He has given the lap record the nudge. The orders will have come through from the pit lane. Right, that's it, mate. Park it up, bring it back, and let these guys go on with their championship race. Or has he got another 2 laps where he just lets the car have a little bit of a cool down underneath him and has a little celebrate to himself inside the car there and goes, wow, I've just got the lap record at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. And I got to tell you, he's missed out on a drive at Mount Panorama for 10 years. He's had a drive in the Bathurst 12 hour. I think getting the lap record in the Brabham BT62 at Phillip Island will ease his pain from not being at Mount Panorama this weekend.
So Matthew Holmes has been elevated to the lead of the race by virtue of the retirement from Robin Bailey. So Bailey's actually pulled deep into the paddock and into his area. So the crew will start assessing that car and we'll hope that he can make it back out, because he's doing double duties this weekend. There's more MG races obviously coming up later on this afternoon, but he's also taking part in the sports cars, the 40-minute mini enduro coming up later on this afternoon. So we sincerely hope that the issues that has sidelined the car in this race doesn't affect it for the rest of this weekend. But Holmes has made his way up into the effective lead of the race, I guess you would call it, amongst the MGs and invited British sports cars regulars.
Tim Slade's going again around the top of Belinda's Terrace, as it was called all those years ago, at the top of the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, and he's going to go again. Across the strike he goes. Tim Slade, the man in view at the moment. Lots of eyes watching this car. A magnificent car from the famous family of world champion in his own vehicles, Jack Brabham. This is the direct lineage to this vehicle going around Southern Loop here at the beautiful seaside resort type racetrack here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, bathed in sunshine. It's about 17 degrees outside, and this is playing into a young man's racing career just brilliantly. Under brakes, a little bit of a bobble on the front tyre there of this car, but pulls it up nice and straight. The number 9 on the side, a little Pyark sticker just right next to that number 9 there, so you know that everyone at the club that is celebrating its 70th anniversary here at the circuit have been right behind doing all of the work to get this car here. Colin Smith's been working hard, and it slows. The car slows. Tim Slade has slowed right down around the back of the track. There is only 1 lap remaining, so the lap time stands at a 1:24.06.07, and the race goes on in the background for the high-tech oils MG and invited British cars. Let's have a look at how they stand currently. Holmes to Bulmer, Trathen. Now that's a ripping drive for Trathen. He started out at 20th place in the number 24, and he has come up to effectively 3rd place in this race. Then we go back to Ferguson, Gidney, and Chester. Chester just off the back of this battle here with, just in front of this battle here, Vollebrecht and Ondarchi round out the top 10. That's Alistair Ondarchi in the TR7.
Good to see that Gibney's still out there and circulating in his white MG, the number 19 car. After that team, were forced to pull it apart around the drive line area. Obviously, weren't able to get into the circuit any sooner, but Slade is coming around, so he will take the checkered flag, albeit he's technically in the lead of the race. Bit of confusion there, so he comes across the line there, so it will be Jason Holmes who effectively takes the race win, but Slade, he's on another hot one actually.
He is too. He's absolutely on a hot one, so that is lap 5 of 5, and Tim Slade is setting it on fire again. The short shoot down from 2 to the... the checkered flag has been shown to the field, but Tim Slade did not receive it. We were watching him as he came across the line. So Jason Holmes and Gary Bulmer have received the checkered flag as the BT62 charges around down into Siberia, flames out the back. Rich on the downshift there as Tim Slade applies all of his skill. He's coming up to some back markers as well. They'll know they're alive as the stickers get torn off the side of their car. Just looking to see who that is that he's coming up to. Is it David Vernell? But certainly that will put paid to pretty much increasing his lap record. Yeah, Tim Slade has shown pretty clever mind there, and he has just remained behind that car racing in the High-Tech Oils MG and invited British race cars. So Holmes to Bulmer, Tratham, Ed Ferguson, Chris Gidney, Alistair Vollebrecht home in 7th place, Phil Chester in the number 1 in 8th place, Michael Wood eventually home in the GT into position number 9. Alistair Ondarchi home in 10th. Asprey, Michael Herlihy did a good job there, coming home in 12th place. Michael started out of 15th, but no one has done quite the job that Michael Trathan has done. What a ripping run there to P4.
Absolutely. He's tearing his way through the field as well, and there was a great battle between Suter and David Vernell for P13 at the end of that race as well. Suter making his way up the inside in the little MGB, the number 69 car, up the inside of David Vernell, who, hangs up the hat for officialdom this weekend and takes or steps behind the wheel of the MG to compete. So it's great to have him back in competition. And on your screen you can see there, new outright lap record. Tim Slater, 1 minute 24.06 on the third lap of this very race behind the wheel of a Brabham BT62. Pulls up in the pit lane, and there is applause from the team down there as well. So they're very happy with that effort. But we will see this car featuring in several more events later on today, including the speed comparison.
Yeah, certainly we're going to see it, I believe, out in the QP Lubes Sports Sedan race. But for the moment, we bid the competitors in the High-Tech Oils MG and invited British sports cars, also supported by Splat Engineering, and thank them for all of the colour and joy they bring to us every time they go out in the racetrack. We got Formula V's coming up on track next. We'll be back in just a few moments.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Welcome back, trackside here. Formula Vee's on track. This is part of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship promised to you. Race after race after race after race. I'm Darren Smith, and right alongside me for some heavy lifting in the Formula Vee race is Steve DeVries. Welcome, Steve. Certainly good field of Formula Vees. In fact, over the last 3 seasons, albeit the last 3 seasons have been a bit tricky, the fields have been steadily growing in Vees.
They've been growing very, very steadily over the last few years. Good morning, Darren, and good morning, everybody. Only 21 cars this weekend. It is a little bit smaller than the numbers that we've seen over the first couple of rounds. We're normally up around the 25 to 26 mark. We have had a couple of occasions in the last few years where the national competitors have joined the field and bolstered the numbers a little bit. Still a couple of regular combatants that are sitting this one out for the weekend for various reasons or another, but it doesn't detract from the spectacle that Formula Vee is. They continue to put on a great display of close wheel racing action all the way up and down the field. Drafting buddies are plenty, and well, apart from Reece McCarthy sort of being out in front and doing as he pleases, the action's all behind him so far this weekend. Yeah, certainly. Yesterday,
Reece proved his class in this field, and I guess proved that something he's been trying to achieve, and that is to advance his racing career. He's certainly got the hands and feet and the skill set involved to, and I guess the brain between the ears is the other important part of that as well, to be able to show us how he can go racing. Let's have a look at how they'll line up as the field coming around very fast at the moment, which is great to see. On pole position, Reece McCarthy, Heath Collinson right alongside Nick Jones in the purple car in the number 96. Great to see Nick out on track, out of position number 3. Andre Curran had a bit of a tough run yesterday, but certainly pushed through the field and has landed in position 4 for the start of this race. Out of 5 will be the number 12 of Isaac Woodhouse with Damien Spolino, Adam Nicholson, John Casamati in the 25, Brandon Taylor in the 29 out of 9th place. Out of 10th, we Phil Gardner. Rob Vile out of 11th. Great to see the number 7 just outside the top 10. Will be pushing hard to get a top 10 result. Darren Power, Charles Tracy Richardson, Sumak Rudapanna. Then we go to Claudia Lennox, Mick Fisher, Josh Munro, Ayrton Filippi, all good and well after his smack into the wall at Winton. Malachi Windsor, Dave Stewart and Lucas Cowan rear of field for this one.
Just a couple of cars just waiting to take up their last few grid spots. There was a couple of non-finishers yesterday. David Stewart was the first one of those. The other one that was the non-finisher was, of course, Lucas Cowan, which I went back and had a little bit of a look, and my eyes weren't deceiving me. There was a little bit of an issue with the front left part of the car. Turned out to be a broken rose joint, and that's why the angle of the steering looked a bit funny when he had his little spin down at turn 10. Now they're just trying to work out some positioning here with someone at the very back. Looks like Malachi Windsor, who's a debutant in the category this year and this weekend. Actually, it's his first race round, and he's just a little bit awkward in the box there. Green flag though at the back. And away we go for race 2 this morning. Going to essentially be a 5-lap club sprint. And there's been a staller at the start. Looks like it might have been Isaac Woodhouse in the number 12. Just didn't get going. The opposite side of the equation to John Casamati, who consequently stalled yesterday afternoon and had to fight his way back through the field. As Collinson and McCarthy go door to door, if you can count these things have doors, wheel to wheel rather, right down to turn 2. And Collinson very firmly up the inside. McCarthy gives him plenty of room as they charge out of the exit of 2 and head towards 3.
Coming out of turn 2 nicely there, all starting to feel each other out. Where's it going? Nicholas Jones has just got the battle for the lead of the race just off his nose cone, essentially. Right in behind him is Kieran and Woodhouse. Slow start there in the middle of the pack. It looked like almost a second gear try and start off the line. Might have selected the wrong cog off the line there, but got going. No harm, no foul.
And a spinner. That's John Casamati. So he actually had a fairly good start. He'd moved from 8th up to 5th. And all that hard work that he had to recovery drive yesterday has become undone. So that's a shame down there at turn 4 so early in the race.
The worst lap of the race is the first lap to do a spin, because everyone's still bunched up and you're going to lose 20 car spots. Whereas lap 5, you're going to lose maybe 5 or 6 car spots. But have a look at this. 3 wide around up to the hay shed. Very famous part of the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Many commentators will call it the back straight. There is absolutely not one bit of that is straight. You come out of Siberia, you're on constant left lock, and then you switch over to a constant right-hand lock, and then a left lock for Lukey Heights. So there's nothing straight about it. It is all looping around the back of the Phillip Island Grand Prix. So
And that was your man Rob Vile there as well, who you mentioned was going to be pushing hard for a top 10. Looks like he is pushing fairly hard for that top 10 result. He's got a bit of an Ozzy Osbourne-like crazy train behind him at the moment. They're all still bunched up together and all still running very, very close and very, very quick. But here's where the fun part starts. Who wants to pull out from behind the slipstream another? Looks like it's McCarthy trying to get the job done on Collinson. Looks like it's Curran trying to get the run on Jones. And then behind them, well, who knows? Because they're all over the place. And you can see they're 3 wide at some spots heading down here to turn 1. Oh, possibly a little bit of contact there. Adam Nicholson looks like he got a little bit out of shape as one of the other cars went past him. It may have been as Woodhouse went past in the number 12. Maybe just a very, very slight touch there, but they've managed to escape it and continue to press on. Through turn 3 for the second time here. You can see up ahead, McCarthy's got the job done on Collinson. Also, Curran has managed to get the job done on Nick Jones. And there's Adam Nicholson fighting that position back that he just lost on the run down the front straight to Isaac Woodhouse, who's finding himself locked in combat there with a couple other cars. Brandon Taylor's in there. Rob Vile just a bit further ahead of this field. And it looks like he's been passed by Damien Spinello as well. So very, very willing battle here at the moment. This is the way that it was in race number 1 yesterday as well. There was plenty of drivers finding plenty of space on track to try and get themselves further up the field, but then there was plenty of battles going on as well, and this battle pack has come back together the same way it did yesterday.
We're looking at the, Rob Vile's actually made his way up to position number 5 after starting off 11, so a big mover there. And with Spinello, Nicholson, Taylor running just a tad wide, they're taking an interesting looping line out of MG. I guess the strategy over many years with Formula V's is to try and keep the revs up, just keep everything going forward. Don't sacrifice revs at all as we come onto the straight. There's the leading pack just heading down the straight, and across the line that time round between our leaders McCarthy and Collinson is 0.03, so they've basically gone across the line side by side. Reith McCarthy has done the fastest lap of the race on that time around with 1:53.95, and Collinson 1:54.03, so very close to each other at the front. In fact, all the way through the pack, as we're still getting a good look at this part of the race on screen now.
Isaac Woodhouse looks like he's now gone through on Damien Spinello there, and on top of that it looks like Spinello's teammate in Adam Nicholson in the Stinger, number 95 with the purple nose, has gone through as well, so that's changes for positions 5 and 6 and 7. And Nicholson looks like he's trying to line the pass up here at turn number 4, but Woodhouse takes the line down the right hand side of the circuit. Going to leave him some space here on the outside, and the no space given, and that's the end result.
That actually could have been a lot worse. That was a drive up and over the wheel there on the number 12 there of Isaac Woodhouse. That's a real shame. He was doing a good job there. Adam Nicholson also doing a tremendous job there, but unfortunately for Isaac Woodhouse, that's taken him out of this battle. And you cannot get these tyres touching. He was running out of track. The car next to him was running out of track, so they had to hold the line, and eventually two coming together. And I hate seeing it when the wheels ride up over the top of them. Like it was the front wheels, not the rears, because the rears where all the drive is, and it can be often a lot worse result. In fact, I'm pretty happy that was the result, and they generally go over.
Oh, and the spinner
as well.
Yep, Spinello off of turn number 10, so it's not the first time we've had an incident down at this part of the course this weekend, and he's pointing the wrong direction too. Looks like he's actually been through the grass there as well. I can see a little bit of garbage hanging off the bottom of car 49. Here's the replay of the incident down here at turn number 4. I think Nicholson's probably lucky to escape this one unharmed. Maybe it might be a small amount of bodywork damage on the front of car 95. Woodhouse definitely came off worse for wear.
Rod ends or anything like that going on that as well, because that was the rear wheel with the front wheel. Like I said, I'm glad it wasn't 2 rear wheels, because that can act like a slingshot up into the air. So a real shame to see that. It doesn't often happen in Formula Vee racing these days. It's very much a tidy affair, although there is no space given, and we're seeing that with these two great protagonists. They really do represent the class so well. Reith McCarthy under fire now with Heath Collinson trying to go around the outside. Reith holds on And the number one, you don't get the number one on the side of your race car for being a slouch, that's for sure. Every now and again, you might have to be a bit of a nasty bloke and start to defend a line, but the sport allows for that. You can do that. There is also a new rule that's come out that you've got to give every competitor room on the track to race. And I think this category, and in particular these two in the spotlight, have done that very well.
They have done it very well over a number of years as well.
Look at this, there we go. That's exactly it. You want to go wide or you want to go tight? Right, that's worked for me this time around. In fact, Reef McCarthy's gone, yeah, we've still got 2 laps to go here. I don't actually need to lead until we get to the finish line.
We don't, and that's the part of the game here in Formula Vee racing. You've got to set your move up, and this is where you want to sort of set it up for on the next lap, which will be the final lap of this very short 5-lap race, is to get your line right, get yourself in the tow, and then get yourself in the position to slingshot out from behind the car in front of you and beat your opponent to the line. Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit does a very, very good part of illustrating this, as you can see right here. This is what McCarthy's doing right now. That's what he wants to try and do. He's setting it up for another run potentially on the next lap. Just practicing the timing there, making sure that he's going to get his run precisely right.
It's an age-old strategy, isn't it? It really has. I remember the likes of Max Cobb and his cohorts back in the era in the 80s doing exactly the same thing. Such fantastic racing, you know, the likes of Max Bonney and even Mark Zellner back when he was racing Formula V's. But certainly this is it. Smoke billowing out of that. Is that the number 14?
I thought somebody went off for a minute. That's what I was worried about. It looked like it might have been a brake lock going into turn number 1 for someone.
Richardson.
But no, everybody's still on the track, so maybe just a badly locked brake going there into turn 1.
I actually think it might be an engine smoke. Yeah, it is.
Actually, it is. You're right. Good pick up there, Darren. Yeah, the number 13 of Charlie Richardson has got a bit of smoke coming out of the back of that. There's a bit of smoke coming off some tyres there with a few lockups going into turn number 4. Also wondering whether or not the Phil Gardner car just ahead of Charlie Richardson has got a little bit of smoke coming out there as well. It might be both of them just exhibiting a few little telltale signs, but nothing that they won't be able to fix in between races. They've got plenty of time between the end of this one and their third race this afternoon. Where's our leaders? I think they're about ready to come over the top of Lukey Heights and down into MG. Here they are. McCarthy a little bit deep actually into MG now. Collinson's got the ideal position here. If he can get a good run out of 11, get the power down nicely, he's going to have a good shot here. McCarthy's playing games here. This is chess. This is chess at its finest. I don't want to give you the toe down the front straight here. I want to make you earn this. I've not seen this before in Formula V. Normally it's foot to the floor out of turn 11 all the way down to the line. But this is really playing the game to its full extent. Collinson's going to pinch it. Collinson's going to pinch it by a nose.
He does too. 0.0107 of a second. What a game. What an interesting game. That has thrown a whole new strategy into V racing. Here they're coming to the line as well for the minors.
And that was Nicholson across
the track.
Nicholson across the line. Somewhere along the line has lost his nose as well, so it must have been jarred a little bit loose from that contact with Woodhouse and stayed on the car for a little while, and it's finally gone.
Last thing I want to lose in this race is your nose, because that's how it was won.
That's how that one was won. And a big shout out to Andre Curran as well. He's actually managed to do a great job of holding off Nick Jones by almost the same margin that Collinson held McCarthy off at the line there to grab his first ever podium finish in Formula V. What a fantastic job for the rookie.
Terrific race there, and boy, we have just witnessed right in front of us there, Steve DeVries, a new strategy. And that was checking it up a little bit, coming onto the straight and seeing where it went. I think Heath Collison went, oh, well, I'm going to have to try this new strategy as well, because the guy in front of me is executing it. And, well, at the end of the day, the strategy didn't quite work for Reef McCarthy, but maybe with a bit of practice, maybe a little bit of fine-tuning, it could certainly be something worth doing. There's our results on screen. It
is indeed. The canny old fox of Heath Collinson has prevailed in a very, very fantastic duel between himself and Reef McCarthy. The little bit of Formula 4 experience from the AGP all those years ago for Heath Collinson, I think, probably played a little part in that, just knowing what to do and when to do it. And I mean, I've seen him win a race here with 2 wheels in the grass, so it's not the first time he's actually been able to pull off a miracle. But you'll have a very big smile down there in the Collinson Black Angus at number 31. So Collinson from McCarthy, Andre Curran, Nick Jones and Adam Nicholson in P5, and just managing to escape minimal damage in car number 95 with that contact with Isaac Woodhouse.
Interestingly enough, the returning after his nasty accident, Ed and Philippi, I think, got from 18th up to 16th. So that's a good
good return.
No, where is he, Philippi? No, hasn't made it into 16th. Obviously went backwards. So we'll try and catch up with where Ed had finished off. Great to see him back at the track, though. Steve, thank you very much for that. We've got improved production back on track with the E30 combined race in just a few moments. The rest of the program for the morning is Sports Sedans and Invited at 10:22. Circuit XL's Saloon Cars, Porsche 944s will round out the morning program with the 40-minute sports car race. Then we have got the speed comparison with numerous different cars from the State Series involved, and of course the Brabham BT62, which we're all very excited to have here this weekend as part of the 70th anniversary celebrations of the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club. We'll be back with more racing in just a moment. As I said, improved production and BMW E30s. Back in a moment.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You've got an interesting viewpoint here. This is out of car number 55 in the BMW E30s, just waiting for the improved production cars to go out there. Steve DeVries and Donovan Mullenhagen here in central commentary. Donovan, who's this one we've got carrying our onboard camera for us?
So 55 is Simon Schiff. He finished 5th yesterday with a good run. He's certainly come along. He's got a new engine in that car, I think, at the end of last year, so he's certainly stepping up, and he was giving the fast runners something to think about at the end of the first race yesterday.
And it was a good run from the E30s as well. Of course, they had their own grid yesterday, likewise improved production, with thanks to Prestige Hino, had their own grid as well. Not the first time that these two categories have shared a grid. It's been quite some time since we put the two of them together. The two grids, though, are indeed compliant with each other because the E30s are a 3J car and they can run in improved production, and we've seen it happen over the years. Absolutely.
It's a bit of back to the future for us today. We haven't run within the IP grid for a while. We I suppose broke away. We've got a number of cars now. We're starting to fill larger grids, and it's really good to see that our grids are growing. We're a little bit smaller this weekend. But no, we're back with the 3J IP cars, and it'll be interesting to see. We are off the back, so they've separated us out. We've got 2 grid rows between us, I believe, but we will be starting at the same time with the same green, or rather, lights out.
Same lights out procedure, yep. Yes, correct.
So it'll be interesting to see how far up some of the faster E30 cars get within the IP pack.
Surely, it'll be interesting to see because there are a couple of cars in IP off the back of the grid. There's a couple of XLs there with Scott Appledore, Michael Sinclair and Brad Ross in the EA Falcon. They're probably going to be sort of very similar pace, I'd imagine, to some of the front-running E30s, and it will be an interesting observation to see how they go relative to the back half of the field. They might actually be able to pass a couple of those cars, so we'll soon find out over the course of the 5 laps in store.
Absolutely. One of our runners today actually regularly cross enters into IP, so
that'd be Ash Rogers.
That would be Goose. That's right. Yes.
He's got a name now.
Goose. That's his nickname. So he was telling me last night at dinner that a lot of his customers don't know how to find him because all they know is Goose. How do I find you, Goose? On the internet. So
must have got it out of Top Gun.
Possibly.
That's the only Goose that I can remember. We won't go there. We're getting into deep water now.
That's not.
All right,
no pun intended.
With thanks to Prestige Hino and all the long list of sponsors with IP, let's have a look at the top 10 as they shape up. So Adam Poole dominated proceedings yesterday. He starts off at pole position in the TRP Duckwork Monaro. From Jared Tonks in the Rod and Gun, number 91 Commodore. Paul Cruz in the Nissan Silvia. Luke Gretsch-Cumbo in 4th. Rob Braun, who's was helped procure Ash Rogers' car for him late last year in what was the Braun Super Tune car. It's now got the Westvic earth-moving branding on the side in 5th place. Cade Lehman, who's had a fairly strong weekend and a really good qualifying result yesterday in 6th. Craig Piergross in the Flying Brick, the XE Falcon, position 7. Danny Timewell in 8th. Brad White's had a really good run yesterday in 9th. And Adrian Taranto in 10th place. They're all in over 2s. The lead of the under 2 cars is Steve Zorkas starting back in position number 13. Let's have a look at how the grid's going to shape up for the BMW E30s with thanks to Garagistic.
Yeah, so off pole we've got Alex Jury, who came home in 1st place yesterday, followed by Jesse Bryant with a run through the field yesterday. Out of 3rd is Brian Burke in the 27 Transrock car. Number 24, Jeff Bowles in 4th position. As we were talking about before, Simon Schiff with the in-car camera in 5th position. Ashley Rogers, or Goose, out of 6th. We've got Mark Gutkovsky back after a bit of a hiatus in 87 from 7th. Rory Plant out of 8th. Number 19 is Ryan Carter out of 8th. Tristan Blumenfeld out of 9th. Shannon Cooper out of 10th, and Elwyn Lynn out of 12th, I think.
Well, it looks like we're going to be set to go here. Just waiting on the last couple of E30s at the back to be gridded up. It's a long grid. It almost goes right around the final corner here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. It's so big. As there it is, green flag at the back. Geez, that stand all the way to the side there, so the starters could see the flag. Where's the binoculars? We need 2 sets of binoculars, 4 sets of eyes to keep up record of this one. And away we go. Again, Poole leaves a nice pair of 11s as Paul Cruz nailed the start right down the outside of Adam Poole. Almost had 2 wheels in the grass. Luke Gretsch-Cumbo had a really good start there as well. And Poole eventually gathers it up and surges back to the head of the queue, heading into turn number 1.
So it looks like we've already got some E30s there rounding up the back end of the IP grid. I saw Alex get a good start there with Brian Burke as well, starting to get past the 3 or 4 at the end of the IP grid.
Keep an eye on them to see how quickly they can catch up as the field streams out of turn 2, heads down the hill through the fastest turn on the circuit, turn 3, and now under brakes for turn number 4. Cruz is still sticking his nose in there, giving Luke Gretsch-Cumbo a little bit of a headache at the moment. Jared Tonks has dropped a little bit of performance and a little bit of pace there on this opening lap as he basically got gazumped on the run to start-finish line down to turn 1. Have a look at Matty Logan. He's right on the back of a number of the cars that were about halfway up the IP grid. He's coming all the way through from the rear of the grid, so we'll keep an eye on the Mack trucks. Number 43, and there's been a coming together, and that's the Falcon of Piergross and the Falcon of Marco Timperio, and the field having to go every which way to get around them. That's out of Siberia.
It's a parting of the cars there. There's a bit of a traffic jam there, actually. We might have to get some traffic control officers down there to get the stop slow signs out.
I think so. Now that's going to be an interesting point too, because Piergross was a bit much further up the field. Look at the substantial damage on the rear of that car. That's going to be a sight for sore eyes, I think. That car looks like it's been well and truly nailed.
He's done a great job of getting that car out off the track. Absolutely. And out of harm's way there.
Yeah, he wants to try and keep the race running, but no, the safety car has been called. So all in vain. Great effort from the driver of car 640 there, Craig Piergros, to try and get it out of the way quickly, but there might be some fluids or there might be a bit of debris down there at turn 6 that's going to have to be cleaned up.
Yeah, I definitely saw some tail light debris there. They probably want to get some of those sharper bits off the track so that we don't end up with some cut tyres on the restart.
That's going to be an unusual, I think, sort of accident to dissect, and there you're right, there's all the tail end damage there from Craig's Falcon. Going to be a really interesting incident to dissect because Craig was much further up the field at the start of the race. He was up inside the top 10, and then Marco Timperio was sort of down the field about sort of 20th to 25th there or thereabouts. So at some point I would say that Craig may have been incidentally turned by another car in front of him, and then some of the cars behind may not have had anywhere to go.
I agree. I think we're seeing the second phase of that accident. We
Yes.
haven't seen the actual cause yet. So hopefully the blend line cameras will have picked up what actually caused the initial spin. We'll wait and see, but it's a sad end to race 2 for a couple of cars there at the very least, and hopefully nobody else has run into them consequentially.
Tell you what, I think a few drivers will be running to each other, wanting to exchange GoPro footage. I think is probably what's going to be happening after this. Just about every car in the field these days, actually across all the categories, regardless whether it's open wheeler or whether it's closed cockpit cars, run the cameras. You can actually see the number of them as they're coming to the line. They've actually got little cameras hanging down from the roll cages or mounted in all sorts of weird spots. Actually, Michael Hart, I actually was speaking to him this morning, was under the rear bumper of his car with a ground rear-mounted camera looking back and getting the tarmac and everybody that was following behind. So a few drivers have come up with some really great initiatives to try and put their cameras in. Some of them have even gone out and splurged on these new 360 cameras. Have you seen these? They look absolutely stellar.
We've got a couple of cars with 360 cameras in, and we actually run a category control camera in our cars. All of our cars have a category supplied GoPro mounted in the car. We provide it to them at the beginning of the weekend. Their responsibility to keep it charged and ask for a replacement battery or new cards for them. But no, we run a control camera. We use that obviously for adjudicating any incidences within the race, but also so that we can put together some good footage and put that up on our socials, and people can watch the races if they don't get down here, or watch it as a secondary to the great blendline coverage that we get now in the Vic State Series.
As a technology person, I like your thinking with that, because it means that the footage is common between all the cars, so there's no issues with different resolution size footages, and trying to upscale, downscale, and different frame rates, and trying to blend all that together. So I do think that's a really good initiative there. Now, one of the other things we were talking about at the beginning of this race was how the BMW E30s would go, rounding up some of the tail enders in the improved production field. And even on lap 1, we can see that there is a bit of a blend going on there. Some of the under 2 litre cars that are not as quick as their improved production over 2 litre counterparts, or their same competitors in under 2s, have unfortunately been rounded up. So I'm looking down the order and seeing Michael Hopp in the Starlet and Malcolm Smith in the Suzuki Swift. They've been rounded up by about half a dozen of the E30s so far.
Jesse Bryan, I don't know whether he's been a beneficiary of that accident or not, but he is, I think, probably 3 or 4, maybe even 5 cars ahead of the next E30. So he's had a great run off the start, and then been able to come through, possibly, as I said, having to have a bit of a traffic jam rounding up that accident. So I'm not sure what position he is within the grid, but he's certainly probably in front of about 6 or 7 of the IP cars at this point. So, but I suppose that's a bit of the nature of IP as well. A very diverse category with very different lap times from front to back, and the E30 probably sits, I would say, at the front of the mid pack. Around the middle of the pack, maybe slightly behind the mid pack of the IP grid. So that's what we're seeing play out there, I think.
Well, when we look at the dry weather times that the E30s are capable of in Phillip Island, what's sort of the average lap time across the field that we're looking at here? Let's see if we can sort of benchmark it around where some of the IP competitors are going to be.
Well, okay, so our faster guys are in the 52s, 52, 53. Yesterday, I think our qualifying with those changing conditions, we're doing about a 58. But I would say that our average times within the category around here in the dry are probably 55s to 56, something like that for an average driver mid-pack, discounting the newer guys or the really, really fast guys.
Yeah, so when we benchmark that against improved production cars, you can see they're probably going to be somewhere around about the back end of that mid-pack. So in a field of 30 cars that IP has this weekend, if you were to slot the BMW E30s into that permanently, you'd find them probably from about 20th on back, and there would be a handful of improved production cars that would be still behind the E30s again, like we've already seen. Looks like we're about to go back to racing again, so this is essentially now going to be a 2-lap mad dash to the finish. The safety car has peeled off into pit lane now. Adam Poole has control of the field. Actually, that's the replay, actually, I think. We're just seeing there, the replay's just come up. We're just waiting on our camera crew to pick up the start line camera. Here we go. You'll start to see the field just to make their way around the last turn about now. And here comes Adam Poole, and he's gone. And he's gone well. He saw the green flag, onto it straight away like a flash, and he wants to get out of jail and get going very, very quickly.
The rest of the pack coming through. There's Adrian Taranto coming through in the S3, the Audi S3. And there's our first E30, Jesse Bryant, just ahead of the RX-8. Not sure the driver.
Ahead of Malcolm at Bruce Henley, and behind him Brett Harris in the AU Falcon. So it's actually right. He's got quite a good margin on the rest of the E30 field there.
Alex Jury will be on it to try and catch up with Jesse there to try and take another clean sweep. He clean swept last round, so he'll be keen to do that again in the E30 race.
Here goes Michael Hart down the inside of Steve Zorkis at turn 3. Just ahead of him is Graham McPherson. The two of them enjoyed a really great battle all race long yesterday, and Adrian Taranto was mixed up in that as well. Michael Hart was telling me that he hadn't been able to try and catch Adrian Taranto. It just had too much speed and too much traction out of the corners. He wasn't able to keep up with it. Time penalty being issued for car number 7. That's actually Rory Plant in the E30s for a false start. So that's probably going back to the very beginning of this race. It's taken a little while for that to come through.
I would say so. I'll have to note that down. I'm doing double duties this weekend as the categories DSO, so there'll be a conversation had. But I'm sure that there was nothing malicious about the start. And there we go. We've got Jesse Bryant ahead of the Falcon, followed by, I think that's Jeff Bowles in the number 24 E30 racing car. Yes, it is.
There is Jeff Bowles. He's had a good run, actually.
Long-time category stalwart, Jeff, on the committee for a very long time as well.
And we've got coming up behind him, we've got the number 101 of Peter McLean just being rounded up by a couple of E30s as well. That's a 2-litre car, the Subaru BRZ. Shares the same platform as the Toyota GT86. And he's got Brian Burke right on his hammer now. Tucked in there behind Brian Burke is actually Rory Plant, who we just mentioned, got that very short penalty a couple of seconds ago.
This will be an interesting comparison of the straight line speed there between the 2-litre car and the E30. Obviously a smaller capacity car, but possibly a little slicker through the air in that BRZ.
Look, we've got a car wide at turn number 1. It's Paul Javots in the blue EG Civic. Just got a little bit too deep on the brakes into turn number 1 there, and takes him out of this little battle group. Have a look at Matt Logan, starting off the rear of the grid in IP. He's charging his way through, now past Wayne Twist in the number 19, and setting his sight on the back of Bryce Peter Budge and David Bone in the Datsun there. Now, actually, just out of curiosity, David Bone's running number 7 as well, so I'm going to have to be very careful here that there's two of them have got the same number, so we're going to have to be really careful here as to which one we call. We might have to just call it a draw, I think.
I had a conversation yesterday afternoon how we were going to do that, but race control said no, they'd sort it out, they'll figure it out, so we will just call the numbers as they are.
That's right. Well, he bolted away from the field at the restart here. He's been the dominant force in improved production racing here in Victoria for the last year and a half, Adam Poole.
And look at that gap. In 2 laps, he has absolutely gapped the field.
He has, showing no signs of slowing down. He's going to take the checkered flag here. The real challenge is what's going to be happening in 2nd, 3rd and 4th, because here they come around the corner. Luke Gretsch-Cumbo, Jared Tonks and Paul Cruz are going to be covered by nothing at the flag. They're going to finish line astern. And I would have said, if the safety car hadn't come out, that would have been a very entertaining battle to watch that race.
Indeed, absolutely. It's hopefully in their next race they can reprise that, and maybe it can be a bit closer for more laps.
Brad White home in 8th there, ahead of Adrian Taranto, and Steve Zorkas gets the lead under 2 litre car in the Civic there into the top 10. A bit further behind him is a great run from Matty Logan up all the way from the back to about 13th place overall, so that gives him a really good starting spot for the next race. Here come the E30s to the line.
So Jesse Bryan is going to take out first there, followed by Jeff Bowles in the 24, and Alex Jury coming in third with, I think that was Brian Burke I saw finishing in 4th. So a close pack there of E30s finishing after that 2-lap dash. I think I saw Simon Schiff coming along in 5th there for the E30 racing cars.
A couple of the back marker E30s here just tied up with some of the under 2 litre cars here in improved production. Michael Sinclair in the XL doing double duty this weekend, and behind him you've got the number 90 of Cooper just tailing along after him. So I guess you'd say there's a bit of a driver skill gap, I guess, between some of the E30 drivers, because the cars are essentially identical.
They are, yeah. We've got a few new runners over the last sort of 12 months or so. So we do have some lesser experienced people. So running with the IP at the back there will give them some experience in overtaking and whatnot that they may not have got within the core E30 racing category. So
there's your top 5 there for the BMW E30s, as you called it. Jesse Bryan, then back to Jeff Bowles, Alex Jory, Brian Burke, and Ash Rogers.
Oh,
wow!
I didn't see that. So he's gotten through on Simon Schiff there, perhaps in the melee, but perhaps on speed, because Ashley is a good steerer. Like I said, he gets a little bit extra experience running with the IPs on occasion, so that's great to see.
He does as well. So there was your Garagistic BMW E30 Drivers' Cup and the Prestige Hino Improved Production cars. We'll let them get themselves off the track. Geez, there's a long lineup getting ready there to come off at turn 4. We'll see them a little bit later on in the day. The E30s are scheduled to be out actually after improved production later this afternoon. So improved production at just before 2:20 this afternoon. E30s at 2:45. And we'll take a short break here in Central Commentary. And up next, we might be lucky enough to see a Brabham again, because it's the Sports Sedans coming up next.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. A very big welcome to those who have braved the conditions here trackside at Phillip Island, which, by the way, are absolutely perfect. In fact, they're that perfect, they're conducive to new lap records, and we've seen the Brabham BT62 driven by Tim Slade. I'm not going to say eclipse the lap record, but it has been reset after 22 years. 22 years. Simon Will's lap record in a Formula Holden, or Brabham, I think it was called at that time, in a 94D Reynard, has now been eclipsed by a BT62 Brabham with Tim Slade at the wheel. So a great honour being bestowed on Tim Slade to have the outright lap record here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit for four-wheeled vehicles, and the team just celebrating in pit lane after doing that. We're sort of pretty hopeful to see the car will come back out in the feature race this afternoon as part of MG and invited British cars as well. It's been a grand effort to get the car down here to celebrate the 70th anniversary of the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club. Of course, the next vehicles on track are the QP Lubes Victorian Sport Sedans and invited cars, and all of the people involved with the Victorian part of the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria had a massive celebration a couple of weekends ago overlooking the Yarra in Melbourne at Cargo Hall, and it was a grand night, beautifully put together by the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria, with Stephen Craig leading the way there as the president. And Gilliland as well, putting in her fantastic efforts. And of course, Chris Neal, who was one of the foundation members and president of that particular entrance association. They worked very, very hard. A great night had by all there, and certainly a fitting tribute and celebration to the first 50 years of the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria. The Sports Sedans, of course, on track next, and sponsored by QP Lubes for the 22 championship. Be interesting to see if Dean Cam takes his spot on the grid. There was an issue with Dino yesterday when he really needed to be making hay, whilst series leader Tony Groves isn't at the track here this weekend. An engine issue with his Mark Mazda, and the Mornington Mazda Valvoline Oils outfit has been parked up here for this weekend. Let's hope that they can get the engine issue sorted out in Tony's car, and we can see the Mornington Mazda 3 back on track at our next round of the Victorian Sports Sedan Championships, at which Sports Sedans race at, because they don't race at the next round. The next round is at Sandown, and in fact the Sports Sedan Association are the promoter. So make sure you get trackside at Sandown. Really easy to get to if you're based in Melbourne. It is such a great location for a racetrack and should be enshrined in law that the track remains there forever and ever. But that is on the 12th, 13th and 14th of August. We'd love to see everyone that's been involved in the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria over the years make their way to the track that weekend. We need a lot of officials to get that event running, so please make contact with the Sports Sedan Association if you can help out as a volunteer official at that track. It's always a ripping event. Yes, it's in a colder part of the winter, so you just rug up and get out to the track there. It does induce great racing because the cooler the air, the higher the horsepower and the faster the cars go. Dean Cam confirming is rolling down pit lane. So let's see if the Corvette racer got a couple of championships under his belt, so he doesn't really have to point to the scoreboard or be bullish about it. He just gets in the car and rolls out on track, and good to see Dean rolling out in the Corvette now, just heading out onto track. And we watch Francois Habib, who told me this morning a $2 part, a fitting. That was what saw him out of yesterday. I challenged him on that, and I said no such thing as a $2 part, because he put $1,000 worth of fitting into the vehicle, and it's $1,002, and that's pretty much how it all worked out. So Francois has been part of the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria Committee and was part of the organising committee for the 50th anniversary. We thank all of those people that worked so hard to give that fitting tribute to this wonderful bespoke Australian category or formula. You won't get it anywhere else in the world. And these big bangers, these gods of thunder, what we love to come to the racetrack to see. The QP Lubes Victorian Championship. Cars are on track. This is how the grid will look. Greg Lynch took his first victory in open competition here at the circuit yesterday, and he will start off pole position. Great to see the dentist from the eastern suburbs of Melbourne step out of his car, and he was absolutely wrapped. Numerous people along the way have helped Greg go racing, and he was very thankful to everyone yesterday that helped get that car, which is essentially almost a supercar, spec car, supercar type of engine in it now. It's never raced as a supercar. It's a tribute livery, tribute sort of looking vehicle, but you when you see it, you get the idea that you understand he likes the HRT liveries on his car. John Ippolito will be in position number 2 in the number 97, with Stewie Eustace, the second of the marked cars to appear in Victorian Sports Sedan competition. A marked Mazda 3 as well for Stewie Eustace in the number 90. Chas Talbot, a name that leads very little introduction in Australian motorsport. Formula 5000 racer of note in the 70s. Did some further open wheeler racing right up until the Formula Holden, Formula Brabham era as well, and all along the way has been a sports sedan racer as well. So Chaz will be coming out of position number 4. It's good to see him in the front couple of rows. Had some torrid times over the last couple of seasons with reliability and bits and pieces not quite working the way he wanted. So second row of the grid start for the blue and yellow Camaro. Adam Poole, number 1 improved production car, will start out of position number 5. Ben McLeod next, then it's David Shaw. As I mentioned, Dean Cam coming out of position number 8. So watch for the big mean Dino in the number 66 Corvette come charging at the field. He really does need to get, I'm going to say, a couple of race wins today, and he's got the piece of equipment when it's working right underneath him to do so, and he really needs to claw back some points on last year's champion Tony Groves. Albeit Tony Groves won't be denying Dino anything. They're great competitors. They race very hard against each other and get the job done. Craig Piergros, not sure whether Craig will actually line up with this one, as he just was out in the improved production race and scored some damage on the back of his Falcon. Cam McKee is coming off the rear of the grid after not finishing yesterday's race. Francois Habib, and it says Graham Haddo, but I'm not sure that Graham is actually out on track. There is the tail, that's the front of the field coming on to the top of the straight. There's the marked car, the Mazda 3 of Stewie Eustace. Looks great. There's Dean Cam's car. It's got a bit of a patch on the back there. I wonder if that's still from round 1, where Tony Groves down at Dandenong Road and Dino came together. And there is Francois Habib. Doesn't look as though Graham Haddo has made his way out. So he's had couple of cars. He's I think it's RX2, then he got an RX7, which I don't think we've seen him race, and has sold, and he's moved into a V8 powered sports sedan, but the 321 car hasn't made it to the grid. Cam McKee is also Cam McKee out of position number 10 is also one to watch, which is right down the back, the red Falcon there. He's one to watch as well. Was on the front row of the grid yesterday, had an issue and went backwards. Chas Talbot's ready. He's pulling down on the belts, and Greg Lynch will be feeling very, very nervous, I would expect, at this point in time. First time win yesterday, first time on pole position this morning. As a result of that, the revs rise, the ground thumps, the gods of thunder are away. Greg Lynch, magnificent clutch take up there, drives away on the right-hand side of the track, and Stewie Eustace goes with him. And look out who else goes through. The blue and white Corvette of Dean Cam, the number 66 in the QP Lubes Victorian Sports Sedan Championship. Race number 2 is alive and well. Cam jumps to P3 out of P10 in the length of the straight. In fact, half the length from the grid to turn 1. Have a look around the outside. Francois Habib is also trying to follow on through. Right in there it is Chas Talbot. I guess the good fortune has gone with Dean Cam. Chas Talbot has just gone backwards a little bit. Just got the start nicely, but just not being able to keep up with this front bunch. Greg Lynch, a magnificent start. Spun the wheels up, grabbed second gear, and just drove away from the line. He's got Dean Cam ranging right up beside him already at turn 4.
Fantastic to see Cam on the charge again, once again, like with those mechanical issues yesterday. In fact, it's been a bit of a tricky season so far for him, so it's great, fantastic to see him back towards the pointy end of the field. It's even better to hear Darren Smith so enthusiastic about Dean Cam once again, because sports sedans wouldn't be right without it. But Greg Lynch is doing a great job so far to be still in the lead of this race in the number 22. Beautifully presented car, but he's going to come under fire from Cam up the inside as they come into turn 10. They're starting to drop Stewie Eustace in the background as well. So that is Cam into the lead in the number 66 Chev. That is a beautiful move there from Cam. So he'll obviously press on. He's done thousands of laps around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. He knows his way around here well and truly. Greg Lynch will settle into P2. Francois Habib in the Dodo Commodore as well. He's gotten ahead of John Ippolito on screen at the moment in the number 97 Commodore as they come down the long Gardner Straight for the first time at racing speed. Cameron McKee ahead of Chaz Talbot as well as they come across the stripe. So Cameron McKee, he's on the recovery. He set pole position yesterday in the wet. That car doesn't have quite as much pace in the dry conditions as the cars of Cam or Lynch or those sorts of people in the dry, but you can see Francois Habib on screen right now, all over the back of Stuart Eustace. Mark Carr's Mazda 3 versus Bonafide V8 supercar, the Dodo Commodore. Oh, he pulls out of it a little bit as they come through turn 3. Deep under brakes into turn 4, but the fire shooting out of the Cam Chev, that is absolutely appropriate, isn't it, Darren?
Certainly is. Dean Cam in the lead of this race. Unfortunately for Greg Lynch, he got through. Greg was very intelligent in what he did. He held his line. He opened up the corner for Dean because he wasn't going to be challenging him for it. The good thing about that is that Greg hasn't let Dino just drive away yet. He's still going with it. And the other good thing is that Francois Habib is absolutely on a charge. He also owns the ex-Bob Gill championship winning car, I think from about 2014 or 15. Someone will correct me on that with Gilly's Blue Falcon. So he's got this car and he's got the Falcon, which is under further development. Greg Lynch has got a bit of an issue across the top of Lukey Heights, and it's the second time he's had a bit of rear brake bias issue as he sees Francois Habib in a very similar chassis type of vehicle coming up now. Stewie Eustace, who we've used to seeing in a magnificently built bespoke sports sedan in a Commodore, has now invested in a marked car, has seen what Tony Groves in the Mornington Mazda outfit has been doing with his car and thought, yep, I want a piece of that action. 3 wide, they go across the line. Dean Cam has got himself a handy 5.1 second lead. This will be feeling good to Dean. This is the first time he's had it throughout this season where he's had a nice gap out in the lead of the race, getting the fresh air. But this battle for second place in the QP Lubes Sports Sedan race number 2 for round number 3. This is where it's at. Greg Lynch, our race winner from yesterday. Stewie Eustace getting served up there by Francois Habib, upsetting the back of the car there. A little bit of a, I'm here and I'm ready to go in the Tasman Motorsport car. I'm actually just looking for where Cam McKee is. He's up to position number 7. He started out of 10th, so 7. So he's just buried down a little bit. There he is, right in the back of shot there. So he's just off the back of this battle, which is all about the podium. Has Dean Cam slowed? He has. Dean Cam is grinding to a halt around Siberia. In fact, he pulls off the track. That's a very courteous way to do it, Dean. Thank you very much for not pulling up on the race surface. He's been around a long time. He raced an RX-7 in club cars. He raced the demonic Commodore in club cars. He moved into sports sedans with the Honda and won races there. And he's had this magnificent Corvette for many, many years now. And we're just getting news back, possibly a left front tyre on Dino's car. So glad that happened down there and not through turn 1, because that's where the full load goes. We've got a position change for the lead in the race now. This is the race lead. Are we going to see Francois Habib have a first-time race victory in his ex-supercar here this weekend? Or is Disco Stew in the number 90, is he weighing up on the back of Greg Lynch to go out after it? There goes Chas Talbot as well. He's weighing in on the picture here. They're dragging Cam McKee along with him, but have a look at this. This is a handy lead by Francois Habib. He drives away. Down the inside goes the marked car as well. I got to say, Greg Lynch had a race win yesterday, but he's driving a very intelligent race here today. He's putting up a battle, and if he's not up for the battle, or he's not being able to keep the car in behind him, he's allowing the car up. He's opening up the wheel and just allowing the car to go through. So he's seen Cam goes through. He's also seen Francois and also Stewie Eustace. So not taking anything away, but here comes Ippolito as well.
Fantastic battle between these two. So these two started on the front row in yesterday's race. So Ippolito, the number 97, the form shop fitting Commodore, versus Greg Lynch. So these two cars are not supercars. Obviously the Lynch Commodore does look like the old Craig Lowndes Mark Scaife HRT cars from the late 90s, but it is definitely not. But he's done a fantastic job. He's poured heaps of time and effort into that car, bringing it to be what it is today, which is a front runner in the QP Lubes Victorian Sports Sedans Championship, and it looks absolutely fantastic. But Talbot featuring in the background there as well. It's good to see that he's having a better race this morning, I should say, after a bit of a tricky start yesterday where he was forced wide onto the grass after a bucket of wheel spin. Looked like a little bit of a handful off the line, but Francois Habib is definitely stretching the legs of the Dodo Commodore at the head of the field. It's coming on to the main straight. He has just under 2 seconds gap back to Stuart Eustace in position 2. That was an enthralling battle there for a moment, but coming down the main straight now, Chaz Talbot. Look at the horsepower of the Camaro as he comes shooting down the main straight. Greg Lynch up the inside of... Oh no, so we've got Ippolito around the outside of Lynch as well, but Francois Habib is also the fastest man on the track at the moment. A 1 minute 38.2, that's quite a handy lap time in what is essentially a bona fide V8 supercar built to the car of the past regs, as they're colloquially called. A 1 minute 38, that's absolutely hauling.
That's absolutely fantastic, and the car looks good. Francois actually looks settled in the car. He looks happy. He looks like he's got the game on a string at the moment. But I tell you what, at the moment, Stewie Eustace is reining that string in. I reckon Francois should have reeled that string in a bit, because Stewie Eustace is getting himself all over it, and we've still got best part of 3/4 of a lap to go here. Maybe Francois Habib is just a little bit too far away. Maybe I'm just getting a bit excited for Stu Eustace to get up there, but certainly he has got past the Lynch car, as has Ippolito, and now it looks like on the back of it Chas Talbot is ranging up as well. The checkered flag is being readied, and we have got Francois Habib, and that gap has certainly come back, but a 1:38.24 is not hanging around for Francois Habib. Prior to that, Dean Cam on lap number 2 did a 1:39.7, and Stewie Eustace has done a 1:39.7 as well. So coming onto the top of the track here, this has been quite some time in the making, and a wonderful bloke to have a chat with and get to know. Have a look at this. From 2 races this weekend in the Victorian Sports Sedan Championship, we have 2 different winners. Congratulations to Francois Habib, and Stewie Eustace home in 2nd place. That's a first as well. Ippolito comes home in 3rd. Is it Talbot or Lynch for 4th? It's going to go to Chaz Talbot by the narrowest of margins, 0.014 there. So first time race winner, Francois Habib. Cam McKee unfortunately parked up in the number 44. That's a real shame. I like that car. Something absolutely different out there. And Francois Habib takes the victory over Stewie Eustace as a handy win of 3.5 seconds. Francois will be absolutely wrapped. One of the nice blokes in the pit and paddock area at any race meeting you go to. He'll be absolutely stoked. And I guess Greg Lynch is still celebrating from his first time victory yesterday. He came home in position number 3. A great 2nd place for Stewie Eustace. And what this does, Callum, is that this sets us up for a massive start for the final race for the day, with Habib and Eustace sharing the front row. Arguably faster cars off the start line, with Ippolito and Chas Talbot in positions 2 and 3 and 4.
And in the top 3 positions, you've got sort of rear-wheel drive V8 saloon sedan style cars, but they couldn't be any more different technically. On paper, they seem very similar, but in practice, they're actually quite widely varying out on the circuit. And there's a dejected McKee. He's already got the bonnet pins open on the number 44 AU Falcon. Always love seeing an AU Falcon in action, wherever it may be, on social media or right here as part of round 3 of the VSRS, brought to you on the Blendline TV coverage. And yeah, look, he'll have a look at the AU Falcon and try and get that one back up and running for the 3rd race coming up later on this afternoon. And we have to say big thank you to the officials who will be working tirelessly out there, all corners of the circuit. They've already dispatched the Pyark recovery car there, you can see in the background briefly, so they will come and collect the Cameron McKee Falcon. He looks a little bit philosophical there as he's looking around from potentially one of the best views of the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, but he's not there for the reasons he'd like to be.
It's a lonely old watch of the view at the moment over there for Cam, unfortunately. Looking forward to seeing that car up and running again. Like I said, something a bit different than number 44 and the truck ride entry. We'll be looking for to see him out in the race this afternoon. The QP Loops Victorian Sports Sedan Championship race at 3:14 exactly for 10 laps this afternoon. Make sure you join us trackside or on our live stream for that race for the sports sedans. There's the rest of the schedule for the day. Hyundai Excel's up next, Saloon cars, Porsche 944s, sports cars, and the Pyark Speed comparison at 12:17. We're going to take a quick break because we've got Circuit XLs on track in just a moment.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Welcome back trackside here. Circuit XL's lined up in the pit lane, raring to go, and plenty of action being provided by this category right across the landscape of Australian motorsport over the last few years. Certainly we've seen some noted names in motorsport put their sons through it and move on to another category after a year or so in the XLs, and great to have all of the competitors there. Big g'day to Laurel Braithwaite, who has having her first run here this weekend in the Circuit XLs. Big welcome along, and have a lovely time. Great circuit to make your debut on in any form of motorsport, because you start at the top and anywhere else you go from here is just a slight step backwards.
It certainly is a slight step backwards if that's the way you would like to put it there. We're just having a little bit of an extended recovery delay at the moment, and that on screen is the reason why. The Dean Cam Camaro about to be loaded onto the flatbed there out of Siberia. That's a bit of a shame for Dean Cam. I know he's been at the forefront of the Victorian sports sedan scene for quite a number of years now, but absolute weapon, this car, and it's just sad to see it sitting on the side of the track.
Yeah, it really is it is an issue there, and we hope to see Dino back out on track in the number 66 5-star fencing outfit in the QP Lubes sports sedan as soon as possible. There's always going to be times with a sports sedan. The bespoke nature of these cars is that you can't just wander around the pit and paddock area and pick up something off another car like you can with an XL. You've got 40 other cars and potentially another 50 in the car park that you can go and rob bits and pieces off. But in the case of a sports sedan, and for mine, the engineering marvel and the thought that goes into a sports sedan, it's an individual engineer / driver, car builder's expression of what they think is going to work.
It's essentially like building a car from scratch in a lot of cases. You can take a floor pan model, you can modify it, you can build the space frame one, which essentially a lot of them are these days, and you basically build it the way you want to build a car. It's as you said, it's your internal or personal expression of what you'd like to see on a racetrack, and as long as it fits the regs, you can take it racing in sports sedans. Yep,
and that has been the beauty of sports sedans over many years. We might take a break because we are waiting for that sports sedan to be picked up. We'll be back in about a minute and a half for the Circuit XLs.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Welcome back trackside. We have a slight delay as one of the more iconic cars in the Victorian sports sedan scene of Dean Cam, the Corvette, is being very carefully loaded onto a tilt tray. We've had reports back that the left-hand front wheel has exited that car during that last race. It didn't look like there was a whole lot wrong with Dean's car. He just sort of slowly came around the corner and in a very gentlemanly fashion parked the car right off the track so he didn't cause any delays or any yellow flags or anything like that. There we have the front of the Waverley towing truck, and very carefully that Corvette just being dragged up onto the truck there. You don't need to create any more damage to the vehicle that has already had an issue, and a nice long shot there from the start line. Here is how the rest of our day will hopefully unfold. An absolutely ambitious program unfolding here today, isn't it, Steve?
Definitely a very, very ambitious program. A lot of categories jam-packed into a very, very tight schedule. And just looking at the times there, you can see the Hyundai Excels due to be out next. They are actually due to be on track actually about 10 to 12 minutes ago, so that's how long this extra recovery is taking. So you can probably add about 15 minutes to each of the times on the screen there as it would stand right now. I'd imagine the Pyatt crew down in race control and at the bottom of the control tower in the Secretary's office will be doing their utmost now once they have got this recovery done to find as many minutes as they can in the schedule to get us back on track, because of course we do have a noise curfew that cuts off here at 5 p.m.
Yeah, certainly, and that's ever present in the back of our minds here at Phillip Island, because let me tell you, the Environment Protection Authority, who do have a job to do, they will start handing out fines if you're making noise after that time, particularly on this side of Phillip Island. And like it or lump it, it's protecting the wildlife and the sea life around the area. And that's the rules of the land that we play by. And in between the hours that we can get on the track, between 9 and 5, we'll go racing as much as we possibly can. Of course, the next round of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships will be the 4th round at the Sandown International Motor Raceway, the home of horsepower, right there wedged between Dandenong and Springvale. And it is such an easy circuit to get to. You can even get a train and do the 200 or 300 metre walk up to the track from the Springvale station. There's buses, there's every service, there's the East Link a couple of kilometres down the road. Then one of the busiest roads in all of Melbourne, Dandenong Road, runs right across the bottom of the track, and in fact it's that famous that the Dandenong Road corner is named after it. So
that's right.
We love going to Sandown. It's always lovely and convenient, creates great racing, and a historic sporting venue for the city of Melbourne and its greater reaches, and I really think there should be an active parliament that keeps it there for in perpetuity forever, ever and ever. So we'll be racing at Sandown on the 12th, 13th and 14th in August, and that event is actually run by the category we've just had on track, the sports sedans. So they won't be racing at that one, and they assemble all together and run an event. Pye speed comparison is something that is coming up. Going to be pretty entertaining part of today at 12:17 today.
Well, here we go. So these are the 5 cars that are going to be competing in the Pye speed comparison. And finally, we've got some data on the handicappers downstairs have put their heads together and worked out how they believe this is going to work. So actually, we're now getting information through that's now Blendline doing the handicapping on this one. They're the ones that have put all this together.
Or a guesstimate on what going to happen.
Yeah, educated guess. I think, didn't we say there's no assumptions, only educated guesses. So this is based on a standing lap time that we've seen from all the categories yesterday. Of course, the XL's the slowest of the lot, so they'll get, as you can see there, roughly about a 6 or so second head start. Then the Porsche 944 will set off about 5 or 6 seconds or so before about 2 seconds or so before the MGF, which will be driven by Phil Chester. Question mark over whether or not the XE Falcon of Craig Pierre-Gross will be able to take part in this one, given it is exhibiting quite a substantial amount of right rear corner damage. And I actually haven't seen that car lifted back to the pits yet. I'm assuming it's back here, and they're probably assessing that very, very quickly. It didn't go out in the sports sedans, and then we've got an estimate of a 127.8 for the Brabham BT62. Now, that's considering, of course, that it has officially broken the circuit lap record at a 1 minute 24 flat. What do you reckon about that standing lap time, Darren? I reckon that's not too bad a guesstimate.
Yeah, look, this is just a techno nerd down in the Blendline TV van putting some numbers together, and we'll call him out for it if he gets it right, but if he gets it wrong. But if he doesn't, we'll just say the technology centre out of the Blendline TV van have come up with these numbers, and we're actually still waiting for the official figures to come out of the handicapper. And you'd like to think that they're not too far away, and that will probably be the race secretary and the clerk, of course, that will adjudicate on that. But I would suggest that, yes, the estimates we've just seen on screen will be somewhere thereabouts. But certainly a standing start is going to be interesting for all of those cars. Cold tyres, cold track, although the sun has been out on it all day today. It's not going to be a high temperature racing surface. The beauty of Phillip Island is that it is quite abrasive, so you can run a colder tyre faster on it. It's the same sort of hot mix that we see at Mount Panorama these days as well. And if you like the reference to hot mix, that's because there's a lot of hot mix that's gone down on this track in the 70 years that it's been running. In fact, through the 70s, that's pretty much what it was. One patch of hot mix to the next patch of hot mix, going around the track, repairing different bits and pieces as the track slowly but surely fell apart. And then when it was given a new heart and soul with Bob Barnard and his organisation to bring this place back to a MotoGP spec, and this is what we have with us. Still recoveries going on around the track. We might take a quick short break and come back to you hopefully with Circuit XL's Racing on Track.
Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Check's big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide, you ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the work. Yeah, you know I be on the work. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the work. Yeah, now we coming for the bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. Calling plays in the past and the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run last. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Check's big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide, you ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, now we coming for the bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. Calling plays in the past and the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run last. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
Welcome back trackside here. There is a forlorn sight. We don't like to see the QP Lube Sports Sedan competitor Dean Cam in his 5-star fencing Corvette just being loaded onto the back of the truck. Lost a wheel, left-hand front wheel in that last race we've been led to believe, but hopefully that is something that can be rectified fairly quickly for Dino, because he really did need to make some points out of this weekend. So hotly contested is at the front of the QP Lubes Sports Sedans in this season. Tony Groves leading the championship coming into this round had an engine issue, and you can see right into that left front guard there of the number 66. There is no wheel under that guard, so that's a real shame. Don't like to see that on any race cars, because although that ended not too bad, he just parked the car up on the grass. You don't like to see wheels off race cars, because that can end in a lot different manner when it gets a bit dangerous. So here we go, the Circuit XL cars making their way out onto track. We wish Dean Cam and his crew all the very best getting the sports sedan back out there. As I was just talking about, Dean really needed to drag some points back from Tony Groves, but at this point in time it looks like neither of them will be scoring any load of points out of this particular round of the championship, and we'll hopefully see both those cars back on track in the next round, which will be here at Phillip Island in September for the weekend of the 23rd, 24th and 25th at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit will be the next time we'll see the Victorian Sports Sedan. Circuit XLs are now on track, making their way around to the grid.
They are indeed making their way around to the grid with thanks to 888 Home Loans and Trick Trailers. We are going to get this 31 car XL field rolling, and finally after about a 20-minute or so delay. A big thank you to the recovery crews and all the officials for trying to get the stricken Dean Cam Camaro recovered as quickly as possible. Corvette, sorry, not Camaro, Corvette. Thank you for correcting me. 5 laps on the board here for the XLs, led around by Ryan Phillips in car number 8. It was a great battle out in front. There was about 6 or 7 cars lumped together in the 6-lap race yesterday. Any one of them could have potentially won that race. The one that I was interested in the most was Toby Waghorn. He was starting up the top end of the grid. He had a very poor start. He's recovered to 3rd place, so he's in a good spot to try and hopefully get another good start that we've seen him do over the last couple of rounds, not so much yesterday, but in rounds earlier this year, and see if he can capitalise and go to the front and maybe make a fist of it, because he's actually been one of the very quick competitors. And if memory serves me correctly, last year when we were lapping and resetting the lap record here at Phillip Island, he was one of the ones that ultimately broke it.
Correct. Yep, that was exactly what happened 12 months ago. Jared Farrell was fastest in qualifying and obviously started off the front row with Adam Bywater. But this race was again Jared Farrell and Kobe Williams in the on the front row. Toby Waghorn, Ben Bargwana and Adam Bywater. So there we go. A lot of names have changed in that top 5. Hugo Simpson and Ethan Grigalt in there as well. So something interesting which I have noticed is we've got issue 2 of the grid sheet. The 777 Evolution Racing team has been penalised, and he has gone back 2 rows to come out of grid number 6, and Hugo Simpson has gone back 2 rows as well. So the Evolution Racing team copping a 5-second penalty for an indiscretion in the race yesterday, and Ethan Grigalt won't be starting off the front row. He'll be starting out of the 3rd row.
I've got a funny feeling I might know what that's for as well. There was a couple of occasions yesterday, there was a little bit of side-to-side contact, a few drivers not giving racing room to each other, and I would judge that probably that's where the 5 seconds has been applied. I have a funny feeling it was around about lap 4 or 5 down at turn 4 where that may have occurred, as it's the last few cars on the grid. Faulkner in the 46 just leading them around the last couple of corners and onto the grid. Good turnout again from the Hyundai XLs. 30 plus cars at most rounds nowadays is a common sight. In some cases where the club championship happens outside of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, they do run 2 grids actually. They have the Masters and the Trophy, which is for the over 40s and the under 40s, and in Vic State they combine the 2 grids together.
Just watching Ryan Phillips go through a fairly complex run down to the line there. In fact, he locked up a left-hand rear tyre 3 times coming down there, so trying to get heat into the brakes right above the legendary engine builder himself, Les Small Performance Motors sticker, and the brakes were locking up on the Ryan Phillips at number 8. He takes up his pole position right alongside Harry Tompkins, Toby Waghorn, Mason Kelly getting to the front end of the field. Hugo Simpson, Ethan Grigalt, Brad Vareka's up a couple of spots, Bradley James, then we go to the number 41 of Royce Lynn, Texstar McCoy, Antonio Malisi, Peter Faulkner, Donovan Murdrak, then we go to Glenn McKenzie, Scott Appledore, Charles Nash, Jason Kay, Bill Sala out of 17th. 19th will be Devon Nichols, 20 is Lachlan Harvey, and we work our way all the way through to the back of this field. The flag has waved, engine revs will rise, the lights are on. Tompkins, Phillips, Waghorn and Kelly as they get away from the line nicely. It's going to be Hugo Simpson that cuts the nose off of the Evolution Racing Team driver in the 777 who has been handed a 5-second penalty.
Oh, there's some contact.
Contact too. That car that goes just avoiding the 100-metre marker.
That's Hugo Simpson. He had a little bit, it looks like side-to-side contact with, it might have been Ryan Phillips that he had contact with there on the run towards turn 1. Didn't Harry Tompkins walk the battery stop car off the line beautifully ahead of Ryan Phillips?
Certainly did. So that coming together has not worked out well for either of them. So they got penalties dished out from side-by-side collisions yesterday. Let's see what happens today. So a couple of the same protagonists, in fact, involved in that Tate-a-Tate on the run down to turn number 1. But They're all getting pretty willing with it here. Have a look at Vereca. He looks down the inside and says, no, I'm going to go down the outside. It's an opening there for me on the Karak car. There's Mason Kelly. Waghorn getting in there as well. Let's hope they give each other plenty of room. There's no point taking on this sort of panel rubbing and damage this early on in the race. We've still got another race to go this afternoon. It's the longer race. You want to hang in there for the 10-lapper. But certainly XL Racing has been nothing if not willing over the years.
Certainly has. Looking there, Bradley James out of position number 8. He's had a fairly solid start as well. He's picked up a few spots. He's in there with just ahead of Brad Vereca. Mason Kelly has had a solid start there as well. Ethan Griggold, despite the penalty, has already picked up a spot. He's actually just gone right around the outside of Mason Kelly on the run over the hill at turn 9. There he is in the 777. Now latches onto the back of Toby Waghorn, and the fight behind continues. You've got Vereca and James side by side there. You've got the second of the Burson cars in there as well with Peter Faulkner, and the other car next door to him might be looking down the order. We're actually trying to struggle to find some of these ones down the order. Looks like maybe it's Antonio Maluso, I think there. Is that in the car there? It's a bit hard to see the number on the side of it. Actually, it hasn't got a number on the side of it. I think it's only on the windscreen.
We've got Burson's written down the side of the car, but that's the one we're looking at, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, there's two of them in the field. There's the Burson Garage one for Mike Sinclair. It's a bit further down the field, and I think it's just the Burson Auto Parts one a bit further up the order. Actually, there's a very distinct difference between the two brands as well, which is a lot of people haven't sort of cottoned onto just yet. The Burson Garage is an online sort of store with applying things for trade and that, and actually offers quite a substantial discounts for members as well. So if you're not a member of Burson Garage, get onto it, because it's a brand new sponsor for Pyack. That is actually a bit hard to see now because it's just disappeared behind the group of cars here. This is a bit further down the order too. This is Scott Appledore, who's also doing double duty this weekend in the improved production class.
Mid-20s here in the pack here.
This is right down the order.
19, 20, 21, 22 sort of area of the race where we're looking at this, but it is synonymous of XL Racing, and we've just been told that this race is going to last for 4 laps. So we're into the morning session still. Okay, so we're getting some mixed signals coming from our sources here, and at the moment we're going for 5, but there is conjecture that it might only be 4. So let's go for 5 at the moment until we have that confirmed.
We'll play with 5 as it stands right now. Someone up very wide there at Siberia doing a bit of rallycross action. I've seen a few Hyundais go and do some rallycross and some rallying, but not when you've got slick tyres on.
Certainly have. They've got the control tyre on, and the XLs have certainly been used in the VRC for quite some time as well. So both being able to use on the hardtop and also on the gravel out in the forests. So versatile little race car. This one, the big lock up there, and there goes Scott Appledore in the tribute livery there. Very skillfully done there.
Had a control tyre for a couple of years, the XLs. It's a Federal RSR tyre. They've sponsored the Nationals that was here in 2018. I think the Nationals are probably due to come around to Phillip Island for the Hyundai XLs in about the next 2 years sometime. So good to see them back here again. It's been a long time between mixed state grids here at Phillip Island, and some really big grids have turned out in the past for XL Nationals. Let's look a bit further down the field again. The recovery, Hugo Simpson, after that contact on the run to turn 1 on lap 1. Where's he find himself? He's in 8th place at the moment when he went across the line last time, and it is Antonio Maluso in the 103. That is the other one of the Burson-sponsored cars that Simpson has just rounded up. Peter Faulkner in behind. Techstar McCoy just on the edges of the top 10. Here's a bit of slicing and dicing, a possible change for the race lead.
Certainly is. Waghorn now got iterations for the race lead. Ryan Phillips says no. And no contact there, but just Waghorn just ran out of circuit. The 777 of the Evolution Racing team, who was given a 5-second penalty and put back a couple of rows on the grid.
And he's now doing the rally cross.
Goes right out wide. And I tell you what, off the back of that, ripple strip's going to be torn up before the end of this weekend.
It'll be mud by the time I think I get down there to have a look at it.
I think it's about 2 or 3 cars in every lap of the XLs that have been going off out there, and well, the racetrack ends at the white line, not at the wall, so try and keep it on the track. In fact, your day ends when you're at the wall. That's over and out for you. But certainly this is very willing racing, as history shows us with XL Racing.
Have a look how much that's cost Ethan Griggold as well. He was right in that group of 5 cars at the front. It's probably cost him a good second and a half and now he finds himself sort of in no man's land between that group of 4 cars. Then it's him, and then there's another group of 4 or 5 cars behind, which is being headed by Hugo Simpson now as he tries to rein in the top group of cars and re-engage in the fight for the lead. Going to be a little bit of an ask with 2 laps to go, though.
Paul Faulkner's pushing on pretty well there as well. It's looking good. He's made up a couple of spots. Waghorn's gone up a spot this lap. Mason Kelly has fought back to his original starting spot in the second row of the grid. Here's a good battle. This is down the order outside of the top 20 at the moment. This is for 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, right through to about 25.
Whoa, high speed off.
Big off.
Big high speed off is Toby Waghorn. So
catches it.
Stops it before the gravel, more importantly. I would imagine he's possibly been helped there at some point because that car's gone a long way off the circuit.
That was a long way. Fully locked up, sliding across that wet grass. Lucky he didn't get into the gravel, but the gravel certainly would have arrested his progress as he was heading towards the wall there. So Waghorn, I would suggest, with 3 laps done in this race, won't play any further part in the front end of this race. In fact, he'll get back on the track and we'll have tyres full of mud. There's the 46 there of Faulkner, sans the left front indicator. In fact, it is still there, but it's just hanging on via the wiring, so that'll get fitted back up at the end of this one.
Just having a look at where Harry Tompkins has ended up and how quickly he's come back to Ethan Griggold. I wouldn't be surprised to see if Tompkins may have been the other party involved in Waghorn potentially going off at turn number 2 there, because he's dropped a long way off the back of Mason Kelly, who's going to try and do his best to keep Ryan Phillips honest for the next lap and a half. So Griggold, he probably might make his way back onto the podium in the last few minutes of this race, albeit by a little bit of an unfortunate off for Waghorn.
This is a good bit of racing up the inside. Relegates the 33 back 1 spot.
William Seal locked in combat here with the 129 machine belonging to, who's that actually? Jackson Griffith. So actually he's moved a fair way up the order, I think, as well. They've moved up a couple of spots.
Yeah, well, Seal has come up to position number 17 and started out at 28, so
slow
big
car
mover there.
So
that's one of the bursting cars.
Yeah, that was Antonio Maluso. He looks like he's very slow off of the last couple of corners there, so possibly nursing a gremlin. As we're going to have a look at the replay here. Hopefully this will be the one from turn number 2. Yes, it is. Tompkins and Waghorn side by side, and my suspicions were correct. Harry Tompkins, the other party involved.
That's all you need. That was all you need at that point in time. Car was starting to become unloaded, ready for the turn in. As soon as it got loaded up, it got a tap and away it went. That could have ended up a lot more treacherous than what it did. Looking now at the Evolution Racing team, 777, West End Mazda entry, under brakes, squirming the 15 right alongside. That's Mason Kelly for the Davison Motor Group.
Thread the needle beautifully there, almost between 2 cars there. Tried to pinch position 2 away from Ethan Griggold and hold off the advances of Harry Tompkins behind, who was having a bit of a threatening look down the outside at turn 4. So that's good situational awareness from Mason Kelly. I would say that the number 8 of Ryan Phillips is safe for the moment, barring a mistake. The real battle will be for the last 2 spots out of the 3 cars on screen. Be a little bit of a fight to the line, I'd imagine. If you get a good run out of 10, you're going to be pinning the throttle virtually all the way from the exit of 10 to the start-finish line. A little bit of oversteer there for Kelly, the back end dancing around on the turn-in point for turn number 9. Got to play attack and defence at the same time.
Tell you what, Ethan Griggold got very loose on the run down there, nearly lost control of the car. Needs to be a lot better aware of his position on track if he's going to start moving around a lot like that. I guess he's very happy that he's got Mason Hughes between him and Harry Tompkins at the moment. Mason Hughes, the sandwich in
Kelly.
The meat and the Mason Kelly, the meat and the aggressive sandwich there. There's the checkered flag. 5 laps completed. We'll see race 1 or race 2 for the weekend. They fan out across the track. No positions will change. It'll be Ethan Griggold to Mason Kelly, Harry Tompkins, Hugo Simpson, Brad Vereker improving to position number 6, Tech Star McCoy, Faulkner, Royce in the 41 getting it home nicely, Bradley James, and then we have the 99 of JK.
So where did Waghorn finish in all of this? He's just come to the line now, and he's finished in 16th. So what a sad end for Toby Waghorn having been up there. Got a car smoking down there, the front straight. There's Christopher Stilo in the New Line Homes entry. Just going past the checkered flag with a little bit of white stuff coming out of the back. Good recovery from Hugo Simpson as well, because that lap 1 incident could have gone very, very wrong. He was very lucky that that contact actually didn't send him into the wall, or that actually didn't send him into another car. So to finish 5th there, and probably with a little bit of minor damage to repair between races, will set him up nicely for the 3rd race this afternoon. There's a confirmation of your finishing order for the top 5 positions. So Phillips was safe at the end of the day. Kelly, Griggold and Tompkins, nothing in it between them at the line, and Hugo Simpson a couple of seconds further down the road.
Stay with us here on the live stream and indeed trackside here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. We've got Saloon cars on track next, being brought to us by Excalibur Screw Bolts. Top quality masonry fixings, bolting down machinery, guard rails, ATMs, etc. Speak to Dennis Brown, sales at screwbolt.com. Let him know you saw it at the Saloon cars. We'll be back with Saloon Car Race in just a moment.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Back trackside here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. We've just waved goodbye to the Circuit XLs as they make their way to the podium presentation area, which is being held on the return road right at the front of the Race Fuels fuel dump. Big g'day to all the teams down there at Race Fuels. They've got a very, very busy weekend. Of course, Mount Panorama for the 12 hour. Lots of the ELF core being used up there, and of course their permanent fixture here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, the Race Fuels service station, I guess you'd call it, and they do a tremendous job supporting all of the motorsport that they're involved with, the Race Fuels crew. But that's right out the front of the podium area, right next to the Race Fuels fuel compound, near the muster shed for all the officials, is where all the podium presentations will be held for today. Course car just going out on track just to make sure everything is A-OK. And we've got plenty of cars out on the track now that are being recovered from the XLs, bits and pieces here and there, but certainly that was an action-packed race. That we have a bit of a four-wheel drive vehicle, recreational vehicle, just going for a bit of a wander. Looks like they're doing a bit of weed spraying around the edge of the court, doing a bit of local council work. Swing it round, yep, all works well. And yep, go over there, mate. Yep, down, left hand down. That's it. Oh, hang on a minute. Here we go. We've got some blowers on board here. Bit of recovery work going on there. We're going to take a quick break. Obviously, the Saloon cars are a little bit away from coming out here at Central Commentary, and yep, it looks like there's a bit of oil down. Gee, the XLs have managed to put a bit of rubbish on the track there, so the Pyack service crew doing a bit of work there. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be back with more here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit.
Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. You know I be on the way. so all you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Check's big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide, you ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, now we coming for the bags. If they said I couldn't have, keep the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work is over everything. It's that comeback. Calling plays in the past and the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run last. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving it, so all you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Check's big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide, you ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, now we coming for the bags. If they said I couldn't have, keep the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work is over everything. It's that comeback. Calling plays in the past and the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run last. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
Back here live at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, still recoveries going on around the track after the circuit XLs, which is fairly customary. There's always something to fix up out on track. There's been oil down, put all the way from the entry to turn 4, around through turn 4, the straight up link between 4, 5 and 6, and all the way around to the exit of 6 as well. So there's a whole stream around there. Not too sure which of the XLs it was that has deposited it, but I wouldn't expect there'd be a whole lot of oil available in the engine sump of an XL, but certainly when you spray it at high temperature in the middle of a race, it tends to cover a fair bit. We've got crews at the top of Lukey Heights there working away the good old school manual way, but certainly you can't leave oil on a racetrack. It's like hitting ice, and often you can't see it unless the sun is shining on it at about a 45 to 90 degree angle from where you are. Then it's shining and it looks like a very wet surface, and then when you hit it you just lose control, slide all over the place, and generally something goes fairly wrong at that point. So that oil has been pretty much spread all the way around. In fact, from our vantage point where we are at the top of the control tower, we can see the exit of MG, and there's a shiny line up there as well that the crews haven't been able to get to yet, but certainly working very hard to try and make sure that the track is as safe as it possibly can be, because we've got the Victorian Saloon cars heading out on track very, very soon. Of course, they're sponsored this weekend by Excalibur Screw Bolts, top quality masonry fixings, bolt down machinery, guardrails, ATMs, safes, anything down to concrete. Check it all out. Highest quality and tested to the highest levels. Dennis Brown is your man. Check him out at his email, sales@screwbolt.com, and let him know you saw all of the saloon car action at Phillip Island this weekend in the saloon car race. Got some great names heading out on track for this race. On pole position will be Prestipino after a victory yesterday, some time away from the sport in number 99, and Sean Jamieson, who has switched up his assault on the 2022 title hunt and brought the Falcon over from South Australia rather than the Commodore. So the Falcon was certainly going back in the latter years of the National Series, the dial before you dig National Saloon Car Championships. The Falcons had a very long history of winning races here at Phillip Island. It has been pretty much Commodore territory for the last couple of years in State Series, but so far this weekend, Jamo is working very hard to put a FOMO Falcon on the top spot. And after his drive yesterday, you get the feeling it is not too far away. Mark Sutherland in the number 9, who is poised. There has got to be a race win in his future very, very soon. He is absolutely poised to take a victory. Driving well, racing well. One of those kind of guys that when you see in a pack, it's going to be fierce racing. Fierce but fair racing from Mark Sutherland. Always enjoy watching the number 9 go racing. Angels Leoncini doing a ripping job as well in the number 3. And that's a sight that tells a big story. Look at all that oil that the Circuit XLs have distributed on the track in their 5-lapper here this morning, using bucket after bucket of oil downer to make sure the track is safe. And just looking at the work that those guys have got at hand, they've got to sweep it in and then come back and blow it off. So the saloon cars will have a very dusty old racetrack to get out onto, and thanks to the Circuit XLs in their race. So we're going to take a further break because that looks like there's a fair bit of work to go. We'll come back after this.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Looking for
Live pictures back here from the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. We're currently waiting for the Excalibur Screwbolt Saloon cars to make their way on track. Unfortunately, they've been delayed after the Circuit XLs have distributed a fair amount of oil. In fact, the oil downer goes from turn 4 all the way around to the top of turn 10. Doesn't look like we're too far away from cars coming away down the lane for the Excalibur Screwbolts Saloon cars coming your way. If you've got any requirements for top quality masonry fixings, bolt downs, machinery, guardrails, ATMs, safes, etc., anything to bolt down a concrete, test it to the highest standards, Dennis Brown is your man. Sales at screwbolt.com. Have a word to Dennis and get all the good gear, just like we're about to get all the good gear from the saloon cars as they make their way out onto the track now, exiting the pit lane. And they will be absolutely fired up, red hot and ready to go, just like we are for the Harrop State Racer 4 Hour at Winton on the 10th of September. All cars in improved production cars in 3E, BMW E30s, 944s, these saloon cars and invited cars will be up at Winton Motor Raceway. Check it out at raceworkspromotions.com.au for the Harrop State Racer 4 Hour put on by Raceworks Promotions. Cars on the grid now for the Excalibur Screw Bolts. On pole position will be Jacob Prestopino. Had a good drive yesterday on the return to the game and has landed on a pole. Sean Jamieson right alongside in the blue Morford Vale Garage Sedan Hotel Falcon. Mark Sutherland in the number 9 will be on the second row of the grid out of position number 3. Angels Leoncini out of 4, Adam Lowndes out of 5, Andrew McSwain 6, Luca Callahan out of 7, Nash Harris, then we go Cooper Capilleri, Glenn Campbell out of 10th, Jeffy Thomas in the number 22 out of 11th place, Rob Knight in the 28 out of 12, then rear of grid is Brett Tate in the number 84 car. Cars down into turn 4 now, and you can start to see the oil down right in the middle of the track there from the Circuit XLs race. And these cars will be very wary of that because a big Aussie-built Falcon or Commodore getting loose on a bit of oil is never nice. And we're just watching cars drive through the middle of that dust. So that's good, giving it a good bit of distribution. I'm Darren Smith, Callum Brannigan right alongside me. Callum, it's been a long wait for the saloon cars after that XL race with the oil on track. And these guys will be rip-roaring ready to go, won't they?
Yeah. It must be pretty nerve-wracking when you're in a zone and you're ready to go for a race and you're sitting on the dummy grid, sitting in the hot sun, baking in these cars in anticipation as the nerves sort of come up a little bit on a dummy grid and make your way out onto the grid. So a delay is never something that the drivers are particularly fond of, but we have to say a big thank you to the officials who are out there working tirelessly to ensure that the track is absolutely up to tip-top specification for safe motorsport to take place. So unfortunate that there was a delay, but we're thankful that the cars are back out and racing or getting ready for this race as they warm up their tyres, which is not too hard in a saloon car with the Bridgestone semi-slicks underneath these big, heavy Australian-built sedans. It's not too hard to generate tyre temps and get the brakes up to temperature as well. And they are spectacular to watch. Obviously no aerodynamics or very little aerodynamics. They punch a massive hole in the air, so slipstreaming and taily action. That's why we love saloon car racing, and it's good to see that it's continuing the Holden versus Ford rivalry, and we have to say a big thank you to Excalibur Screwbolts for jumping on board and supporting the saloon cars this weekend. We've got a wonderful example of an Excalibur Screwbolt here. Quite a mean piece of machinery, a hard bit of hardware. So fantastic that they're on board to support the grassroots of motorsport at its very best.
It's got all the right classifications stamped into the top of it as well, so meets all of those construction standards, which are all important these days.
I wouldn't get into a fight with that screw bolt because right. I can definitely assure you that will win that one. So.
That's going to be a difficult one to win, isn't it? The saloon cars now on the grid. Prestopino in the number 99 looks impressive there in the Commodore. Lime green stripe with with black detail across the top of the garden, underpinning the Morford Vale Garage MVG Race Developments Falcon of Sean Jamieson. Looks fantastic. The number 18 poised, set to go. Mark Sutherland. See if Mark can get some good luck coming his way with the Penrite sticker emblazoned across the bonnet of his car. And we are away. Everyone gets away nicely. At the front of the field, it's Prestipino, moves over, crowds Jamo a little bit there, just letting him know I'm going to go with it. At the moment, Jamison just holding the straight line, trying to win this drag race. It's going to come to him. Sutherland wanted to go around the outside as well there, but it's going to be Angels Lancini that gives him a short back and sides. Prestipino, our pole sitter, goes wide, gets a bit of dirt on the tyres there as well. Drags it back on. The 99 maintains a second place, but have a look at the 19, the Pro Plum outfit. Angels Lancini right round. Actually, that's not it. That isn't Angels Lancini. That's Adam Lowndes. He's weighed right in on that. Adam Lowndes has had a ripping start from the third row of the grid. He's pushed his way in there. But Jamo, right out in front now, has switched from the Roaring Lion to the FOMO-Co, the blue oval, and drifts it sideways there. Have a look at Lowndes in the GMG number across the top of his number, having Ross's business. And look at all that dust from that oil downer from the Circuit XL race. But Prestipino now has got the lead of the race. Jamison, what happened there? How did that come unstuck for me? But the Commodore gets moving. The number 99 up the hill now. Adam Lowndes in there. Then we've got Mark Sutherland in the number 9 car. And our officials showing the slippery surface flag for the first lap of this race so that all of the protagonists know exactly what sectors that oil down is in. Jamo down the inside. Sean Jamison, what he is doing is he's stopping Adam Lowndes getting through, because Lowndes is lockstep with him in there, but he looks to the inside. The Commodore with the independent rear end takes a different line out of there, but have a look at this dust at the moment. It'd be like stage 10 of the VRC last weekend run out of Marysville, and it's spraying the dust all around the place. This is a tremendous opening lap for the main protagonist. Prestipino leads. No, he doesn't. Jamo takes first blood across the line by 0.00 whatever seconds. We're side by side. It doesn't matter as we head further out onto turn 1. And Prestipino sliding the Commodore through there. Lowndes wondering what he's up to. He's got his Commodore absolutely planted. This will all be about starting tyre pressures for the Bridgestones. It's not going to matter so much over 5 laps. When we go to 10 laps of Savo, Prestipino gets it all done there. Gloves up in the air. You can just see his bright yellow gloves. The 99 back under control. I don't think he eased out of the throttle for one bit of that. But that is the excitement that you're going to get in the Excalibur Screwbolt Saloon car races here this weekend. There it is, Prestipino been off, just about covered from turn 2 to turn 3 on the dirt, across the back end of the gravel trap, and doing nicely indeed.
That was a bit of a hairy moment. So unfortunately he's behind Sutherland, who's been very much on the pace so far in season 2022, but Angels Lancini currently showing in position 4 in the RJ Batteries Commodore. It's good to see him back in competition this season. He had 2 seasons off while he was conducting house renovations, which meant that he didn't have much time for car racing, obviously through the COVID period as well. There wasn't much racing going on anyway, and we saw a spectacular power steering failure on that car. Not a failure, but it was spewing out smoke at round 1 at Sandown earlier this year. So it's good that Leoncini has sorted out those power steering issues. And the R&J Batteries Commodore is very much on song, but we can see Prestipino is already back around Mark Sutherland. He has got Leoncini ahead of him, and he's got plenty of horsepower under the bonnet of the number 99 VT Commodore. But at the head of the field, it's Sean Jamison, controversially switching from the Holden to the Ford Mark between, or in recent events. That's a rather controversial move up and down pit lane, because obviously people are dyed red or dyed blue. And up the inside is Prestipino from Leoncini, so he's back into 4th position. But the tail of that number 99 Commodore is very active in this morning's race. Leoncini in the number 3 he's holding down position 5 at the moment.
Some breaking news has just come across the commentary booth desk here. The sports car race will be a 30-minute affair rather than 40 minutes, and all of our 10-lap races this afternoon will now be 9 laps as a result. Oh, Prestipino into the side of Lowndes there. Boy, he's got the blood boiling in the number 99 here for the Excalibur Screwbolts Saloon cars, and goes off the edge of the track there. Take a deep breath, mate. Count to 3. And gather it all back up again, because that nearly ended up nasty with Adam Lowndes, and he was almost Lowndes was almost dragged into someone else's incident happening off on the grass next to him.
Yeah, that was very smart from Lowndes. It looked like Prestipino was on the grass. He lost control under brakes, unfortunately, but Lowndes just giving him as much space as he needs to. So lucky to get away with that one. Lowndes is off the back of he entered the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6-hour sum about 4 weeks ago, racing a club sport, but you can still see just how slippery it is out there at the moment, even away from the oil on the circuit. All over the place are the Excalibur Screwbolts Saloon cars this morning. And have a go at Leoncini. That car is dancing. He is driving it on the throttle. He has got that car beautifully hooked up as he's coming around turn 12 for the third time. But it's Jamison who's got a near it makes no difference 3-second gap to position 2. And we've got a replay of that exchange between Prestipino and Lowndes. Losing control, gathering it up again. Lowndes giving him all the room that he needs. Prestipino luckily able to resume there. So a handful of opposite lock, but a bit of an unfortunate moment.
I'll tell you, the one thing that we do know about it is when Prestipino wears his bright yellow gloves, you know, when he's switching from lock to lock, I think he might switch back to the black gloves there, so we can't see exactly what's going on inside the cabin there. The interesting thing was that Adam Lowndes held the steering wheel straight the whole entire time while Prestipino was on the lock stops trying to gather it all up in the Excalibur Screwbolts Saloon car race.
It's great to see Luke O'Callaghan back in competition, driving the number 63 Commodore as well. He's from the Alpine region in Victoria. Haven't seen him too much in recent seasons, but it's good to see him back here this weekend. And McSwain on screen there in the Cave Hill engines with the P plate on the back of that AU Falcon as well, but he's got Prestipino ahead of him.
So tons of racing going on here. 3 laps down in this 5-lap journey. As I was touching on, some news just coming up from the race secretary's office is 30-minute sports car race and all the 10-lap races from this afternoon reduced to 9 laps as a result of the Circuit XL's clean-up, and it looks like the speed comparison has been scrapped as well. So that lots of time there. We've got Jeffy Thomas, he's going around, and in the Excalibur Racing AU Falcon, he gets racing again. This is back up the front now. This is position 3 and 4 on the road. Sorry, 2, 3 and 4 on the road. Andrews Leoncini, Mark Sutherland. Gee, they're carrying some good corner speed in these 6-cylinder Falcons and Commodores, really coming onto the straight. Wide open throttle around the top part of the track. Bit of a battle going on back down through the field in the iPad car for Callaghan there. So Luca Callaghan going nicely. Started out of 7th, remains in 7th. Oh, Prestipino again. Loose as a goose. Gets it wide out. And you don't want to be going 2 wheels in the dirt, exiting turn number 1. But he's managed to survive it about 3 or 4 times. Also down into turn 4, but I tell you what, Prestipino kept the boot in it. Some brave racing. Took a win yesterday after some time away, and he's just going to break it sideways. Gets into the back of Lowndes this time round. So I reckon you cool your heels there, number 99. Just take a deep breath, mate. Get through the corner. Adam Lowndes again, almost victim of someone else's exuberance. But pretty exciting stuff from where we're watching this from, up high in the tower. We're not going to get hit by any debris coming off either the 9 or the 19 or the 99. They line them all up again for me today, so I trip over my words.
Oh, you always love a bit of alliteration though, don't you, Darren?
You've got to have it. That was the language.
Bit of a moment there for Lowndes on the exit of Siberia. He ran a little bit wide, but that opened the door for Prestipino to sail on through. But have a go at Leoncini in position 2. He's still got that car beautifully balanced as he dances around on the throttle coming over Licky Heights. He's run wide though, so that's got Sutherland having a good look around the outside in the number 9, the red VX Commodore, up into position 2. Here comes Prestipino. He likes the slice of that action as well. He'll have a look up the inside as they come through turn 12, but Leoncini slams that door firmly shut.
Not that there was ever one open for him to go into it. He was having a good old look at it. As there's the checkered flag and Sean Jamison gets the victory, you get the feeling that when come the 9 lapper this afternoon, we're going to see 9 laps of what we've just seen happen for 5 laps there in the Excalibur Screwbolt Saloon car race for this weekend. We look back down through the field now. This is Glenn Campbell in the 57, currently in 10th place, but it is Sean Jamieson for the Morford Vale Garage and the Sedan Hotel. Number 18 gets the win over Mark Sutherland. Good result there for Mark. He's working his way to a victory. Angels Lancini, I'm going to say, do you remember when Wayne Gardner raced in supercars? They used to call him Captain Chaos.
Yeah.
I reckon the driver of number 99, I'll press the Pino, might be putting his hand up for a bit of Wayne Gardner action there, but there was no chaos. He just having his own chaos at the wheel, and we could see that he was swapping lock for lock to keep the car under control.
I'll let you call him Captain Chaos. I think I'll just leave you to that. That's your task for the afternoon.
Yeah, so cars going back into the pit area there. Adam Lowndes, like Callan did a nice drive actually there. Luke started out of 7th, got himself 6th. McSwain, Harris, Capelli, Glenn Campbell, Knight, Jeffy Thomas, and rounding out the field is Brett Tate. So that completes the second race for the weekend, the 5-lapper for the Excalibur screw bolts. Top quality masonry fittings, bolt down, masonry, machinery, guardrails, ADMs, safes, anything to concrete. Speak to Dennis Brown, sales@screwbolt.com, as we have got the 944s without any delay heading out onto track. And we'll continue the chat as the 944s make their way down into turn number 1. Championship standings for the 944s at this point in time. It is Cameron Bella leading the way on 194. Coming into this round, Jamie Westaway on 190, Adam Brewer on 160. Mark Torbert's back there in 4th place in the 145 points. Richard Howe, 113 points. Andrew Jackman, 108. So there's a real logjam in that last few within the top 6 or 7 there. Tony Westaway, Mark Fantino, Michael Westaway, Keith Mariner, and that is how the championship standings were coming into this weekend. Last year, Cam Bella qualified with a 2:03.43. Did a terrific job last year, and he managed to do the same here this weekend. Both James and Cameron filling the front row of the grid. Car number 1, Jamie Westaway will take the pole position. Position number 2 is Cam Bella in the number 55. Adam Brewer in the 31 in P3. Then we go to Anthony Westaway in the number 3 out of position 4. Mark Torberts in the number 74. Then we go to Richard Howe. Then we go to Tim Wolfe, Dick Howe in the lineup there, and we go to Tony Andrewski, Andrew Jackman, Josh Brisbane, Mark Verdino, Jack Atley coming out of 13th spot in one of the sponsors for the 944 Championship. Jack, of course, got the pit lane clothing emblazoned right across the side, and I've got a guest commentator that's landed right next to me. I have no idea who it is.
Rory. There we go. Mike's on. So, yeah, no, I'm actually very familiar with the boys. So, during the COVID epidemic, we all had a bit of an online racing league that I managed to be a part of. And, yeah, like I said, a very colourful group of fellas.
And what do we call you? What's your name?
Rory.
Rory, there we go.
Yep.
Just Rory. Rory from the online racing league.
Yeah, exactly. So
knows our 944 cars which are coming down. We were just touching on Jack Atley with the pit lane clothing company 944, also part of the sponsorship package, which is alive and well for the 944s. Of course, Porsche Cars Australia have got big involvement with the 944s, the AAA Home Loans, also the naming rights sponsor. So AAA Home Loans making themselves known very well in the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Advanced Fitness Gyms, Poolmaster Bayside, Seat Time Race Solutions, Simulator Hire, AVI Technology, Smith's TMP, and of course Pit Lane Clothing, as we touched on with Jack Atley. So cars coming around on their warm-up lap, and we have got this afternoon's races still to go. This is the second but last stanza of the morning racing. Of course, we go straight from this into a 30-minute sports car race.
what a race we had yesterday as well, with the photo finish, of course, with Jamie pipping Cam at the last minute there. So we're definitely due for a revenge race, hopefully, from Cam. He was talking up a big game after getting pipped on the line, so it should be interesting. So cars coming around for the 944s. There's our
medical cars, which we hope never to use. We hope they just troll around behind the field and come back to the pit lane and park up and get themselves ready and go through all their training regimes, and hope we never have to use them. Mark Torbett's coming around now to the grid. It's a very slow warm-up lap, just mulling around coming down to the start-finish line. Our two main protagonists, of course, across the front row, Jamie Westaway and Cameron Bella. Fantastic rivalry between these two cars, these two teams. The Ausfield Racing Oils entry of Jamie Westaway and the Bella Motorsport. Of course, all these cars running the Porsche windscreen banner. They've got a definite tie-up with Porsche Cars Australia, or a prize at the end of the season to drive a cup car, test drive in a cup car. So a very, very worthy prize for the contenders in this championship. The tail end of the field coming down to take their position now. Looking back 4 rows for Richard Howe, the wily veteran of Victorian Motorsport. In fact, I think Dave Amor from HQ Racing was confirming that Richard Howe is now our most senior racer. And it would make sense. He was around at the front of the field in Oscar days at the height of the Thunderdome and around prior to that as well. So Richard Howe lines up. He's got the white, black, yellow and red striped car, and they're away. The two guys on the front row. It's a short advantage to Westaway off the line in first gear. Grabs second gear. He's not going to drive away with it. They're going to go side by side, but it looks like it's going to be Westaway will be on the inside of the corner, so that would have to be a distinct advantage at that point in time, and it works out like that as well. The AVI technology car of Adam Brewer slots into P3.
Yeah, good effort there from Westaway, that's for sure. That's a very important little head start he's got there, and you can be sure that those two guys will be going head to toe for the rest of this race. Brewer there, third. And it looks like we've got the number 4 car. Here we go.
Tony Westaway, the next one in there. Mark Torbett's off in the back in the distance there. Up the inside is the 74 of Mark Torbett's. There he is. The Watson Racing car. That's a good start there by Lyndon in the number 5. Up nicely, but Mark Torbett's has acquitted himself very nicely off the line, out of 5th. He's going with the lead bunch, and that's what he has to do. There's Richard Howe just weighing in on the back of it, get the feeling that he wants to give this mob a bit of a hurry up as well. Gets one spot, or does he? He's going to go around the outside, puts him on the inside for Lukey Heights, but loses a bit of territory. Hangs on as the wily racer he is. Stays there. And you'd have to say gets the spot in the number 8 over the number 3.
There we go. Yeah, great effort there from Torbett's. He'd be raring to go after hearing news that he won't be participating in the speed comparison. So he's obviously letting it all on the line now.
Yeah, doesn't have to spare the horses anymore, does he? He's got this race and a 9-lapper to go for the weekend as they go side by side. This is close stuff for 944s. We often talk about the BMW E30s and the 944s with their 50% weight split on the car, and that's why they seem to track so nicely and open up wide throttle. It's pedal to the metal and just keep those revs pouring on as the entire field stream by. Lap 1 led by 0.16 per second to Jamie Westaway, Cam Bella and Adam Brewer, Mark Torbett's, Tony Westaway, Richard Howe, Tim Wolfe, Tony Andreski, Jackman for Dino Brisbane. Jack Atley's made up a spot or 2 there as well. And the whole field completes lap number 1. 5 laps the journey for this one. And straight after this, we've got the 30-minute sports car race streaming down from turn 2 to turn 3. This is our mid-pack.
Yeah, no surprise out the front though, guys. We've got the old Westaway versus Bella battle brewing. Nice little inside manoeuvre there from Verdino. Nice job.
Andrew Jackman hanging on with this group there as well.
Yep.
Looking nice. The car's presented beautifully. Watch the number 20 just streamway there. There's Jackman. Started out at 10th place. Jackman, yes, hangs on. Stays in 10th as we speak. Tony Andrewski in there as well, the number 9. Started out at 9th, now in 8th. Wolf in there as well. It's Tony Andreski in the dark blue car there, just on the back of this pair going side by side here. Pipecraft versus Poolmaster.
Great little move there from Jackman, and he's been pipped back there by Wolf. Just got the inside and was pushed out wide, I think, on the following corner as they come around the final bend. And it looks like you got Andreski in there with a nice little slipstream. See how he goes down the straight here. So there seems to be a lot of action going down the back of this kind of 8th to 10th little group there.
Swapping, Lyndon Watson has jumped 8 spots in this since the start of this race in 2 laps. So driving very nicely there, trying to make hay while the sun shines. The track is absolutely bathed in sun and has been pretty much all day today. Well and truly worth making your way trackside here. We're still going to be racing up until 5 o'clock tonight. We've got an absolute packed program still to unfold before us. And we're watching the Triple Eight Home Loans Pit Lane Clothing 944 cars on track now. This is the battle for the race lead. Up the inside goes Cam Bella. Jamie Westaway, don't leave the gate open because the dogs will bolt. And I'm not calling Cameron Bella a dog, but I tell you what, he'll open the gate and run for it.
Exactly, mate. It is side by side here as they go around. They've been very kind, actually, to each other all season. Haven't scraped too much paint with one another, but I tell you what, the way this is going, with the inside line here, Bella, very kindly, they run next to each other. And he's on the outside here. This will be a tough one. How
good's this? They've been side by side since the exit of Siberia. Now they're just going to swap sides. So the dance continues. We've just swapped the sides of the dance floor here. And around they go. Jamie applies the throttle. He does like to lead this. Cam Bella does also like to lead. So that's why they continue the race-long battle. They always want to have the fresh air in front of them. But Cameron Bella in the number 55 now has got the work to do in the slipstream. Jamie Westaway holds onto the driver's right at the track. In fact, they're cleaning the white line all the way down to the driver's right. They slowly drift out. Bella sells in the dummy.
Oh, there we go. That was dangerous there, but he's ambitious from Bella.
Mark Torbitts has lost a spot in that lap to Tony Westaway. Gone down 1 spot there now, and Mark Torbitts will fall into the clutches of Richard Howe in the not too distant future. But this is the battle for right out in front of this race, and you can actually see it's out to about 5 seconds, the gap between these two and Adam Brewer, P3 on the road, to Lyndon Watson in P4, Tony Westaway, Mark Torbitts and Richard Howe, all locked together by about 2.5 seconds between them. But these two have been, without a doubt, without any question, the class of the 944 field over the last couple of seasons, and this is how it's battling out. In fact, at the moment, Cameron Bella hasn't really got an answer for the pace that Jamie Westaway is showing.
A little nice little dice here for third for the remaining podium position with Brewer and Watson. As you said, Watson's been on the march and he's making hay while the sun shines. As you said, he's right up there. So there's battles all around here for this this race, that's for sure.
There's Dickie Howe all over the back of Mark Torbitts at the moment. It's a battle of the protagonists. Been around for some time as well, Mark Torbitts. Can't wait to see him out in his yellow car.
Yep, the Cortina, I believe. He's
you said it, not me.
Very excited to be bringing that one out. But good move here from Howe. Racing royalty, as you said. He's been around for as long as they can remember, and he's put a move there on young Torbitts. Bit down on power, I believe, Torbitts. He struggles a little bit down Gardner Straight in that car. And you can see he's been swallowed up by the field a little bit. But
of course, Mark Torbitts, when he's not beaten around in his 944, works down at Geelong at the Volvo dealer, and also has nothing short of a medal band that he plays in on weekends as well. So I did ask him if he could do my daughter's birthday party for 7th birthday, and he said, I don't think it's appropriate.
Yeah.
I said to him, you don't know what the 7-year-old likes, mate.
Exactly. Just released a new album, I believe. The Coffin Carousel little band he got going there. I think he plays bass, so it's a.
You know what they say about bass players? They race Porsches really well. Have a look at this battle. This is going on. Takes the spotlight off Mark Torbitts for the moment.
Yep.
And we go back to the battle here with Tony Andruski.
Yep. Jackman, I think, is in there. It's we're all very nice, all sharing pit garages and whatnot. So there'll be a lot of, like you said, GoPro footage being exchanged after this one. And
Under brakes now, Jackman in the 27 right, smack bang in the middle there. The 20 there at Jackman, that's Andrewski in the 27, yep. And the 44 there is Mark Verdino. Cars all look terrific, really well prepared, well looked after, these cars. Sometimes in one-make racing they can start to look a little bit scrappy because of the panel contacts and things like that when everyone in the same car, but very little panel contact between these cars. Of course, a Porsche is not only hard to find parts for, but quite costly, so they try and keep them all pointing in the right direction. And this is the battle for the victory here at the moment, coming around to complete 5 laps. At the moment, it is Jamie Westaway. Cam Brewer's even gone the fog lights to throw a bit of a distraction at him here at the midday here at Phillip Island. Hardly fog and hardly even need lights.
And he's done well here, Westaway. He's kept his lead, and I tell you what, that's going to bring the championship, I believe, even closer. Even closer.
Across the line they go, separated by 0.21 of a second. Jamie Westaway takes another victory in the 2022 888 Home Loans Porsche 944s.
Great effort there from Brewer, pipping in another 3rd position, so he cements his place, I guess, as the best of the rest at the moment. And thrilling race there, actually, with Watson right in there, coming from quite a way back. So it'll be good to see these guys out for the 9-lapper come later on in the day.
Yeah, so at the moment we're expecting that to start at about 4:35, something like that. So it's the last race of the day, so we look forward to seeing the Porsche 944s back then and doing a tremendous job. Really good, clean, hard racing out in front. In fact, right throughout the field, as the footage showed right throughout that race. Jamie Westaway over Cambella, then it's Brewer, Watson and Tony Westaway rounds out the second race for the weekend for the 888 Home Loans. Rory, thank you very much for your time.
My pleasure.
Great to have had you up here.
Look forward to the next one.
Yep, they'll be back at about 4:35. We go straight now into the 30-minute sports car race, the multi-million-dollar field. And can Benny Schutz find some pace to stay with the Porsches over the 30-minute race? We're going to be back with plenty more here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Take a quick break and we will have the sports cars on track.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Cars back on track now for the sports car race as they head down. We are absolutely pedaling. We're absolutely pedaling as hard as we can to get through a very, very ambitious schedule here this weekend. And try and get through all of the races. We've had a big delay after the Circuit XLs were on track earlier and delayed about half an hour after a lot of oil and pickups and things around the track. We also had a bit of a short pickup at the end of the sports sedan race as well. So there's our program for the rest of the day. Sports cars on track now for 30 minutes. Formula Ford 9 laps. Historic touring cars and HQs combined. MG and British for 9 laps. Formula Vee improved production. BMW E30s. Sports sedans in the QP Lubes Victorian Sports Sedan Championship. Hyundai XLs, let's hope they can bring them all back in one piece with no oil on the track and keep the program running nicely. Saloon cars and then Porsche 944s, and you can catch it all at blendline.tv/live for your racing. The field coming around for sports cars and will be underway in a race very, very quickly because they have a rolling start. Jamie Lovett will sit right beside our pole sitter Ben Schutz after he won the day yesterday in the Sin R1. He won all 3 races at this round last year. But I get the feeling that the Porsches are really starting to hunt back on the back of Ben Schutz. An experienced and exceptionally good racer is Ben Schutz. Really does, once he gets his hands and feet on the pedals and controls, dances a brilliant dance at the wheel of this car and pretty much anything he ever gets into. Sven Boykarts to Jacob Lee there as well. Andrew Hall, who was going for a podium yesterday on the last lap, spun with only a number of corners to go, so he'll be out of 6. Stephen Kepper in the number 58. Jim Manolis in the Raging Bull, the Huracan out of Trofeo Motorsport. Rowan Little to Rodney Gordon, Richard Green. Robin Bailey won't be in this one. He's withdrawn. Billy Moretti and Michael Kokonos off the back of this one. There's Michael in the launch Audi R8. Of course, we saw Michael in the McLaren last year. Had a massive spin at turn 1. Rolling start, and we're going to punch the loud pedal, and there it is. And away we go. Just watching the black Lamborghini of Jim Manolis. That should have launched very, very nicely indeed. He hasn't. In fact, he's been sort of left behind. Got from mid-pack out the back of the pack there. So injected very quickly in the back black Lamborghini. But it's the Porsches that are now hunting a Bulgarian supercar. The number 16 of Jamie Lovett has got Jacob Lee in the back of that one there as well. Maybe it isn't the Lamborghini, the black one there. I don't think. Maybe Jim didn't take the track here for this one. And down the inside, a big look there. There's Andrew Hall trying to make up the spots. Him and Jamie Lovett do all but possibly come in contact with each other. The 16 and the 130. We line it up. This is exactly what entertained us 12 months ago. Was the battle between Hall and Lovett. Jacob Lee weighs in on it as well. He's doing a good drive in this year's championship. Right alongside me now is Callum Brannigan, and we've got 30 minutes of fury here for the sports cars.
Yeah, you touched on it. 12 months ago we saw this enthralling battle between the two Porsches, but it was only yesterday that Lovett and Andrew Hall were absolutely battling it out until Hall made a bit of a mistake at Siberia on his own, spinning into the kitty litter in the 130 Porsche 991.2. That is a beautifully presented Porsche on screen as it comes through turn 12. They're already beginning to lose touch with Schutz, so if they had any chance of trying to thwart his progress in this race, it was going into turn 1 where they really needed to get the jump on Schutz and try and balk him as much as possible and make those Porsches the widest Porsches in the entire world by preventing that Sin R1 from getting through. But obviously a significant power advantage in the way of the the 7-litre powered V8 Sin at the head of the field. It's no surprise that Ben Schutz was the fastest person on the the rolling start, I should say. 1 seconds between those two, so we'll keep an eye on that margin as this race unfolds. Obviously, these cars have been topped up with as much Panther fuel as possible, or enough fuel to justify completing 30 or just over 30 minutes of competition around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. So as those fuel loads come down throughout this race, say a big thank you to Panther for supporting, or for their support of the sports cars this weekend. But as the fuel loads come down and the tyres really start to settle in and unwind around this Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, we could expect to see a couple of battles unfold. Obviously, the tyres that are usually associated with sports car racing are usually a much harder compound, so it does take a long time for these tyres to come up to their proper operational window, as is the quick-fire nature in the VSRS, or the Victorian State Race Series super sprint format, trying to accommodate so many different racing categories across a weekend. It's fantastic that sports cars are able to give up one of their races and effectively combine the two events to give them a longer endurance event, because these sports cars really do lend themselves to much longer racing than just a 5-lap affair in the morning or an afternoon, Darren.
Just watching on camera now, Sven Boykart's going head-to-head with Steve Kepper. Of course, Sven Boykart's in one of Porsche's absolute favourite weapons of choice, an absolute behemoth of a Porsche. Underneath Sven Boykart's the 911 GT3 RSR, the only one in this field, and he is driving it very, very well. There it is, the number 90. Sven Boykart's at the wheel, doing a tremendous job in this Porsche. It is an absolute weapon of a vehicle. They really are a purposeful Le Mans spec car in this sort of production sports car type of thing. Jacob Lee looks to the inside in the MarsPerformance.com. Bright blue, orange wheels on that Porsche out there really does grab your attention, and as does his driving style. Maximum attack type of racer, as we've seen just up the road in front of him as well, Jamie Lovett. And at the moment, Andrew Hall has just given himself about a 3/4 of a second gap over Jamie Lovett, which can all come undone in one corner if Andrew makes any sort of glitch or mistake there. But at the moment, it is Jacob Lee right in the back of Jamie Lovett there as well. So, as I mentioned in the start of this race, this white Porsche and the one just up the road from it, the 130 car of Andy Hall, enthralled us with their racing. It was just a whole 30 minutes of absolutely tearing shreds off each other. No contact, no harm, no foul, anything like that. But they had a ripping race, and once the helmets came off, it was like they'd just run a ultra marathon in 42-degree heat. Really, really intense racing.
And Jacob Lee really has stood out this weekend. He was the beneficiary of Andrew Hall falling off the track yesterday and made his way onto the podium as he sneaks up the inside going through turn 2. So he relegates the number 16 of Jamie Lovett back off the podium into P4, but this battle is far from over. He might have won the battle, but the war is far from over. So Jamie Lovett once again looking to strike back up the inside coming into turn 4. He's got the inside line, the MarsPerformance.com Porsche, hung out to dry out in the grey. He does have the ideal line as they come up to Siberia. And he does. He jams it up the inside, but Lovett will square off this exit. He'll get a great run as they come through the hay shed. So very much looking forward to seeing how this one unfolds. The more that they continue to squabble, that's great news for the number 130 of Andrew Hall ahead of these two. So with the two squabbling and holding each other up, effectively balking each other around this fast-flowing Grand Prix circuit, that's enabling the car of Hall just to go just to eke out a little bit further. But as I say that, it actually looks like the visible gap between Lee in the number 266 Porsche is shrinking at the moment. Slightly compromised on exit there as they come through turns 11 and 12, and with 20 minutes exactly left in this race, the gap is 2.7 seconds between the leader and the pursuing pack of Porsches in what is an enthralling battle for P2. But it's really up to these drivers to try and absolutely nail their apexes, nail the braking points, and remain as consistent as possible throughout this entire race, because it is a small endurance race for these guys. It really highlights or really emphasises the fact that they have to be super consistent. They can have pace for days, but they need to make sure that they can do it for a much longer period of time, as Jacob Lee makes his way up into position 2, and he's been tagged on corner exit. He spins around. He's on driver's left-hand side, and he makes contact with the wall. Oh, that's a little bit of damage on the number 266 MarsPerformance.com Porsche.
Gee, I don't know how to break that down, actually, the way that occurred there, because Jacob got right up the inside of Andy Hall there. It looked to have had the manoeuvre done, and then he started to move over. Andy Hall had no further sort of track to allow, I guess, any more racing room, bar jamming on the brakes and then having Jamie Lovett come into the back of you. But we may get a replay of that. But what has happened now is that Andy Hall has gone back a spot, and it's seen Jamie Lovett jump into that position. The race being led by Ben Schutz with 18.5 minutes left to go. And of course, Ben Schutz is pivotal in the decision-making process to get the Harrop State Racer 4 Hour back up and running at Winton Motor Raceway on the 10th of September. improved production cars, BMW E30s, Porsche 944s, Saloon cars, and invited cars all in the mix for the Raceworks Promotions Harrop State Racer 4 Hour. The guy leading the race at the moment is integral in the running of that particular event. Down the straight they come. Ben Schutz leads 8.1 seconds. This is what Ben has to do each and every time in one of these races, is he has to be fast on cold tyres, and then he has to, I guess, balance the gap between himself and one of these Porsches that's willing to take him out. Let's have a bit of a look back down past Andrew Hall to Steve Kemper and Sven Boykarts. They're battling it out. Then it's Little and Kokonos. He's up a spot. Here we go. There's Lee up the inside. Andrew Hall drawing alongside. And, wow, yeah, maybe it was Andrew Hall trying to straighten up the car there, because it looked like Lee might have just been going straight, but they were both definitely squeezed for room on the outside of the track there. I'm not going to really give too much more of a call on that until there's some on-board footage seen there to see what's going on with the steering wheels.
It's times like this you're happy to be in a nice, comfortable commentary box, Darren, where you don't have to make those decisions in race control or be the driving standards observer to hand down those calls, because that one looked pretty marginal. And it looks pretty tricky to make those calls, but obviously the driving standards observers and race control as well are well equipped to the task of making these critical decisions, because it's not easy telling a driver that they've made a mistake. They're not going to be the first person to admit that. Jacob Lee, on the other hand, he has actually made his way back into the pit paddock, so he was able to get that car fired up again out of the wall, and he's rejoined the paddock at the exit of turn 4, so he will take no more, he won't take any further part in this race, unfortunately, and race control will be reviewing that. Obviously, there's a lot of onboard footage, all cars equipped with GoPros, because it really assists race control in trying to make these calls when something does go wrong. On screen at the moment, we've got Little in the number 7 Porsche. Looks brilliant in a completely plain white livery. I'm a big fan of white liveried race cars with black highlights, black wheels.
This is how they come from Weissach. That's exactly how you get delivered from the Motorsport division in GT3 from the Porsches. And that is Rowan Little charging with Michael Kokonos right in behind him. Michael Kokonos doing a good job there. Switch from McLaren, and of course thrilled us with his lose at turn 1 last time around, and certainly liven things up with the McLaren, but good to see him in the number 8 launch Audi R8, and he's doing a tremendous job hanging it all together, just setting out some consistent laps, but the car in front is setting personal best lap times. This car here with Rowan Little, one of the older cars there, Michael Kokonos going the dive bomb on turn 4 there on his Pirellis. Of course, there is a tyre battle also raging within the Victorian Sports Car Championship, and the Audi running the GT spec tyre, if you like, that is running the Australian GT Championship, running at Mount Panorama and Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 Hour this weekend. Not too sure what tyre Little is on. I know that Ben Schutz was on a Pirelli wet, but runs a Yokohama dry tyre on the Sin. So mixing up in dry and wet conditions, which doesn't really matter, as we see Kokonos go through and makes the manoeuvre on Rowan Little. Did it quite easy in the end. Rowan just opened up the corner and doing a nice job there. The R8 now unleashed for launch. The number 8 Audi R8 onto the straight, and we'll start another lap of this 4.45 circuit here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix track.
Yeah, I love the sound of the Sven Boykart's Porsche. Different note coming at the back. We're used to hearing the usual screaming flat 6 exhaust note from most Porsches or Carrera Cup cars from a long legacy of racing Porsches around the world, but the Boykart's car definitely sounds a lot more different, a lot more attuned to the Le Mans style exhaust system running on those Porsches from the mid-noughties. So sounding absolutely beautiful as it screams around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. I was just looking at Ben Schutz's time at the head of the field as well, while this battle rages on between Jamie Lovett and Andrew Hall, a seemingly never-ending battle between these two. But Ben Schutz has been very consistent. He's coming up to some lap traffic at the moment. He's getting past the GT4 specification Porsches. He's coming onto the main straight. Ben Schutz, the last 3 lap times have been a 35.3, a 35.8 and a 35.5. So he's very much settled into a groove, and he's doing exactly as what we touched on earlier in that he's got the pace in hand, but he needs to execute it beautifully in a race distance. So with 13 and a half minutes remaining in this race, Lovett and Hall coming across the line there. They're now 11 seconds down the road from Ben Schutz, who is absolutely executing this race to a T, doing a brilliant job in the lead of this race in the Sin R1.
Certainly is. Just looking back onto some historical data, he got the race done last year, which will be the race this year will be marginally shorter than that. But he won that race the fastest lap, and the lap time was about 16 seconds between him and first and second. And we've got, I guess, the battle that we were sort of waited 12 months for to see how it's going to pan out this year, and that's Jamie Lovett and Andrew Hall at the moment. At the moment, Jamie Lovett just leading the way. Andrew Hall getting just a little bit mixed up with Jacob Lee on the exit of turn 2 there, but we'll leave that to others around the racetrack to adjudicate on. I'm struggling to find a fault there. It was a couple of drivers that got together after a passing manoeuvre, and whether there's some recompense to be paid, that's up to others to work that out as they plunge down into MG. We've got one of the slower Porsches, I think it's like a GT4 Cayman, that is just exiting in front of these guys.
Yeah, that's Morelli. So he very wisely stuck to the far left-hand side, well and truly off the racing line, allowing those GT3 specification Porsches, sorry, not 100% 3 GT3 specification, but the Cup car
certainly
specification Porsches.
Outgoing GT3 spec Cup cars,
not
for sure.
Not too far off the GT3 regulations, the worldwide regs that you see, especially competing this weekend at the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 hour. We have to say big hello to Dave Stilwell, who's sorely missed this weekend. He would normally be calling alongside Darren Smith, calling all of the action for the sports cars, the Panther Racing fuel-backed series. So a big hello to him, but a massive weekend of sports car racing, not only in Bathurst, but also here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit with this 40-minute or 30-minute mini endurance race, as well as the Brabham BT62 featuring in the NGs and invited British sports cars this weekend. So it's been a big weekend of sports car racing in Australia. We're very happy to see this level of competition in multiple states, but obviously with the Victorian State Race Series, one of Australia's premier state-level motorsport events, brought to you live and free on the Blendline TV channel, on their Facebook page and YouTube channel, I should say. It looks like Jamie Lovett has found a little bit of pace, so he's currently lapping in the 1 minute 37s. It's about 1.5 seconds per lap off the pace of Ben Schutz, but he's got Andrew Hall absolutely locked behind him. He's also in the 1 minute 37s, albeit they're separated by about a tenth or two, give or take, depending on how they manage to unlock the performance throughout an entire lap.
I can't believe, Callum, I just looked at the time, there's 10 minutes left to go, and that 20 minutes is just ripped by with this sports car race. There's our race leader, the Richard Bendel-owned Sin R1 GT, being driven and prepared by Team Schutz, and of course Ben Schutz at the wheel now. Always acquits himself very, very well, and has been a difficult Bronco to ride this one at certain times, but and certainly yesterday in qualifying in the wet, Ben was literally all at sea. It was wet. He didn't have the setup under him that he wanted, and I actually asked him what was there something good you could cling to, and he said no, the car wasn't good from front bumper to back bumper. So there you go. There's the assessment, and that's how hard the Schutz boys will work to get the car working properly. They're now leading this race with 9.5 minutes left to go. Jamie Lovett to Andrew Hall. They're locked together as they have been. Steve Kemper is the next one in line. Then it's Sven Boykaerts rounding out our top 5 in the number 50 Porsche 911 GT3 RSR. Beautiful piece of kit, as is this Bulgarian supercar. An unlikely out front sports car race winning outfit, but the Australians have done a fantastic job. And around the top end of the circuit he comes as well. So just watching back to Michael Kokonos, he's in 6th place now in the R8. Then Rowan Little in the Porsche, Richard Green in the number 63 Porsche there as well. Put down the golf sticks and is teeing off with a Porsche here this weekend. Then the number 97 of Rodney Gordon And we go back to the nice little Porsche we just saw on screen before as our race leader came around. Billy Morelli there in the GT4 CS MR Cup car. 3.4 litre power plant on board that one. And then we go back to Jacob Lee, who spun and has been back into the pit lane.
You just saw a prime example of what 15 seconds looks like around Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit in a Victorian sports car race. So 15 seconds the gap between Schutz and the Porsches battling it out for position 2. Schutz is still in the 35, so he's been locked into 1 minute 35s for this entire race. Lovett and Hall have dropped into the 36s. In fact, they're almost getting into the 37s now. So the pace of those Porsches not anywhere near as consistent at this stage in comparison to the Ben Schutz car ahead. There is Kepper on screen in the number 58 Carrera Cup car. That is a 997 Porsche Carrera Cup car, sounding absolutely spectacular as it screams past the camera point at turn 3. Deep under brakes going into turn 4, and here is Morelli, the number 177 GT4 specification Porsche Cayman, and there is Sven Boykarts in the Porsche GT3 RSR, and there's Kokonos in the older modelled Audi R8. So it's definitely plenty of variety and a good mix of different sorts of machinery. A lot, obviously, Audi, Porsche mainly represented in this race. They've got massive legacies in sports car racing all around the world and in Australia as well. Melbourne Performance Centre have a big weekend this weekend, obviously with a cohort of Audi R8, or Audi R8s up at the Bathurst 12 hour, the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 hour, and with a smattering of international Audi factory drivers making the trip down under to take part in that race as well. So Melbourne Performance Centre certainly one of the pillars of Audi's customer racing programs around the world. And it's great to see Melbourne Performance Centre forging ahead in Australian GT competition, and also obviously Victorian state level competition. This is where a lot of the gentlemen drivers who make appearances in sports cars, this is where they get their circuit racing berth right here in the VSRS.
It certainly is, and that's what Michael Kokonos has done. He's come through a GT4 and a McLaren. Here's Richard Green now on screen in the red, silver and black, almost the Porsche corporate colours turned around the other way, featuring more red than black and silver, but a fantastic looking livery down the side under the underpinnings of the door, then straight over the middle, I guess the GT stripe as it was relegated back when it was first instigated. But Richard Green, best lap time on lap number 6 of 139.89. Not quite on the front-running pace of Ben Schutz at 134.4 or 135.7 of Lovett and 135.8 of Andrew Hall, but certainly great to have Richard Green on track with us and waving the Victorian sports cars scene flag. A little bit of a note across the bottom of our broadcast Facebook viewers, there'll be a new stream instigated after sports cars, so you'll have to refresh your view and come back to us with that, or of course you can check it out at the blendline.tv/live site and watch it through there. But it's certainly at the end of this race, if you lose the stream, just log back on Facebook, refresh it up, and you'll have the stream live and well back with you. This battle continues to rage. Exactly 5 minutes left to go, so you'd have to expect at least 3 laps out of these two. And I'm going to say, unless Andy Hall's got something very aggressive that he can throw out at Jamie Lovett here at the moment, it looks like the G-Lux racer, number 16, might have his measure this year. And when we look to the last couple of years, it was Jamie Lovett that came second in race 2 and race 3, but Andrew Hall came second in race 1 for the weekend. So at the moment, we're following a fairly set plan, and there wasn't 3 races, there was only 2, so it was Jamie Lovett that got second in race 2 and second for the round. Of course, Ben Schutz took the round last year with Andrew Hall in P3, Richard Campbell, Jim Manolis, Paul Plank, Michael Stillwell and Michael Kokonos in his, at the time, McLaren 570S GT4, came home in 8th place. At the moment, Michael Kokonos is in 6th place in this race, and he is grabbing 43 points. I'm going to suggest, Callum, over the next 3 hours and 50 seconds, 3 minutes and 50 seconds, these two Porsches are where we're going to be at.
Absolutely, and we touched on Kokonos before, who's sitting in 6th position, driving the number 8 Audi R8. He's setting personal best lap times at the moment. He's done a 1 minute 37.9 that last lap around. He is lapping 2 seconds a lap quicker than the Burke, Boycarts and Kepper cars ahead of him. He's currently 54 seconds off the front of the outright lead, but Kokonos is finding plenty of pace in the closing stages of this race, and it looks like Kokonos has actually made his way past Boycarts as they're coming on to the main straight, whilst this battle for P2 absolutely rages on. And it looks like we've got Gordon in the number 97 Porsche. He's about to be lapped by this battling duo. The duo being Jamie Lovett and Andrew Hall, and here is Kokonos on screen now, so he's relegated Boycarts back into position 6, so Kokonos up into P5 now. He's found plenty of pace as this race draws to a close with just under 3 minutes remaining. So I'd hazard a guess that there's probably about two, maybe 3 laps remaining in this race, second race of the weekend for the sports cars. They get their qualifying done and dusted on a Friday in the lead up to the event. Have a super sprint on the Saturday, a 5-lap race, which we saw yesterday, and an outstanding battle between the Lovett and Hall cars, which rages on today. And then they sacrifice one of their races on Sunday for the 30 or 40 minute endurance race that takes place, and is always a highlight of the weekend for any round of the Victorian State Race Series. But Boycarts is keeping contact with Kokonos, very evenly matched for pace. 2 wildly different mechanically configured cars. You've got a screaming V10 paired with a 6-speed transaxle in the back of the Audi R8 versus the 3.6 litre flat 6 engine paired with a stick-shifted 6-speed gearbox in the back of the Boycarts Porsche GT3 SR car. That car was configured for the big endurance races, the late noughties or mid to late noughties, and looks absolutely beautiful even to this day. I love the flared guards. I love how it rages and exaggerated is in various places.
I like the orange, the yellow-orange tinted headlights for the fog. For the Spa race and that sort of thing. They really just stayed with all of the things that you need in those races. But absolute beautiful piece of equipment out of Weissach. Of course, the main factory is in Stuttgart, but the Motorsport division out of Weissach, and they do it well. The Porsche factory, particularly in their Motorsport outfit, their ethos is steeped in Motorsport success, and they don't release something for Motorsport unless it's going to win races. And it's really good that we've got the young Aussie like Matt Campbell, who is an absolute ambassador, and of course our Mark Webber as well, who won in LMP1 in the Porsche cars as well. But I've got to say, Matty Campbell, who came here to Phillip Island in a Class 2 car in the GT3 Cup Challenge as it was known back then, and absolutely served up a lesson to everyone. Suffice to say, the very next event he was in a Class 1 car or a Class A car for that series, and his career has just taken off from there. Have a look at this. Getting through the back markers again is Benny Schutz. We've got 27 seconds remaining in this, and I would suggest that Ben Schutz will be shown the checkered flag at the end of this as that raspy sounding LS-based 7-litre car back down through the gearbox. Ben Schutz busy at the wheel. You can just see his hands very deliberately tipping the car in, not getting it too nervous, not starting to dance around on its tyres or anything, just turning the wheel, making one very positive moment at the steering wheel. And that's the style he's adopted to drive this car. It was a little bit different when he was driving the Daytona Coupe, and they had some great success at that for numerous years with Jamie Augustine up at the Bathurst 12 Hour, and that car did well in Invitational. This one hasn't done it yet and probably won't. The Sin R1 GT being driven by Ben Schutz makes his way around. Checkered flag at the ready with our PIARC officials, who are celebrating their 70th anniversary, and unfortunately due to time delays during the Circuit XL's race, we won't be seeing the speed comparison we were going to be treated to here today, which was really going to feature the BT62 Brabham with Tim Slade at the wheel. There's the checkered flag, and Ben Schutz takes another round victory for the Victorian Sports Cars Championship. He comes at number 2 and number 3 on the road. It's going to be some 17 seconds behind our race leader in the Sin R1 GT. They go side by side on the straight. Andrew Hall throws everything at it. It's 0.04 of a second at the end. So 12 months may have separated them, but at the end of it, it's only 0.04, and that has been an absolute class result. Those two just love getting it on here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit at round 3 of the State Series. It's exactly how it played out last year, and it's done the same again here this year. So Jamie Lovett takes second place, and in fact he was the one that took second place over Andrew Hall last year as well. So the podium is the same as last year. If you liked it then, you'll like it again this year. Ben Schutz, Jamie Lovett and Andrew Hall as we wait for Steve Kemper to come to the line in his Porsche. There he goes, Michael Kokonos not too far behind as well. Sven Boykart's to the line now as well. Richard Green home in 8th place. 9th is Rodney Gordon, and then we go to Morelli, and unfortunately Jacob Lee not getting to the finish line. Jim Manolis not fronting for the flag, and even more unfortunate, Robin Bailey won't be taking any further part in this event as well, unfortunately, so he won't be in the MG race also. So that rounds out the round for the Victorian Sports Car Championship. Ben Schutz taking 100 points, Lovett 92, and Andrew Hall 78 points. We're not too far away from another race. I need a quick break before we go into this afternoon's race for Formula Fords. Of course, if you're watching on Facebook, make sure you hook up and refresh your new stream for the Formula Ford race on track next. We'll be back in just a couple of moments.
I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Check's big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide, you ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, now we coming for the bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. Here's a motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. Calling plays in the past and a run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and got a run last. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Check's big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide, you ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, now we coming for the bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's a motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. Calling plays in the past and a run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and got a run last. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah.
And welcome back trackside, and to everybody tuning in to the Blendline TV coverage, and welcome back to everyone tuning in on Facebook who will have hopefully refreshed their page for the new stream leading into the second round of races this afternoon. This is round 3 of the Victorian State Race Series for season 2022. Coming up is Formula Ford right now for their feature-length 9-lap race of the weekend. They'll be followed by the historic touring cars combined with the HQ Holdens, MGs and invited British sports cars with their 9-lap race, followed by Formula Vee, improved production, BMW E30, so those two classes have been separated for their feature races coming up today. Sports sedans and invited cars as well. Circuit racing Hyundai XLs, Saloon cars, and the Porsche 944s is scheduled to be the very last event of the day at close to 40 minutes or 20 minutes to 5 later on this afternoon. And if yesterday's light conditions were anything to go by, with that setting sun in the dusk, it makes another added challenge for the competitors. But right now on track, the Speco VHT Victorian Formula Ford Championship. Series sponsors include Yokohama Tyres, Dick Johnson Racing, Norwell Motorplex, Castrol Oil, Verotto Brakes, Freem Racewear, CHI, who are the authorised engine builders, and Varley Red Top Batteries as well. And on screen you can see they are warming up their tyres. They are equipped with Yokohama AO48 Control semi-slick tyres, a very versatile and resilient tyre for all conditions, and it will very much put to that test in yesterday's opening race of the weekend when the rain made its very rude appearance at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit and made for very slick conditions indeed. The guys and girls looked like they were having an absolutely terrible time trying to deal with the slick conditions, but obviously the tyres, they only need one set of tyres. In fact, they're only allowed to use one set of tyres throughout the weekend from the start of qualifying to the very end of race 3. So far this weekend we have seen Jordan Sinney at the top of the sheet, so he's showing as taking 2 race wins for the weekend so far in the number 5 Dirty Diggers car. He's lining up in this race alongside Matthew Holmes, driving the number 41 Altitech Racing prepared Spectrum 014. So that is a fantastic front row there. Matthew Holmes is actually starting from P2 for the 3rd time this weekend. He's showing plenty of pace, and he's certainly a VSRS regular. Matthew Hillier, he's on the recovery drive. He's currently starting in 3rd position in the number 4 Sonic Motor Racing Services prepared McGale. Sonic have always got a trick or two up their sleeve when it comes to car setup and dialing in their McGales. They are absolutely beautiful around this track. He lines up, and Hillier is lining up alongside Santa Lucia in the number 19 car, starting out of 4th. Joe Fawcett, Connor Summers, Bailey Collins, Harrison Sellers up from Tasmania, starting out at 8th position. Jack Clifford in 9th position. Harry Blanchard starting out at 10th position in the JLEC car, sticking to look like his brother Tim Blanchard, who will make a sensational return to Formula Ford competition at the National Series round at Winton next weekend. We've got Kobe Williams, Carly Fleming, Nick Mendes, Xavier Kokai and Kyle Evans rounding out the Duratec field. Meanwhile, in the Kent class, we will have Brendan Jones starting from pole position alongside Richard Davison, and we've got Andrew McGuinness, Peter Fitzgerald. We also have James Meaden and Phil Marinon starting at the back of the field as well. So we've got an action-packed grid of Formula Fords. And if this morning's race was a spectacular affair, we had the top 6 cars separated by less than a second and a half. Very much looking forward to this one. My name is Callum Brannigan, and I'm joined alongside by Darren Smith, who's taken a quick break to rest his voice. He is a very busy man this weekend and will no doubt have a very sore throat come Monday morning.
Well, I've got a trade show to do all this week, so I've got to perform like an athlete for week after week, and hardly ever do. Jake Santalucia is the one that I'm going to keep my eye on here. He started out of 9th this morning, starting out of 4th in the feature race this afternoon. Also Joe Fawcett as well, who has maintained position right throughout this weekend. So watching those two pretty closely. Of course, it's going to be on at the front of this one. Jordan Sinney and Matty Holmes, Matthew Hillier, they're the main protagonists that are going to be fighting out for it. But there's a couple of young guns that certainly I've got my eye on, and that's the focus on Furniture and Bedding, number 19. Didn't get a great start. we'll have the GKN car, the number 71 of Connor Summers, ranging right up beside him. But the car's lined down. We've got number 61 not getting away from the line there, Jack Clifford. So the Clifford family represented in both these and in Formula Ford. And Jack not getting away from the line, just pulls it off to driver's left.
Very smart start for Jordan Sinney to lead Matthew Holmes going into turn 1. Hillier holding position 3 at the moment. Santa Lucia also holding down P4. So not too sure what's happened to the car of Clifford there. Looks like he had a box of neutrals, or he's tried to clutch off the line there. And there'll be, I can't quite see past the bridge to see what has happened with that one. But we've got Holmes having a good look around the outside. As he attacks Sinney, he becomes vulnerable to the attack of Matthew Hillier. Hillier will have the outside line. He tucks back in as Santa Lucia is also vying in for this one as well. Connor Summers, we saw him recovering in the last lap racing the GKN race shafts, supported number 71 Miguel. He's sitting back in 5th position. He's a little bit further off this gap at the moment, but he should range back in as they come down the long main straight once again around the outside. This is Matthew Holmes. That is a dirty part of the circuit, but he'll have the inside line as they come under brakes into MG. Matthew Hillier hoping to follow him through as well, and you can see Connor Summers has already made that gap back to P4. There's also Joe Fawcett recovering. He's sitting in P6, closely followed by Bailey Collins as well. Harrison Sellers is also featuring in that battle too. So this is incredibly close. We've got a lot of cars potentially in the frame here to make it a battle for the leaders. They go 3, almost 4 wide across the stripe.
It's played into Jordan Sinney's plan, I would suggest. He opened it up on the entry to Lukey Heights just to see if someone else wanted to lead. We've got 9 laps this journey, so we can start to see some games being played out here. But Matthew Holmes is restless. He wanted to get out in the front of this race, as has the guy who started off out of position 9 this morning, Jake Santalucia. And a great race driver's name there as he comes down and is really battling for this podium spot there. Goes into P2. Jordan Sinney says, you want it, you can have it. We've got 9 laps to do this in. I don't really need the real estate out in front now, but I tell you what, when it comes to location, 3 wide through turn 4 there this time around, and there are some very restless Formula Ford racers that want to lead this race in lap number 2.
Have a go at Connor Summers up the inside of Jordan Sinney, so he'll get a good drive as they exit. Sinney's hung out to dry. He's on the dirt just a little bit, but he kept the boot in it, and he's able to continue, but he's falling back off this lead pack battle, so he's falling behind the car of Kobe Williams. He was the pole sitter in yesterday's race. Matthew Holmes defending beautifully from Matthew Hillier. Hillier's got the ideal line, deep under brakes into turn 10. Summers, no, that's Bailey Collins. He had it completely crossed up in the number 96. Very lucky to get that one gathered back up as well. Now we've got Xavier Kokai racing the high 0, the number 10 Spectrum. He's also making steady progress after falling off the track in race 2. He's got Harrison Sellers for company as well, just behind him. Coming onto the main straight once again, we're expecting them to fan out. They're going to be 3 wide as they come across the start-finish line. This time around, it's Matthew Hillier who's just ahead of Matthew Holmes in the number 41 Altitech Racing Spectrum, down into the fast sweeping right-hander. That is turn 1. Matthew Hillier's got the inside line, but once again they're going to be too wide going into turn 2. Connor Summers making his way up into P4, and we've got Kobe Williams in the Altitech Racing prepared Spectrum. He's currently sitting in position 5, but this is incredibly close between the top 5. Less than half a second covering the top 6 at the moment as they come hurtling towards turn 4.
Nice stuff there. Connor Summers, number 71, started out at 6th place, is really starting to impress pretty hard here. Jordan Sinney led that entire first lap, and he's found himself back in 6th place with another Spectrum of Joe Fawcett right behind him in the number 23 there as well. So they need to put their head down and start to work together to remain in touch with this. The biggest problem with Jordan opening up the wheel is that he didn't want to be shuffled back to 6th. He would have been happy to play rear gunner in 3rd. Now he's having to work very, very hard. Connor Summers has iterations for a race win here today, and I'm going to say he's going to have to deal with Matt Holmes. In fact, everyone has to deal with the ever-energetic Matt Holmes, who's currently sitting in position number 2. Matt Hillier out leading this one, but Matt Holmes is just driving like a restless man. Every corner he wants to win every single corner, which is not a bad theory. It's not a bad philosophy at all, but just concentrate. Keep your wits about you. And there's Santa Lucia as well, who started out at P4. has just been relegated back a couple of spots. There's the snake wiggling its tail all the way down the Phillip Island Grand Prix straight. 3 wide across the strike.
And it's allowing Matthew Hillier to grow that gap. So we were predicting that the Sonic Motor Racing Services prepared McGale. They might have a thing or two up their sleeve in terms of car setup, and it's certainly showing, and they've made contact. That's Connor Summers and Santa Lucia. They are off at turn 2. They have banked wheels. Doesn't look like too much damage on those two cars, but wheel-to-wheel contact between those two. They've engaged first gear and they're back under running, but they have dropped well and truly to the back of the field. Carly Fleming through there in the number 42 car. So that was spectacular coming together between those two. Meanwhile, Bailey Collins is coming under fire from Xavier Kokai into turn 4. So Kokai up into position 5 on the recovering drive and nursing a foot injury this weekend. And Jordan City's also on the recovery in the number 5 Dirty Diggers car. He's the current championship leader. We've got a replay of this coming together. So it's Santa Lucia on the outside in the number 19 car. That is contact between those two for sure. So Santa Lucia, Connor Summers, both very lucky to get away with that one relatively unscathed. Engaging first gear and getting back up and running as soon as possible. Kobe Williams and City, a great exchange between these two. They come into MG, and that is Harrison Sellers, who's locked up a breaker coming into MG, so he falls behind Joe Fawcett. But we've also got Kyle Evans. Kyle Evans is the fastest man on the circuit at the moment. He's done a 1 minute 39.5. He is circulating is nice and cleanly at the moment, but he's had a bit of a tricky weekend. There are 2 classes of racing unfolding at the moment. So on screen you can see the 1600 class Formula Ford, or the Kent powered, the old Cortina block powered Formula Fords, very similar in comparison to the Duratec or the Fiesta powered Formula Fords that you see at the front of the field. But these are the old generation cars, all the rule sets used by the Australian Formula Ford Championship up until 2005, before they ushered in a new set of regulations in 2006. But James Meaden, the yellow Van Diemen, the number 86 car, is currently ahead of Peter Fitzgerald in the red Spectrum, just behind him. That's a great battle between those two. But Richard Davison coming across the line right now. That is a Van Diemen RF95 with Richard Davison behind the wheel. He's currently leading the class at the moment. He's had a fantastic weekend, or not a fantastic weekend in race 1, but a good recovery drive in this morning's race. And he's in the lead at the moment and in the frame to take the win, but he's ahead of Andrew McGuinness, racing the former Russell Ingall car, the Caltex-sponsored Van Diemen.
I've got to say, the Meaden car for me is the synonymous chassis with Formula Ford racing. That RF86 really changed the game. All on-board suspension changed how a Formula Ford looked in the mid 80s there, and of course the RF95, which we see out in front of that particular battle with Richard Davison, is sort of where that dynasty ended up some 10 years later. Very, very much a huge part of the history of Australian Formula Ford racing is the RF Van Diemen range of vehicles. Out back in front of this race now, Hillier, Holmes, Cini. Cini has worked his way back up into P3. Then Williams, Xavier Kokai, what a drive. Out of 14th place, Xavier Kokai is now up into 5th place. Brought Collins with him. Cini has gone back a spot because now Williams has taken that spot away there as well. So Kobe Williams out of 11th has put the number 94 up in front of the guy that started on the front row of the grid. So got a good car under him, off into the dirt there. Gee, this is some frantic racing here by the number 96 there. That's Collins. And we've seen Bailey Collins do some frantic racing here this weekend. I said just before, Callum, these guys just seem so restless. Everyone just wants to win the race on the earlier part of the journey, don't they?
Have a go at Matthew Holmes. He's got the inside line of Matthew Hillier, side by side going into turn 4. But Kobe Williams featuring in P3 at the moment. He's the fastest man on track at the moment, and he had it coming together with Xavier Kokai in the race earlier. So that's a fantastic recovery drive from Kobe Williams. He has got pace for days, and it looks like we might have a car stranded at MG just off camera at the moment. So that looks like it's right on the apex of turn 10, so that might prompt a safety car. Local yellows obviously at that part of the track, so Jordan Cini was looking good for a move on Kobe Williams, but he is unfortunately unable to do that one. So you can see very visibly on driver's right hand side, that's Peter Fitzgerald. He's new to that car for this weekend, stepping back into a Kent powered 1600 Cortina block Formula Ford. after a couple of seasons in a Duratec car. And at the head of the field, Matthew Hillier driving a beautiful race at the head of the field. It's not easy to lead a race. Here is a replay of that coming together. Peter Fitzgerald looks like he lost it as he was trying to take evasive action from James Meaden, and he's unable to get that car fired back up. Obviously plenty of heat soak, a lot of temperature generated.
In fact, he's out of the car now and just pushing it back off the edge of the track there, so hopefully we can get him back out over the fence and the car can be there. Checkered flag is going to be displayed, so the race will be pulled a bit short there, so 7 laps will be the journey. Back at the front of the race now.
This is Matthew Holmes coming under fire from Matthew Hillier, side by side under brakes, turn 4, Honda. Matthew Hillier doing a beautiful job keeping that car beautifully under control. So Jordan City's also featuring in this battle, but he's lost one of the key passing opportunities. That is turn 10 with local waved yellows, as the car of Peter Fitzgerald is still stranded there. It is notoriously difficult trying to fire a Kent car back up when they are hot, so unfortunate for him to retire from this race. But Matthew Holmes, he's having a good look. He won't really be able to do anything with this momentum, so he'll have to leave it for the last 2 corners of this race if he's got any opportunity to take away the lead from Matthew Hillier and improve on his pair of P2s so far this weekend.
At this part of the lap, there's still 4 winners in this race. This could still go to Jordan Sinney. It depends on how they bring it onto the straight. It's all about power down now. At the moment, Hillier's doing a tremendous job out in front, and I've got to say, he's the one that's remained with the calm head about him at the moment, the number 4. And I don't think Jordan Sinney's thrown away his calmness either in the number 5 as well. But Holmes and Williams has driven a brilliant race to get there, but the victory goes to Matthew Hillier over Matthew Holmes, Kobe Williams, Jordan Sinney. Next across the line is Joe Fawcett, just pips Xavier Kokai there. So for P5, Xavier Kokai goes back 1 spot on the line there. What a brilliant finish to that race. Kyle Evans, who started out of 15th, made his way to 7th, so that's a tremendous finish there as well. And Harrison Sellers rounds out the 10.
Andrew McGuinness still leading the way from Brendan Jones in the 1600 race, so that's the number 2 car, the ex-Russell Ingall chassis. That car obviously famously up against Mark Larkham in the Coffee Ford RF89. It's like a very recognisable era of Formula Ford. Coming around turn 12 for the last time, Brendan Jones tucked in behind. He's the 6-time Victorian Formula Ford champion. Richard Davison leading the class. He's punching the air as he comes across the line there. Richard Davison taking out race 3 of the Formula Ford 1600 class on the same day that his son Alex Davison is taking part in the Liqui Bathurst 12-hour. Fantastic day to be a Davison, isn't it?
I tell you what, the good thing about that, Richard Davison and Andrew McGuinness are so happy because it's hard to beat an Andy Jones in the State Series in a Ken engine car, and both of them have beat him home. Sorry, not Andy Jones, Brendan Jones in that one as well. So terrific to see that. Car number 1, he won't worry about that at all. He's got so many championships, but will have enjoyed that journey, as the presentation for the Formula Fords will be down just near the race fuels area, near the Pyark muster shed down there. So cars 1, 2 and 3 in each of the classes will go down there and get their trophies.
So I have to say a big thank you to the category sponsors, Speco VHT, Yokohama Tyres, Dick Johnson Racing, Norwell Motorplex, Castrol Oil, Ferrado Brakes, Freem Raceware, CHI, the authorised engine builders, and Varley Red Top Batteries for their support of the stars of tomorrow. You saw them here today and you knew them before they were cool. That was round 3 of the Victorian Formula Ford Championship, and on your screen you can see confirmation. Matthew Hillier winning the 7 lap, the shortened race, winning that race from Matthew Holmes in P2, Kobe Williams P3, Jordan Sinney P4, Joe Fawcett home in P5. Just 0.6 of a second splitting the top 4 at the end of that race. We were predicting a close one, and that's certainly what we got, Darren.
Certainly did. Thank you very much, Callum, for all of your insight into Formula Ford racing, whether it be here on the Victorian State Series or nationally. Of course, they will all be racing up the road at Winton next weekend. We will be back in just a couple of moments here at round 3 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships for the historic touring cars and the evergreen Holden HQs on track in just a couple of moments.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Back here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, a great day celebrating 70 years for the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club. Just out over on the track over our shoulder here as we give the Bond Beach Lifesaving Club plenty of airtime there as well. The historic touring cars and the Evergreen HQ Holdens will be out on track. And in fact, if you have to have a blended field or a mixed field, this worked really, really well yesterday. Some very closely matched cars. The front row of the grid had a six-pack on it with the historic touring cars, and of course all the HQs got the 6 pots in a line attached to a 3-speed gearbox doing all of the brilliant work. David Amor has jumped in the commentary booth right here beside me. We don't want him to jump up and down too much more because he'll end up in race control on the Clark of Course's lap. Dave, your thoughts out of yesterday with the Kiwis?
Absolutely fantastic racing, mate. It was real good, close. Andrew McLeod is trying to get on the back of Magilton, but Magilton, mate, just a clean set of heels yesterday, you could say, especially in the greasy wet track in race 1. We had race 2 right at the end of the day, just before the headlights had to be turned on. We were able to squeeze ourselves into there.
Or in the case of the HQs, the candle lit behind the glass.
Yep, that's exactly right. So Glenn McDonald, he's in 3rd position. Keep an eye on him. Our pole setter Banks in the first race went all the way back to 7th or 8th. He's came back up to 2nd with about a lap and a bit to go, then went back to 4th. Keep an eye on him. He really wants to not only put it on pole, but really wants to win a race here at Phillip Island and wants to win this one.
Gavin Ross has also had continuing issues with his car, but everyone else pretty much just give him a bit of a wash off and a bit of a spanner check, and back out we go. Looks going to be interesting to see the pace of Banks up against the two guys on the front row of the grid there. I reckon he's certainly got the pace to get the job done.
Yeah, well, he has, but you've got to remember the guy Woods, I think it was Wednesday night, they put the car on the dyno, they blew the bottom end clean out of it. Not even the sump is worth fixing. They use that as a waterfall, so they had to put the old second-hand motor back in it.
A water feature in the garden.
Yeah, water feature in the garden. They've mucked around with it. David, this is all we got. We have to see how we go. Talking to Michael Ling there in the beautifully presented, better than brand new HQ, the orange one at the back of the field. They've got engine tune-up problems. Had a good talk to them. They've got to go back after this weekend and probably put on the dyno, try a couple of things I suggested, and more likely we'll have to pull it apart and find out what gremlin is not working, because, mate, they're way down on power, kilowatts, horsepower, all that stuff, ladies and gentlemen, and he's way out the back of the field. He shouldn't be anywhere near that far back. So he's got work to do, but those guys will definitely come back on board and do that. But we just see Gavin Ross there, and also that's Tony Maloney in the 99 car. He was doing a bit of a tune-up on his car about an hour ago. So I'll be interested to see where the guy from Mount Noorat can actually go faster.
Let's have a look at the field as the historic touring cars come down to take their spot on the grid. Darren Collins will lead them down in the number 97, this magnificent looking Camaro. I love seeing this car go out and race. They're special cars, these things, but when people take them out racing, they, for me anyway, they double in their attraction. They really are fantastic. Glenn Miles, we touched on this car. We more than touched on this number 16 yesterday. We barracked for him, didn't we? We really went, let's get that Charger up and going. And I tell you what, when he walks it off the line, it's a sight to see. William Trengove in that Falcon Sprint, right alongside Peter Milliman in the 43 Mustang, which there's not a thing on that isn't black except for the numbers on the side of the car. A real menacing looking piece of kit. Wayne Rogerson and Jeff Munday take the next row of the grid. The first of the rotary powered RX3s there with with Wayne Rogerson. Then Justin Brown, who hasn't made the track in the 2002, and James McNiven, Jim McNiven in the number 38. Back to the HQs. It is Andrew Magilton to Andrew McLeod. Banks, McDonald, Beckers, Maloney, Ross, Hill, Woods, Lawton, Kenner and Ling, and away we go. And it is going to be the six-pack that walks it away. No, it's not. It's going to be the 15 that charges up the middle of the field there, and Bill Trengove. HQs all get away cleanly there as well, but there's one right out in front that's showing a clean set of heels to Andrew Magilton, and that's Andrew McLeod.
Yep, certainly is. He got an absolute ripper of a start, but still goes into second position. Ryan Woods there in 27 car definitely had a problem from first into second. He's going around the outside of Michael Ling on the inside now, going into turn 2.
So Magilton has got back into the lead there, and there's a spin-up. It's, is that Gavin? No, it's not. It's the 35.
Lawton.
It is Andrew Lawton, who was coming into this round looking the goods here. Have a look at this Falcon Sprint. It's given the Camaro a bit of a hurry along. Have a look at under brakes there. Give those rear drums an adjust up. Have a look at it. Squirrel and shake around there. The number 15. I tell you what, there's one of these that runs at the Goodwood members race meeting every year, and it is absolutely rapid. It just about swaps ends every time. Actually, it might not be a Falcon Sprint. I think it's a Galaxy. So that's twice as long as a Sprint, isn't it? The Sprint was known as a compact.
Yeah, it certainly was, and you still fit a 44 in the boot. The Galaxy, it was 2 motorbikes on a 44, Darren.
That's right. So historic tourers come around the hay shed there. The field being led away by that magnificent Charger there. Glenn Miles, Darren Collins has been shown a clean set of heels for the moment by Bill Trengove in that Falcon Sprint. Here's the number 68. That's Jeff Munday as well, with the little rotaries either side, just giving this V8 the big hurry on. There's the number 70. Started out of P5. In fact, has gone back a spot because Jim McNiven has gone through on him there, and the massive gaggle of HQ start to form up behind. Have a look at this RX2. Looks down the inside. The nimble Japanese operating machine gets a little bit of a lean on. Heads out wide, and this is where the run down the straight starts to come into it. There is absolutely no shortage of cubic inches to drive away from that little RX2.
For sure, and Banks is at the front now. Can Banks? Oh, Magilton. There is one coat of paint between first and second there. Magilton is just hanging off the back of the bumper bar of Banks as Banks goes through turn 1. He's leading lap 1. It's more important leading the last lap, Darren, as you know.
But you've got to be there. You've got to be in the mix.
Oh,
you've got to keep yourself in the opportunity.
Yep,
you've got a quote for the win, don't you? You've got to put it out there and hopefully you get the win.
Yep, that is for sure, and it's going extremely well. Geez, the weather here, we've been very, very lucky so far this weekend, Darren. It'll be quite interesting. Oh, we'll go 3 wide. We'll go 3 wide. 3 wide here as they come around the corner. We've got McLeod is just in front of Magilton. Magilton should have the line into Honda. Side by side, look at that, TV coverage is right there with it. Beckers has gone around the outside of Banks. Banks should be able to get back in front of him. Beckers has gone out wide. Right behind him is McDonald.
I tell you what, it's written on the side of his car, are you ready?
Yeah.
I reckon you might be. There's no time for a ready race right now, but order one for dinner tonight and I'll have it on the table. But right now it's like, are you ready to go 3 wide? Are they ever?
Oh, that was very, very good and exciting to see going through turns 3 there, down into Honda. Well, Michael Ling's come off by the looks of it. He's got an initial problem. He's going through the drive-through there at Honda. He'll be back on the track.
His ready roast order in.
Yeah.
Probably shouldn't have said that mid-race. Got a bit of a flavour for a bit of chips and gravy from Ready Roasts.
All right, down into MG. We're having a look at the TV at the moment. McLeod's at the front, Magilton, Beckers, Banks, and also McDonald. Geez, I tell you what, that little pace is doing extremely well, but the big V8, mate, is starting to gobble the air up and catching him.
Tell you what, though, the Charger is just tearing it up. It literally sounds like it's ripping through the air as it goes past our vantage point here, but this is the HQ race. That's Magilton in P2 at the moment. We're just watching there. Banks doing a tremendous job after putting it on pole yesterday. Steve Banks started out of the second row for this race, leading the race for the HQs. As we go across the line, it's McDonald that registered the lead for the race over Magilton. Not sure what's happened there.
McLeod, Magilton, Beckers, McDonald's back to 5th there, mate. Just turn your glasses up the
Banks?
other way.
Yeah. I'll give him a look through the other page.
Yeah, that's
got a little confused. I'm all tied up in the ready roast order now. I don't know whether I'm up or down.
You and food, mate, go together. All right, have a look at the scenery out there,
kettle.
ladies and gentlemen.
Hot kettle.
Oh, mate, at least I can still breathe in. All right.
Have a look at this historic touring car race. They're coming up around the back part of the track now as well, as we see the HQs going 3 wide into turn 4 that time. Becker's Panners with Perry at the wheel there and Gavin Ross in the mix. Have a look at this. This is it. This is a battle of the ages. This is what they used to do back in the day, lap after lap. And we're going to do it here again today at round 3 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. This 6-pack, the number 16, with Glenn Miles at the wheel, is being driven absolutely brilliantly and not taking anything away from Darren Collins either. But this is how it should be. Everybody having a red hot go at the front. Everybody getting a good shot on there, getting their smiley face on the TV. Let's have a look at this. How is a 6-pack holding up a big V8 as they go down the straight? They're not only holding it up, driving away from it. Darren Collins had a bit of a look out there, I think maybe just to get a bit of air into the radiator. But Glenn Miles is driving the absolute wheels off this. And Darren Collins, I reckon Darren's actually getting a bit of entertainment out of this. He's probably going, geez, this guy is absolutely wringing the neck of this thing.
Yep, certainly on the limit you can see, and also the black and white car there. He's actually having a bit of a brake lock-up every now and again. So he might have a little bit of a brake issue. As you can see him side by side coming in. Yes, he's past him, but the 6-pack should be back up in there and going around the inside. As you can see, look at this, door handle to door handle.
That was really good then. Darren Collins had a bit of a look. It was like the old second take. He went, hang on a minute, there's an orange car there. Last time I saw him, he was behind me. And he gets through. So, good racing room being given to these guys, and I'm pretty sure the last thing these two want to do is have any coming together, because it's going to cost you a bomb to get any sort of panel for one of these things and get it nice and straight and light and everything again. So, they're giving each other plenty of respect here. This is only 3 laps in. This is going to go for 9 laps, this battle out in front here. But the number 16 doing it nicely. And Darren Collins looks to go down the inside here, both driving brilliantly. You've got to say, David Amor, you've been around a long time. This is some good, respectful, hard racing, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. And the 97 car, I still reckon he's got a brake issue. He went down the inside there into MG, but he was very, very slow, you could say. But look at the HQ Holtons are coming out of Siberia. We've got Magilton, McLeod, Perry Beckers. Then behind him, the pole sitter from yesterday. That's Banks into fourth.
Side by side on the straight for the historic touring cars. Collins powers on through. Maybe he was just feeling out what the six-pack had under the bonnet that last couple of laps around, because he pulled out of the draft pretty early that time, Darren Collins, and went streaming on through. Or did he look at the temp gauge and go, I have to get past here now, I need some fresh air. I've been jammed up the back of the hole in the air of this orange Charger. I've got to lead this race for a little while and get some cool air through. I doubt it. Darren Collins is the kind of guy that doesn't leave any stone unturned. In fact, he doesn't go racing until he thinks the car is absolutely perfect, and it clearly is now, because he's showing a clean set of heels. Back on with the HQs coming around turn 12.
Certainly there you can see McDonald there in the 87 car. Behind him is Tony Maloney. Then we've got Eric Hill. And then we've got Gavin Ross. Gavin Ross has gone backwards, ladies and gentlemen. He knew he didn't have the grunt. He went home Friday night, pulled that engine apart, fixed it, put it back together. Still down on a little bit, but still wanted to go out and go racing with his mates this weekend.
It was up for Division 1 honours for B&W Plumbing, and of course Division 2 honours is B&B Master Blast.
Yes.
I'd say they do some blasting, and I reckon if they ever need an air compressor, they need to speak to yours truly, mate.
Yeah, well, it's probably right, mate, and I'm sure you can do a super deal, not just for them, but for anyone, mate, because...
Anyone in motorsport, mention the VSR, what do we call it, VSCRC, and we're in for a deal.
All right, sounds good, just mention it, and Darren will look after you before he loses his job. So let's give Darren a bit of a payment there. Down with the HQs into turn 4. Magilton, Andrew McLeod. Oh, Perry Beckers has just given McLeod a little bit of a love tap going into Honda. And then we've got Tony Maloney's in front of now of McDonald. And then we've got Eric Hill and Gavin Ross right on the back of him. And we've got Ryan Woods, like I said to you, that engine's down on power. They blew the other one up on Wednesday, still put that one in as well. Wanted to go racing, tried a few things, made a few benefits with the old engine, but as we can see here, just hasn't got the mumbo to keep up with the front runners.
Just tell us quickly about the controlled items on a HQ. What is it that you have to have that the rule set says?
All right, we run a Kenda tyre. That's a tyre that you can buy from Highway Tyres here in Victoria. We run the Peta suspension red shockers. Then we go to away camshafts. Now, all these engines get measured and sealed and get put together. There's a minimum of 45 cc's, which you have to have. Disc brakes on the front, drums on the rear. The biggest difference, and I call it a spacer, is the driver. All right, that's about the biggest difference in these cars because
it's the
they
moment
are so
in time
close.
between the steering wheel and the headrest, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is, mate. It's called the spacer, and it's absolutely fantastic. 3-speed, not 4, still 3 speeds. Okay.
Controlled ratios, controlled diff ratios.
Controlled diff ratios, 3.55. Salisbury or Banjo you could use. So the Banjo, of course, has got the strings, and the Salisbury hasn't. So
there you go. You can play a song, can't you?
Yeah, that's it.
In fact, sometimes when a HQ comes past, you think they are, don't you?
Well, they are singing.
When the diff's winding out.
Yeah, they are singing. And the motto for the HQs, if it's not pinging, keep it singing.
That's right. Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Very controlled formula. Have a look at this. This is back with the Just Cars Historic Touring Cars. This is an RX2 versus a Mustang. Muellerman versus Rogerson. They're fighting it out for 4 and 5 on the road here, and you couldn't really get two more different iterations of a car, pretty much from the same era, late 60s, early 70s. 12A twin rotor versus a V8 out of North of America, and right in the background there comes Monday in the Camaro there as well. So As you'd expect, the V8 does have a little bit more of an advantage in a straight line. Cubic inches take over. But let's watch this. Let's watch this RX2 as we head up to turn 2, start to range up on the back of the Mustang. Oh, it's moving around though on its tyres, isn't it? The RX2 really trying very, very hard.
Yeah, it certainly is. And the idea is to say, how can a rotary keep up with a V8? This is almost stock standard racing, you could say, Darren. That's the reason why they call themselves the NCs. They haven't got the big brakes, they haven't got the aluminium engine, well, they shouldn't have, and they haven't got a lot of other bits and pieces. This is how they came from the factory.
It is.
Back in the day.
Yep, it's not running a 13B, this RX2, it's running a 12A. I think a single dizzy is what they're allowed to run with those ones, so gets through. Have a look at that. Who would have thought an RX2 down the inside of a pony Mustang, and away we go, up the back bit of the track here, the Mustang. At a disadvantage as we see the more nimble Mazda just get on by there. And here's the run up the hill. The screaming. The 8,000 revs, I reckon, plus out of the 10A. You'd be lucky to be doing 6,500 out of the Mustang.
He crossed it up then, going up past the hay shed, ladies and gentlemen. Now, why is it in front? It's quite easy and simple. Drum brakes. The car behind it is 1.3 tonne. He's 900 kilos. All right, the tyres are a fraction bigger on the V8 to what the other one's got, but we're looking at 400 kilos of weight difference, Darren. That's at least 2 of you, so that does make a fair bit of difference coming in and out of a corner and trying to go fast.
Fair call, it's only 4 of me. Come on, I'll wear most of it on the chin. I'm not half a tonne.
All right, back with the HQs going.
There we go. Look at this, Magilton out in command of this one. And he's leading McLeod, Beckers, Banks, Maloney, McDonald, Hill, Woods and Kenner. Ling down there in 19th, Gavin Ross in 18th just in front there, and Gav's come to the pit lane unfortunately and he's stopped.
Yep, he certainly has a bit of an issue. Hopefully it's not too much of an issue because he's been able to drive in.
It's great that Gav's back in a race car. He's had too much time out of a race car. He's one of those guys that needs to be at the racetrack. He adds value to a race when he having Gav at the track, and he only thinks he's adding value if he's winning races, but certainly he's one of those kind of guys that will chat with anyone that's having a difficulty and like you, Dave, pass their thoughts on it. Have you tried this? Have you tried that? Give that a go. We'll talk to each other next week and we'll go through the list of things. And Gav obviously runs a business in mechanical repairs, so he's sympathetic to people's plight. So it's a shame to see him parked up.
Yeah, well, he does, and he's also got a dyno, and there's a lot of HQ guys use him on that dyno as well. So
was a front runner in the National Saloon cars for some time as well. So
very big.
Did a big job there. Won a national championship, as did Simon Tabner in the back in the day there as well. HQ's line astern with each other. We've got 2 laps remaining. This is the front end of the field of the HQs. You're looking at Andrew Magilton, fresh off a magnificent tour of Mount Panorama over the Easter weekend, coming away with the biscuits, which was a tough gig, tough old place to run a HQ. It's a couple of long straights and a lot of revs to get them up and down that hill, isn't it?
Well, you can understand why they call one of them Conrod.
Yes.
It's seen too many.
They're all coming down.
Yeah, it's seen too many. But just having a bit of a look here, the fastest car there is Banks. But he's only the fastest by about 200ths of a second.
The 90 down the inside of the 82 here. Perry Beckers goes through an Andrew McLeod, or does he? Andrew McLeod steel fabrication emblazoned up the side of the red car. Beckers panels down the side of the other one. Who's going to give room here? Both of them have got the ability to fix up metal when they leave the track, haven't they? But they keep off each other for the time being. Perry Beckers been around a long time. Gee, it feels like a long time we've been calling him in races.
Yep, he certainly has. He's a fantastic panel beater. He really looks after that Andrew Williams' Tirana.
Oh yeah, beautiful.
The blue one, beautiful
NC,
presented. Yep, and he's definitely there to help anyone and everyone out when they've got panel issues on a race weekend. Many a time he's gone back from Sandown with a car to try and fix it to get them back there again. That's just the commitment, and that goes right through the fields when you have a bit of a look at it and start talking to a lot of the competitors. So-and-so has actually given up time or taken a car back to put on the dyno or
here we go, back to
end.
our race lead. Sorry, Dave, this is our race lead at the moment. And look, there could be a bit of HQ traffic playing into Darren Collins' race lead here at the moment because Glenn Miles is just in the background. He's had just under a 2-second lead for the last lap and a half or so. But Glenn Miles isn't saying lying down, is he? Have a look at this. They're threading the needle through the HQs.
Yeah,
And brilliant by the HQs to allow the NC cars, the historic touring cars, to stream on through, because they do have their race within this race as well. Darren Collins comes charging to the line, gets the checkered flag, and will take the final victory for the weekend in the historic touring cars over Glenn Miles, doing a wonderful job there. Glenn McDonald and Hill and Rodney Woods just getting caught up in the back of this field. This is the historic touring car field coming to the line now as well. Trengove led it in the last one, but it's going to be Rogerson. Rogerson is going to take the last spot on the podium. Oh, and the two Fords went side by side to the line there. Mullerman just gets it over Trengove by 0.03. Trengove on the line, ailing there. Wayne Rogerson goes through in the RX2, gets a podium in the big points race at the end of the day for 9 laps. Mullerman and Trengove just getting to the line there. Mundy gets to the line in the red Camaro, and Jim McNiven gets it home in the last of the group ends. Let's see how this is our lead pack in the HQs coming around the Hayshed.
Certainly is. Up past the Hayshed there, we can see we've got Andrew Magilton's about 6 car lengths in front of McLeod and Perry Beckers. Keep an eye on Beckers. He'll definitely poke the nose in down into MG, I'm sure of that. And also Banks is there as well. And coming onto the front straights, like anything, anyone in the top 4 can win it. Who gets the best run, who gets the best look, and who gets the motivation coming out of MG. So here we go. Magilton is far enough in front, but have a look at Beckers. Beckers is right on the back of McLeod. So Stephen Banks, you have a bit of a look there. It's got a perfect gap between 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Here they come onto the front chute. Can Beckers do anything? Can Beckers get closer and closer and then pull out with 5 seconds to go? Or will McLeod, because that thing is normally a cannon in a straight line. Here comes Beckers! 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 No, McLeod.
With an orange light glowing on the dash. Was that all pressure or what was going on there?
No,
there was a bright red light on the dash of his car.
Hey, mate, we're even closer. 0.01.
0.01 between McLeod and Beckers. And we just about had to get the air ambulance in to get David Amor out of the commentary booth there. I think he was on his last gasp there. So HQ Racing, as always, lights it up. But have a look at that result at the end of the day. A terrific race for all of the HQs. It's gone off our screen now. There it is, historic touring car racing. Collins over Glenn Miles, Wayne Rogerson, Mullerman and Bill Trengove round out the results there. The HQs, it's Andrew Magilton gets the victory over McLeod, Beckers, Banks after he got a pole position, and Tony Maloney home in the number 99 in 5th place. And there is the Falcon sprint of Bill Trengove. That will need a quick tow, quick pickup, and we will be back underway. The next category on track is the MG and invited British cars over 9 laps. David Amor, thank you so much for lending us your time, and you can get back down to the Dart Racing parts van down there as well in the pit and paddock area. Great to have you up here, and we'll see you at the next one.
Thanks, Darren. I really appreciate that. HKRA Victoria would like to thank all the flaggies, foreys, officials, and everyone that has made this weekend so fantastic. So from us, thank you all very, very much. We'll see you again soon. And if you want to go affordable motorsport, come down and see the HQs. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. We'll be back with MGs in just a couple of moments.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Welcome back, and this is how we like it. Let's one flow into the other. Bill Trengove in the Falcon Sprint just coming in back via the back of the pits there as well, as we have the MG and invited British sports cars being supported by High Tech Oils here this weekend. A big g'day to George from High Tech, and great to see Tony Chells and his son here enjoying the MG Racing, MG and invited British car racing. So a big welcome to Tony Chells. Great to have you trackside here, buddy, and great to see High Tech Oils jumping on board with the Victorian State Series Racing, the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. So great to see the crew from High Tech Oils down here supporting what they've thrown support back to the MG and invited British cars. So we hope you enjoy the racing that High Tech Oils are bringing to us here this afternoon as part of round 3, celebrating the 70th anniversary of the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club. Here is the grid. It will be off pole position. It should have been the Brabham BT62, but that's not going to be heading out from the front row of the grid at all. Jason Holmes will be on the front row of the grid with Gary Bulmer on P3. Michael Trathen, who came from the back of the field last race around to come home in 4th place. So a good start to the second day of racing here at Phillip Island for Michael Trathen. Let's have a look and see if that little blue 24 can do a better job than what he did this morning. Although that's going to be hard because he made up like 12 or 13, 14 positions something. Ed Ferguson, Chris Gidney in the number 19 in there as well. Great to have Chris back on the track as well, a guy that's been around for quite some time in the number 19 MG ZR. It's a 1800cc 4-cylinder. Then we go back to Anthony Vollerbrecht's Phil Chester in the number 1, another one of those MGF, the 1800cc powered car there of Phil Chester. Michael Wood in the little V8, more road going or standard looking MGB GT V8. Alistair Ondarchi in the TR7. Bruce Asprey. Michael Herlihy is slowly chipping away places through the field this week in the number 61 MGB. Darren Suter. Dave Vanell also slowly chipping away, coming out of 14th place there. Ian Cowie, Robert Splatt. Big thanks to Robert for his support for MG Racing throughout this season. Henry Zwarten, then Richard Vollerbrecht. James Dodd down there in 19th place. Robin Bailey has withdrawn from the event with an engine issue, as Callum Brannigan reported to us earlier on today. So unfortunately Robin has officially withdrawn from the event, and he was quite down and out about it all. Actually, he really thought that he might have been able to solve the issue, and to put it pretty bluntly, the 20-week wait for conrods that Phil Chester's waiting for is not something that Robin wanted to do. He wanted to try and solve the issue back in the workshop without detonating an engine and having all sorts of dramas. Just watching in pit lane for the Brabham to come out. The crew look like they're ready for it to come out into pit lane, so we'll see over these 9 laps. The High Tech Oils MG and invited British sports cars. Of course, High Tech Oils have all of your lubrication requirements covered off, and great to see them making their way into supporting what is some traditional Victorian State Series racing and they want to get out and get involved and get amongst, talk to the workshop owners and etc. As the Brabham is now in pit lane. Callum Brannigan right alongside me for this, the final 9-lapper for the British and Invited Sports Cars for the weekend.
Was hoping for a battle between the cars of Holmes and Robin Bailey, but that's not to be. So in the number 24, that's Trathen with a brilliant start in the little MGB. He is falling back behind, though. It looks like one of the Triumphs has utilised its power advantage to beautiful. What a beautiful example of that as they go hurtling into turn one. Nice and clean start for the MGs. Chris Gidney there. Looks like that car is still holding its own after a couple of mechanical gremlins, and the team forced to have a good look at that before race 2 this morning. The car still holding together nice and beautifully. Coming through the Southern Loop for the first time.
You'll just catch at the back of the shot there, the Brabham BT62. Tim Slade at the wheel has reset the lap record. It was ever so slight this morning. The conditions are better now. There's more sun on the track, giving the surface a nice heat up. But have a look at this. There's that number 24, Michael Trathen, doing a tremendous job. That little MG midget. And when you look at the cars around it, it's that small, and an MG's not big. When you look at the car behind it, it's even a midget up compared to the V there. So interesting to see how they do it. And this car has done a tremendous job this morning. Very impressed with how Michael's driven that. As we see across the bottom of the screen, Phillip Island new outright lap record has been reset by a car that is just sneaking up into the middle of our screen now. Tim Slade driving the BT62, and we thank the High-Tech Oils, MG and Invited British Cars for allowing this car to be part of the field. It's sought some special exemptions, and the MG Car Club and the MG Entrance Association have been fantastic with allowing this to happen. Vollebrecht taking advantage of it too, following the Brabham through the traffic there. So Vollebrecht just making a spot there on the 45 coming through there of Alistair on Diachi. And he goes through. Interestingly enough, I have not seen the number 40 Stag roll out. We know it had issues in race 1 this morning, so that is a real shame as we see a couple of MGs going side by side down the straight. They're going to have their mirrors filled up with the Brabham BT62 as Tim Slade just gingerly picks his spot to hold the car through the track there, and we just watch that Brabham pluck its way through. Have a look at that flaggy reacting to the BT62 coming through. Just about dislocated his shoulder, putting the blue flag out. Vollebrecht now getting served up by the number 1 there, Phil Chester, Victorian State Series emblazoned down the side of the car there. Great support for our series. And Vollebrecht in the number 48. We often see this car going around, and it looks the goods out there on track. Anthony Vollebrecht, the MG ZR.
This battle between Gary Bulmer and Trathen for P2 is raging on. They've basically been side by side for most of this race. Slightly different in technical specification, but a lot more aerodynamics on the car of Gary Bulmer. That's the number 4 MG, just ahead of Michael Trathen, who's sporting a Vic registration plate on the back, because a lot of these cars are fairly suited to, or still can be driven on the road in various guises.
Here's the difference, Callum. It's a 2-litre car, the Gary Bulmer, or 1995cc, and Michael Trathen is a 1300. So there alone, we're losing more than half a litre of capacity. Both 4 cylinders, and I would say both highly strung, dyno-tuned power plants, but they're having a ball. Oh, the 24 locks up the left front. That's not what you want to do. Coming out of there, they need to carry the speed to climb up the hill. Let me tell you, a 1300cc car will be struggling to get up the hill. Here we go. This is the Brabham BT62. Let's give this a little bit of airtime during the High-Tech Oils MG and Invited British Sports Cars race. Through the 6-speed, Aussie-built Hollinger gearbox, 5.4 litre. Coyote-based engine with a bit of Brabham love into it, and he is going to go round. That's not what we wanted to see, and it is parked up in the gravel, and it's not going to go anywhere from that point in time. It would be a hell of a shame to see a safety car come out for this, but look at the gravel built up in front of the rear wheel there. He's got the fire lid still, so let's just see the Brabham BT62 Dutton Garage. Stickers on the side, shot with the Michelin tyre. But let's go back to our race out in front, because Jason Holmes is leading the way and doing a ripping job out there in the number 3. The MG ZR. It's a 2-litre MG, and there is the number 24, Michael Trathen, chasing down Gary Bulmer. This is a battle for the ages. 2-litre car, 1.3-litre car, and this is what MG racing is all about. You could substitute it for 2 Triumphs. Here it is, the BT62 being driven by Tim Slade, and just got it a little bit out of shape there. And once it started to go around, the massive dual plane rear wing on that car just started to release the grip on the back of the car, and around it went. So, side by side through Hayshed, the high-tech oils MG Invited British Cars race goes on. In the background, we see the BT62 parked up there. There's a TR7 Triumph just off the back of this battle. The number 4 and the number 48 and the 19, Chris Gidney and Vollebrecht. Phil Chester, where's Phil? He's supposed to be off the back of this group here. So there's Vollebrecht, there's Gidney, so Gidney and Vollebrecht, I mean. Where has Phil Chester gone? He should be in the mix of this one. Has he disappeared off somewhere? So just looking back down through the field to see where the Victorian State Race Series logoed vehicle is being run. There goes the 43 across the line of Ferguson. No, there goes Phil Chester in the number 1. Just lost contact with that group for the moment. We look back down through the 68 there of Asprey, doing a good job. Started out of 11th, Bruce did. He's running still in 11th, so hasn't lost any time. The yellow flags are still flying down there at 2, so I'd say the BT62 is parked up in the gravel trap, but the high-tech oils, asking for them by name, high-tech oils, MG Invited British Sports Cars, doing a ripping job. Hope Tony Chells and George and the boys from High-Tech Oils are enjoying their race here this afternoon. Quite the contingent down here to oversee proceedings, and great to see High-Tech Oils throwing some support at this group of races. Obviously came in through an interested party with some workshops and things like that. It's often how these deals get put together, and they've thrown support behind the category for round 3 of the championship.
Anytime we see a big player like High-Tech Oils throw the
safety car, sorry mate.
Safety car coming out, so the Cool Drive stickered Commodore VF making its way out to bring this field under control. But anytime we got a big player like High-Tech Oils throwing their support behind Grassroots Motorsport is very much appreciated. So very thankful to all of the corporate partners on board this weekend supporting the VSRS, and that looks like one of the MGFs, the Jayco backed car. I can't quite see the number, unfortunately, from this point, but he's parked up on driver's right-hand side. Bruce Asprey, parked up on the right-hand side, corner exit of Siberia. That coupled with the Brabham that's in the gravel trap, unfortunately. Obviously, this is a very wise decision from Race Control to deploy the safety car for just the second time this weekend. It hasn't featured too much. It's been a fairly frantic schedule, and Race Control have tried to avoid it at all costs, even if it meant sacrificing a couple of laps at the end of the race. All considerations needed to be made to try and accommodate as many races as possible. So there he is on the left-hand side. Safety car boards and flags being shown to the field. It's still showing as a 9-lap race, and there is the Brabham being towed out of the kitty litter. So the Pyark crew doing a very careful job to drag that back out. There's a couple of stones on the right-hand side of that car, and Tim gives them the thumbs up.
Obviously playing a big part of the Pyark 70th anniversary, because right next to the number 9 is the Pyark sticker right there, the 70th anniversary, which is what the local club is celebrating here right throughout this season. So they've put their stamp, their authority and on the side of this car as well. So we've got to thank everyone. Tim Slade's actually got the fire lit in the Brabham, and he will slowly bring it back and carefully back around to the pit and paddock area.
He's taking it pretty seriously, so he was frustrated by a lack of running prior to the weekend. So on Friday practice, they only got a handful of laps. Yesterday was wet, so they elected to leave the car in the garage. It didn't take part in the race yesterday, but essentially he's in the right mind to try and set a record, obviously. So they've been throwing a fresh set of Michelin slick tyres at the car for each session, completing only just maybe less than 5-6 laps per session before they bolt on a new set of rubber. So here is the replay
Chris Kidney, yeah. Of the 68 Bruce Asprey just driving off there. So obviously an issue. There's the Brabham. And as I said, the Pike celebratory stickers on it. It certainly made its presence felt here at round 3 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and it's been a pleasure to see this car. Of course, the name representing our Aussie Jack, or Black Jack as he was known when he was racing 3 World Championships, and of course, most notably, and I'm going to say it won't ever happen again, winning the World Championship in the car with his own name on it. It's a special point in history, and it's something that Australians should be very proud of. And unfortunately, we haven't got Jack with us anymore, but the Brabham family clearly still steeped in motorsport. They just love it. They can't draw themselves away from it. It was great to see Sam Brabham. He drove at the last state round in the GT4 Mercedes. Also drove here at Phillip Island in the Fanatec World GT powered by AWS Challenge here at Phillip Island earlier on in the year. So it's good to see that we're getting some Brabhams here at Phillip Island doing some racing.
And the Brabham name also synonymous with Repco, one of their obviously a corporate partner stemming back years, but also a technical partner going back to the decades when Jack Brabham was indeed winning Formula One races in a car of his own design. But great to see Repco very much active with Sam Brabham as he engages an Australian racing program, or albeit a little bit slower than he might have been when he was very active racing over in Europe.
Yeah, certainly drove Carrera Cup, etc. Sam did, and of course we know Matt. He raced locally here in Formula Ford and is now doing all sorts of things in open wheelers and closed vehicles and sports cars around the world, and has a full-time career of it. So great to see. And of course, one of the lineages and one of the links with the 70th anniversary of the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club and Brabham is Phil Irving. Phil Irving was instrumental in the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club. And of course the Vincent motorcycles and all sorts of things, the Repco Brabham program, and the Repco Brabham engine was certainly something that Phil Irving was a big part of, and Jack's career as well. But Phil Irving proudly wore his PIAC badge on his overalls, and was instrumental of keeping the track running and the club running. Was very, very important part with the likes of John Lanyon and Peter Nelson as the years went by. And it looks like Slady's getting some tyres, some new boots put on that car. So they've got the car jacked up. They've got the rattle gun out. And they look like they're going to try and put another set of boots on this car with 4 laps remaining to get it back out there again.
This is when you need someone like Paul Vanel, who I'm sure is watching from home. He's normally sitting right here in the hot seat calling all the MG action. But at this time, we need to verify if this is indeed the first mid-race pit stop for an MG, an invited British sports car race. Throwing a new set of Michelins, or a scrubbed set of Michelins by now, onto the Brabham BT62, and a very tidy pit stop as well. So they'll get that one back out and running, assuming they can get all corners bolted back on successfully. Did I see a fresh sticker tyre going on the back rear right of the Brabham as well? So keep keen on that one to see if it's back out and running. At the head of the field, Jason Holmes is winning the race at the moment, 98 points for the weekend so far. That puts him 10 points clear of Gary Bulmer in P2 for round victory. Gary Bulmer's sitting in P2. Fantastic battle between himself and Michael Tradlin in the number 24. 2 MGBs, but wildly different technical specifications. Anthony Vollebrett currently sitting in 4th position. Great battle between the ZRs, the MG ZRs of him and Chris Skidney in P5. Ed Ferguson showing in P6, just ahead of Phil Chester in the MGF. That car used to be owned by Sean Herhilly, who is here this weekend. Very friendly face up and down pit lane, sometimes up here in the commentary box. I believe that car was imported from Japan at one point. And is it Alistair Ondarchi showing in 8th position in number 45. Michael Herhilly in 9th position. Wood in 10th position. Safety car will be coming in this lap as verified by Motorsport Australia Race Control. And Holmes becomes the effective safety car. He controls the field. As soon as the safety car has been pulled into pit lane, he will hit go on the accelerator. And as soon as he does, that'll signal to the rest of the drivers that it's green flag conditions. And he's already done that. He's unleashed the MG ZR coming around turn 12. He's already got a significant gap back to Gary Bulmer, but the pace between these two cars so far in this race would suggest that Holmes should ease home in the lead, but there is still quite a handful of laps remaining in this race.
So the Brabham BT62 is down in turn 4 at the moment. Tim Slade very gingerly just making sure the car feels good underneath him at the moment. He hasn't, I would suggest the tyres that have gone on the car weren't out of the tyre heaters like the ones that he had at the start of the race, so he's just giving the car a good warm-up here. So he has to keep himself inside the rule set as well, so he can't be too aggressive about weaving and things like that. He does have to keep exactly inside Motorsport Australia rules whilst out on the track here. But there is a race going on for the high-tech oils. MG and invited British cars, and here it is out in front at the moment. Jason Holmes is leading the way, but we resume this battle. Ding ding, round 2, and we've got the red one and the blue one side by side, the 4 and the 24, ironically separated by about the same amount of cubic centimetres underneath the heads of these cars as well. So this is a great battle. Have a look at this, the number 4, where power counts, just getting it all down, Gary Bulmer, but Michael Trafford is working very hard in the 24. I've got to say, that would be a fun race car to burn around in. Super light. Every time you turn the wheel, the car goes, here we go, side by side. This is it. Watch this. Goes, swings out wide, says, here I am in the mirrors. There you go. You can even see Gary Bulmer looking down, ducking his head to the mirrors because the sun's in his eyes going, where's that little blue thing? Last time I saw it, he had to do the double take. It was like the, what the? A little bit of lock up for the 24. And climbs out underneath the bridge there. Probably should say Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships emblazoned across that bridge, but it doesn't. And we watch now for Jason Holmes. Comes around the top of the straight. This isn't Jason Holmes. In fact, this is the number 19 coming around, Chris Gidney. Chris is currently sitting in 5th place with Vollebrecht in front and Ferguson behind. So they continue on around. Ferguson comes across the line now. Complete 7 laps. Still 2 laps left to remain in this one. The 53 gets across the line there. Michael Herlihy makes up a spot there. Goes with Michael Wood. So the 2 Michaels, 8 and 9, Wood and Herlihy. Suter in the 69 in 10th place there as well. So Suter going through there nicely in the MGB 1800cc. Michael Wood there, and is that Ondaatje in the 45? Yes, it is. Going through there as well. Where are these guys in the race? They are 7th and 8th. Sorry, 6th, 7th and 8th represented on screen there at the moment. And just in the main straight now, the BT62 Brabham. Tim Slade at the wheel is charging and screaming down the straight here in the high-tech oils. MG and invited British cars, and round through turn 1 just sets himself up for turn 2, makes sure he gets it through this time. The Michelin shod number 9 with its Phillip Island Auto Racing Club stickers right next to that number, and we've got to thank all involved for bringing that magnificent piece of engineering, something that we should all be very proud of, with Ball and Race Developments, building Spectrums and Formula Vees. It's the sole remaining Australian automotive manufacturing industry.
Absolutely.
And at the moment, Borland's are leading the way with the bulk amount of cars that they're churning out of the shed there, and of course their very successful race team. The number 7 coming around the top part of the track, that is Robert Splatt. Started out of 16th. Robert is up to 13th, enjoying great support with his engineering company. And his great mate, Ondaatje, Keith, not taking any further part here this weekend. We'll have to catch up with Keith in the next week or so to see what happened with the number 40. He owes me a cup of coffee. So we'll catch up with Keith and find out what happened with the Stag. Beautifully engineered cars here. They take so much pride in how they present them, don't they? Even if you lift the bonnet, these cars, they're just magnificent. Michael Herlihy continues on his merry way as well, as we see the Brabham coming into pit lane. Last lap in this race, so I would suggest that's the last time we'll sight the BT62 here this weekend. And let's get on with this high-tech oils MG and invited British cars race.
So that's the 53 of Wood. He's up the inside of Chester. Chester was frustrated by the fact that his MGF had plenty of pace in the twisty parts of the circuit, but he'd be outdragged by the likes of Wood in that MGB V8. But you can see Chester back up the inside coming through turn 4, sporting as we touched on, he's got the livery with the VSRS stickers on it, supporting us. So very thankful to have Phil Chester along. He does a lot of work behind the scenes. But on screen right now, Jason Holmes making his way through turns 11 and 12 for the last time. He will take out race 3 of the MGs and invited British sports cars, and he will take with it the round victory as well. He has 5.5 seconds up his sleeve back to Gary Bulmer in P2, but it's Jason Holmes who takes the victory in the MGZR. The beautifully presented silver car across the line there. He waves to the checkered flag as he comes across. Gary Bulmer coming home in P2, and he's got quite a gap back to Michael Trathen. Have we lost Trathen at some point during this lap? Coming around the last turn now, that's Gidney. He's coming under fire. Is that Trathen on the right-hand side? That is. So Trathen holding down third position after falling behind Chris Gidney. That's a great result for the Gidney camp, and we're anticipating Anthony Vollebrett to come across the line in 5th position, but he's looking a little bit slow. The bonnet pin waving on that car, coming around the final turn as well. So this will be Wood home in P6. He gets that position ahead of Phil Chester, Alistair Ondarchi, Michael Herhilly and Suter rounding out the top 10.
Fantastic result there. Real heartwarming race result for the MG and invited British cars. I've got to say, somewhere in the world, Mr. Ondarchi is watching on here, and we hope that the number 40 gets back at the next round. But certainly for the first time, we haven't seen him on the podium here today in this season. So really heartwarming stuff. Heartland sort of MG racing here in the high-tech oils. And they've got all of your right lubricants. There it is, Holmes, Bulmer, Trathen in the little 1300 midget, Gidney and Vollebrecht. I am sure that the invited British and MG people down there in the pit and paddock area are wrapped with the result of that race. There was certainly an interloper here all weekend with Tim Slade, and he has taken away the outright lap record in the BT62. And we thank everyone involved in the background of that. Our clerk, of course, Colin Smith, was really championing that. Ken Smith is offsider here as well this weekend. A lot of people working in the background, Callum, including yourself, to make sure that this happened.
Oh, look, very little input into it, but the massive amount of work behind for everyone else trying to ensure that this happens, and Tim Slade himself and the AMS Motorsport crew also extremely thankful to the MG and invited British sports cars category, as well as all of the people, as Darren touched on before, working very hard to ensure that the car was here this weekend to make its racing or competitive racing debut on Australian shores. That car has raced in Europe in various guises, but this is its debut racing weekend here in Australia for that uniquely Australian developed track day weapon with Tim Slade behind the wheel. That is a new story.
A 124.0607 is the new lap record. And I hope someone has informed Simon Wills, because I think for about the last 10 or 12 years he said someone's got to beat it. It's been a long, long time. But unfortunately for the Formula Brabham crew, they now disappear off the lap records for the last time at any tracks that I understand in Australia. It's a huge contribution for Australian motorsport. I'm going to take a break. We've got Formula V's coming up next. Thanks, Callum. Thanks to High Tech Oils for all their support with the MG and invited British cars. We'll be back in just a moment here at Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit.
Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Well, plenty of action going on here. Unfortunately, I don't know who these entrants are, but these are certainly part of the entertainment that the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit has here. This is a full-scale replica kart racing track of the Grand Prix racing track that we're currently racing on here as part of round 3 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. And I guess, Steve, while I've got you on air here, we've touched on it numerous times throughout this weekend. Important year for the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club. The PIARC, as we're known to its friends, many people put a lot of time over many years, and I just touched on a couple of the names: Phil Irving, John Lanyon, Peter Nelson, and I don't mean to single out individuals, the likes of Warren Reid, Jeff Bull, Ken Smith. You know, there's a list of life members that are involved with the club as well. Graham Squizzy Taylor. There's numerous names that just keep coming to the surface. But 70 years of any organisation, let alone a volunteer-based motorsport organisation, it's a massive success, isn't it?
Absolutely massive success, and developed over such a long period of time as well, as you said, 70 years. And a lot of the principles that were instilled, even 70 years ago about, access to motorsport, that is the PIARC slogan. And you look at what they've been able to accomplish, especially in the last several years, where access to motorsport through things like the PIARC sprint meets, whether it be endurance access or August access, where they have a lot of different categories come in. Success in putting the Vic State Race Series together. They, of course, are one of the 4 clubs that put these series together, along with the MG Car Club, the Sports Sedan Association of Victoria, and the MG Car Club that come together, and the Mini Club every year that come together and put the series on, as well as run their own schedule. And it's almost like you said, with improved production, I guess a victim of their own success sometimes, because some of the categories fill out for, even before sign-ups are ready to begin. Look at the times we've staged improved production nationals on Island Magic, and there's been a 90-car field, and they're still going to jam-pack all the other entries in. It's
interesting you just mentioned Island Magic, because for 30 years that has been the party at the end of the year that everyone wants to come to. A great weekend of racing. The weather is always beautiful at the end of November here at Phillip Island. It's a different type of event. All the championships have been run and won, but some famous trophies, the Endeavour Cup, the Matthew Flinders Plate, all those different bits and pieces that make up that. But I got to say, to all of the forefathers that thought this was a great place to put a racetrack, I hope they're wherever they are now looking on and going, yeah, thank you very much. It's been 70 brilliant years with the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club. Obviously, the last couple of years has been testament to the spirit, not only of PIARC, but of Australian motorsport. There's a weekend coming up. There's COVID shutdowns going to happen on Thursday. We're going to go all the way till that COVID shutdown announcement is made. We're having a race. Oh, thanks, government. You've just thrown a spanner in the works. Or we're coming out of lockdown on Thursday. We're going to go racing on Saturday. And that's not just PIARC. That's the whole community involved in motorsport. But a really happy 70th birthday from all of us here involved in the State Circuit Racing Championship. Of course, my family is heavily involved and has been for many years in the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club as well. So congratulations on that. But we have got a Formula Vee race to call, and we look forward to another 70 years.
We do look forward to another 7 years of Pike, and we look forward to the Formula V's getting ready to start their third race. And not only that, they've been a stalwart of Island Magic and all things here at Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit and the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships for some time, and only seems to be getting more and more popular. I know there's been a couple of potential new entries that are looking at coming into the series. A few new people that are here this weekend for the first time that want to get involved in one of the most affordable forms of open wheel motorsport. Hopefully we'll see them on the grid in the next year or two. Still a couple of regulars to come back as well. And we're rolling around to the grid here. So let's have a look at how it all pans out for the starting grid with 9 laps on the board. So Heath Collinson and Reith McCarthy have staged an epic duel and an interesting and fascinating game of chess right to the line in race number 2 this morning. Andre Curran and Nick Jones, again, they went right down to the line as well. Adam Nicholson out of P5. Brandon Taylor moved up to P6. He's had a good run through this morning's race. Rob Vile out of position 7 for car 7. Charlie Tracy Richardson, car 14 out of position 8. Keep an eye on that bright orange Jacer there on the 4th row, having a great run at her second time here at the island. Phil Gardner and Darren Power on row 5. John Casamati and Lucas Kawama got a little bit of work to do. Claudia Lennox, Samuk Radrapatna, Isaac Woodhouse, Ed and Filippi, Josh Munro, Mick Fisher, Damien Spinello. Then comes Malachi Windsor, and it looks like David Stewart. I'm just looking to see if he's down there. I don't believe he is. He may be out of this one. So 20 runners, green flag at the back, and off we go for 9 laps. Great launch from McCarthy, got going very, very nicely. It looks like Collinson may have missed a gear change, and he's sinking like a stone. Likewise, the same could be said for Adam Nicholson. He looks like he missed a gear change as well, and he's almost about 3/4 of the way back through the field as they head down into turn 1. So, terrible start for Nicholson off of the 3rd row of the grid, and a very poor start for Collinson off the front row. Here they all come through Southern Loop for the first time. There is Nicholson, tucked in just behind Claudia Lennox in the Sabre 01, just ahead of his teammate in Damien Spinello. So that goes to show you he's almost right, 3/4 of the way through the field is Nicholson. Very, very poor start. There's Collinson just coming down the inside here of Brandon Taylor, so that puts him up to P5. So he fell back as far as 6th. He's now recovered to 5th place. Through Southern Loop 4. First time now onto Siberia. Looking there at a couple of drivers that had some dramas in the second race of the weekend this morning. So Isaac Woodhouse in the number 12. He had that coming together with Adam Nicholson, and he actually managed to get going again and recover quite well. And then John Casamati threw his lazy spin all on his own at turn 1. He's now going wheel to wheel with Lucas Kawam. Very, very tight quarters there on the approach to turn number 9. Wasn't enough for him for that one. Had to pull out of it. And now just has to slot back in behind the number 12, ahead of Darren Power, who, when debuting that car that he bought from Russell Saunders earlier this year, is actually having a very, very good run in its first proper outing and in the new paint scheme too. We're used to seeing him in the black number 44. We've now got the yellow number 44. Out in front now, McCarthy's starting to stretch his legs. He's got a fairly handy margin at the moment. The margin is 1.3 seconds at the end of the first lap. Collinson's had a fairly good recovery drive on the opening lap. He's now just managed to get past his stablemate, JRD Andre Curran, up to position number 2. And now he's going to set his sights on the back of the Beecham Sabre 02, car number 1, reigning State Series champion. And probably one of the favourites, I would say, to be right at the pointy end when we get to the Australian VW Performance Centre Formula Vee National Challenge, which is going to be coming up a little bit later in the year. It's scheduled for October, I think the weekend after Bathurst. It's going to be up at Winton. So if you're free and you would like to come down and see probably a better part of about 50 or 60 Vs with a bit of luck, duking it out in what would be probably one of the best weekends in grassroots open wheel racing. That's where and when it's going to be. Registrations, I don't think, are too far away from opening for that wonderful event. The third time that The Formula Vee Association of Victoria's tried to get that off the ground. Of course, the last two have been scuppered by the government restrictions. They were actually meant to be held here in 2020. That was a no-show. They were meant to be held at Winton last year, and unfortunately that also wasn't able to happen. Third time lucky. Hopefully we'll be up at Winton in October. Look at this, round the outside goes Damien Spinello. Really good pass. That's a really difficult move to pull off down the inside of his teammate Lucas Kouam at turn 10. So two positions in two corners for Spinello, who's shown some really good speed. He's had a couple of front lock-up moments going into a couple of corners in the first two races through the weekend. Puts that down to needing to make a bit of brake bias adjustment, having it set too far forward. A number of drivers had some wet weather running on Friday, a little bit on Saturday, and just found out at the last moments that they needed to change brake bias settings to get their car to behave just a little bit nicer as the conditions have improved throughout the weekend. And here's Nicholson and Casamati with Phil Gardner in tow. Now, they've recovered to just on the edge of the top 10 here. So Nicholson's gone through to P8 and Casamati to 9th. And then Phil Gardner, the last man inside the 10. Just ahead of them, they're chasing down the 12 of Isaac Woodhouse. Again, recovery effort from him after getting himself going following the contact with Nicholson in race number 2. Another change of position here, and that's the second or third time that those two cars have exchanged places in Casamati and Nicholson. It's taken a little while, I think, for John Casamati to sort of come to grips with that Sabre 02. Of course, he's used to piloting the number 9 GMC Products Jace up for the last couple of rounds, and I guess in the paddock we're joking a little bit because it's like we call it our Walkinshaw Andretti United style defection. We talk about Sean Jamieson going from Holden to Ford in the Saloon cars. We've got the two opposite ends of the scale for the man aboard number 25 at the moment.
The Australian V-Dub Performance Centre on board here for this weekend. Great to see them supporting a category that's really super relevant to what they do. And obviously it's not super relevant to your current road-going Volkswagens, but certainly having a tuning division with race cars in your workshop is always relevant, and customers like to see that if they're in for some performance updates. You've got cars with numbers on the side of them, can throw a lot of weight at something there as well. Reith McCarthy, Heath Collinson and Curran doing a tremendous job. Andre Curran, this is a ripping weekend for the number 32, and
Great
Brandon
weekend.
Taylor as well. In there, some newer and interesting names.
Rob Viles had sort of just gone off the circuit there. I think he was going wheel to wheel with Brandon Taylor, and he's just managed to avoid coming back onto the circuit in a bad state.
Grab a cog, Rob. Grab a cog.
Come
You're
on.
up to 5th, mate. You're going back 15th now.
He's gone all the way down the order. Poor Rob. That was some great close wheel action between himself and Brandon Taylor there. Taylor had just sort of edged in front of him going across the line, and they went side by side into turn 1. Unfortunately, Rob was on the outside and just ran out of road.
Number 29 there, Brandon Taylor, Gippy signage on the side of that vehicle. And interestingly enough, Nick Jones back there in the number 96 in 6th place at the moment. That's not a normal position for the purple car. Here we go, Rob Vile. He's got it all, and then it just opened up the steering wheel and he went, oh, well, I'm on the ride now.
Yep.
Watched where he was going, went, well, I'm back. I've got to get the rear wheels on something solid so that I can at least drive away from this. And thank goodness he did.
Oh,
and he's off again.
Yep, he's off again. That's at Siberia.
Well, you know, Larry Perkins entered a Volkswagen in the Round Australia trial, so, I mean, that did have a roof and a full body around it. They can go off-road.
They can. They just don't want to do it with slicks on. That's the
not with
important
race tyres on it,
No,
that's for sure.
I know that the tyres on these cars are Dunlop CR82. It is an all-weather tyre. It's a cross-ply tyre, so it has a little bit of a different property compared to the Yokohama tyres that they used to run a couple of years ago. But yeah, you don't want to be taking them off-road. It's for running on a track, whether the track be dry or the track be wet, and that's it.
Yeah, you don't want to go off and cool them and quench them on the wet grass. This is a good battle we're watching now. Coming around turn 12, traditionally called Belinda's Terrace.
Claudia Lennox towing along Mick Fisher here. Mick's had a couple of dramas with the the engine cover on board that number. Actually, where is he? He's here we go. Yeah, he's had a few issues with that number 69's engine cover earlier this weekend. It actually came flying off in Friday practice, and he was very disappointed because he'd actually had the car recently painted. It's gone from green to blue, and they did a fantastic job to paint it that sort of Ford Performance blue, and it's now got a few cracks and bits of bodywork that need to be changed on it. He's actually having a fairly good run, Mick Fisher, at the moment. Probably one of the better runs he's had for a little while, in the thick of the action, along with Josh Munro and Claudia Lennox there, the two, the Sabre 01s and the Sabre 02. Ed Philippe's tucked onto the back of this group as well, so he's found a little bit of speed over the course of the last couple of rounds, and slowly coming to grips again with the car he drove at the first round. Actually dipped into the 1 minute 59s in the second race this afternoon. So the first time he's broken the 2 minute barrier here at Phillip Island this weekend.
The important thing to note with what we're watching on screen now is this isn't the front of the race. This is actually outside the top 10 at the moment. These guys are vying for a spot inside the top 10. As we see the 76 there, just got a bit of a plume of oil coming out. That's Munro.
They have had some dramas with that car this weekend as well. There's been a gasket that's had to be replaced, I think around the sump for that car too. There's been a couple of cars have had some ongoing oil dramas of varying natures, from pinhole leaks to, as I said there's before, gasket replacement. So hopefully it's not a recurrence of the dramas they've had earlier in the weekend. Stewards will probably pay a little bit closer attention if it starts to get any worse though.
Well, we've got 5 laps remaining this weekend. Rob Vile and the number 7 fighting back was P5 in this race, is currently P nowhere down in 17th, and working pretty hard. Ed and Felipe just being dealt with there as well, so good to see his return. But Rob's got a good car under him, although he's parked it off the grass at high speed in 2 places around the track. He's got his head down and getting back on with it again. Comes onto the straight in the toe there as well. That's Felipe, I think, just in front.
Behind, I think.
Behind
he's
now,
behind
yep.
him, yeah. Here we go, some more wheel-to-wheel action. Darren Power going toe-to-toe with Lucas Kawam around the outside of turn number 1 and into 2, and he's got the job done. So that's a very nice pass. You can do that here at Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. If you can get the run, you can hold your line right around the outside. It puts you in prime position to sort of what they call the block pass going into turn 2, so you can get your line right and then stop your opponent from having any method of coming back at you.
And it can also backfire on you as well.
It can.
Too. They can start to sweep around the outside. You do cover more real estate, but the idea of that, I guess, from the car trying to come past is they flow the car faster and you keep the revs up, which is what Formula Vee is all about. The revs, it's all about keeping that momentum and don't let the car drop out of that power band in the engine's operations.
Correct.
So
considering
it does very well. Most of the drivers get a grip of it fairly quickly, and you've got to get a grip of it fairly quickly because you went down the back of the field and wonder why.
Considering that they only use the top 2 gears once they're up to speed as well. It's a 4-speed gearbox in these cars, and they never go below 3rd gear when they're at full racing speed. So keeping the momentum flowing, keeping the revs up, keeping yourself moving forward in those top 2 gears is absolutely critical. The only times that first and second gears get used is at the start line. There's no tracks that we visit in the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships where you need second or first gear at any of the corners. It's all momentum, flow, and concentration, I think, is probably the third thing that needs to go along with that.
You've got to, if you're in the lead sort of gaggle, you've got to concentrate on what's happening up in front and behind you as well, because things happen pretty quickly. I mean, many a time you've seen a stream of 20 cars come onto the straight, and on the last lap they're still together and someone come out of 6th or 7th place wins the race on the drag race down to the line here. And it's only a matter of a couple of 100 metres that you do it, but that's what the hole in the air in these cars can do, and momentum out of turn 12.
So Brandon Taylor got himself up to 4th place, and the 2 cars that have just gone through ahead of him, Isaac Woodhouse, who's the car in the middle, and Adam Nicholson, the Stinger at the front of the group, have been able to recover through the field after a tardy start for Nicholson and the recovery drive from race 2 for Isaac Woodhouse. They've now found themselves inside the top 5 here, so they've got a fair bit of work to do to catch up to the back of Andre Curran, who's running solo at the moment, 3rd place. He's about 6 or so seconds up the road. You can just see him, there he goes, just up into turn 7, not too far ahead of the group. Probably going to struggle to catch him from here. And then it's a further 5 seconds up the road to Heath Collinson in 2nd place. McCarthy hasn't sort of managed to stretch his legs the way that he did in race number 1 on Saturday afternoon. The gap's still at around 1.2, 1.3 seconds, and it's sort of been pretty stable for the better part of the last 2 laps. So 2 laps remaining on the board. I'd like to see if Heath's got a second wind here and see if he can reel him in.
Nicholson, Woodhouse and Taylor just filling our screens at the moment. But yeah, you're right, Reece McCarthy has not been able to drive away with it at this point in time.
I think Heath's getting a little bit
handy,
closer
but
too.
It's a handy lead, but it's not that unassailable at this point in time.
All it's going to take is one little slip up, and Collinson will be right on the tail of the Beecham Sabre.
I'd not be waiting for that if I was Heath Collinson,
No.
because he doesn't tend to make them. I'd be looking to do a dive bomb down at probably Honda, because he got some options if it goes wrong.
Here we go, a little bit of 3 wide and 2 wide action between the cars in 4th, 5th and 6th. This is a great scrap between Woodhouse, Nicholson and Taylor, swapping positions yet again. Taylor had a little bit of a sneaky look at the inside of Woodhouse. Little puff of smoke there just on the downshift to 3rd gear. Some drivers like to use 4th gear through the 2nd turn here at Phillip Island, and some like to use 4th. Here we go, there is your top 2 places. Collinson lost a touch of time, not very much, only about a 1/10 of a second last lap. There's the gap back to Andre Curran. What a great weekend he's having. And here's the 3rd car in the stable this weekend. Woodhouse going to go the long way, right around the stinger of Adam Nicholson. Leaves him plenty of space, lets him come back on. How does they fare when they get to Siberia? Woodhouse has got the inside line, and he's got the job done.
Puff of smoke out of the tailpipe there as well. Be quite poignant to add right now that the lap record is 151 for a 1600 powered Formula Vee. At the moment, Reece McCarthy's not able to do any better than a 154.21. So this lap record is 9 years old now. So a 151.38 by Mitch Whittington. And that is quite some time ago in his Sabre 02. So let's see if these cars out in front, because these conditions are pretty good. It's blustery, so down the bottom of the straight it's going to be a bit of a handful, but these cars cut through the air pretty nicely, and it's going to be interesting to see how we can do here, because I would suggest this is pretty good conditions to start thinking about pushing on a bit harder.
Speaking of pushing on a bit harder, Reece McCarthy has just set the fastest lap of the race last time around at a 1 minute 54.08. Stretches his margin just out to 1.5 seconds, so a little bit of the second win that Heath Collinson needed to find to close that margin down and get, I guess, into slipstream range hasn't happened in the last 2 laps. He'll probably struggle a little bit from here to make any real impression on the number 1 Beecham Sabre 02 between now and the end of the race, but we're really enthralled by this battle for what is essentially, it's a non-podium position here, with Nicholson, Woodhouse and Taylor still continuing to swap places very, very cleanly. There's the lead up, there's Collinson giving chase still. They're continuing to put margin back on this young man here, Andre Curran in the number 32. Still have high praise for him for the way he's acquitted himself this weekend. Almost 3 wide there between the men in 4th and 5th place, and some contact. The second time there's been contact between those 2 cars this weekend, let alone today, and they've come to a stop. So yellow flags about here. They're sort of partially locked together here. One of them's going to have to grab reverse to uncouple the 2 cars, I think. That's then going to elevate Brandon Taylor through to 4th place, and a couple of others behind that went through, Casamati, Spinello and Gardner. They're all going to move up a pair of spots each, but back to the front of the queue.
I'd like to see a replay of that. I'm not sure what Adam Nicholson was up to then, but I'd also like to see a replay to confirm what I thought I saw there. So that was interesting. Last lap remaining. They've moved away from the scene there, so no need for safety car. This race will go its distance, because there is the checkered flag now. Call him to the line with Reece McCarthy in the lead.
So 2 wins out of 3 for the weekend from McCarthy. He didn't have it all his own way, and Heath Collinson's kept him pretty honest throughout the weekend, especially today, which is a great to see for the Vic State Series title. It'll continue to go on. Andre Curran home for 3rd place. Here is the stricken number 12 of Isaac Woodhouse. Definitely got some damage there. You can see there's some body damage on the side of the number 12. And he's dropped all the way back to behind Josh Munro. So he's going to come home for about 16th place finish.
Is some points though, that's important.
Yes.
Just grab those finishing points.
Very important. So that did elevate Brandon Taylor to 4th. Casamati actually came through to finish 5th in all of that as well. So he's had a ripping run from an 11th place grid starting spot. and gets a top 5 at the end of the day. So tick box for him after a difficult weekend in a new car. Damien Spinello 6th. He was the first of the Acura Motorsport cars that got home ahead of Phil Gardner. And then Lucas Kawam inside the top 10. He finishes 8th. Darren Power 9th. And Samuk Rajaputna, his first top 10 finish as well. So 3 of the Acura cars inside the top 10. The 4th one of those cars, we're about to get the replay here now of what happened.
So down the inside on the 95 there. Oh, gee, yeah. It's almost blameless, really, isn't it? There was the good thing was that there was room left for the number 95 to get through there, and then somehow they just came together. Isaac Woodhouse, and they were going along so nicely in the race there too. But yeah, interesting one there. Isaac Woodhouse left room.
And a missing nose cone now to boot, which is actually, in fact, they lost that nose cone somewhere along the line in race 2, had it handed back to them, and the park flag officials, I think, will just quickly nip out to that point and pick that cone up before the improved production race gets underway in a couple of minutes. So there's your finishing order for race 3 of the Victorian Formula Vee series. Reef McCarthy, 1.7 seconds ahead of Heath Collinson, back to Andre Curien in 3rd. So the top 3 have been pretty much a class of the field so far this weekend, and coming of age, I guess, for Andre Curien in Formula Vee. So some good solid results for him this weekend from Brandon Taylor and John Casamati. The interesting one there was Nick Jones, who sort of really dropped out of that battle for 3rd and 4th very, very early on, and was kind of unsighted at the end of that race. So he'll be scratching his head after a bit of a disappointing finish in that one.
So that's the scene out over the ocean there, but I believe we're going to see that turn 4 incident one more time so that you and I can still be confused as to what exactly happened. Here we go.
I'm looking at it from this point of view now, Darren. I go, okay, there's running side by side. Isaac Woodhouse has turned in for the corner. Maybe didn't have quite the situational awareness that he thought maybe Nicholson was a bit further back than what he was. That's my initial take on that, but there was a bit of room at the very beginning, but it sort of vanished very quickly.
Yeah, I've got to say that the new rule does say give racing room there. So not only is that the guy that is being passed, it's also the guy passing. You can't just chop someone up for that. But I'm going to say there'd be another angle. There'd be some onboard footage there. I'm not willing to call that. In racing, you have comings together. And as you said, spatial awareness does come into it. It is one of those things when you put a helmet on, you're not really concerned about things that are outside your vision. And often in a open car like that, where the mirrors are looking behind and you're blinded, you're not sure whether there's someone there, and there's some more oil downer going down on the track as well. So that looks like it's down around
just trying to work
Southern
out.
Loop, is it?
Yeah, just trying. What is Southern
Siberia?
Loop? That looks like.
Hang on, there's the pits in the background. That's the hay shed.
Yeah, there we go.
From Siberia to Lukey Heights is what we're being told. Thank you very much, Shane Rogers down there in the OB van for Blendline TV, giving us all the good information as always. Yeah. And we're going to take a quick break, I think, because we've got improved production coming up on track next. And after that, we'll go into E30 Racing, Sports Sedans, Circuit XLs, Saloon Cars, and a Porsche 944s. We'll have a quick break, rest our voices, and we'll be back with more racing in just a few moments.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium.
Categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Pre-production cars making their way on track after a big clean-up again here today at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. We're celebrating round 3 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships along with the promoter here this weekend, Payak's 70th anniversary. And a category that hasn't been around for those 70 years, but has been around for a long time and has played a lot to do in the last 30 years or so of Payak history, with numerous nationals being run for the category. The Matthew Flinders Plate, one of the most important awards in improved production racing annually here at Island Magic. And we've got this magnificent field presented by Prestige Hino rolling out on track right now. Steve DeVries, you've had your finger on the pulse for this category for the best part of 5 or 6 years now, and I'm going to say just about every category, including improved production, this is in ideal conditions and conducive to a lap record.
It is, and we actually didn't get too far away, believe it or not, from resetting the lap record in race 2 this morning. Despite the fact it was only 2.5 laps worth of green flag running, the Adam Poole Monaro absolutely took off like a rocket at the green flag restart. He got within 4/10 of Ray Hislop's old mark, which is set back in 2016. So it's not all that long ago when you think about it, is it? 2016 for a lap record. It's a fairly fresh one.
Well, considering the outright lap record was broken today, and it was 22 years old. We've had another record broken earlier on in the day as well, and it was like 11 years old. There has been a couple of resurfacings of the track since then. That's normally when you see a big lot of a rash of lap records coming through. Let's have a look at the Prestige Hino 888 Home Loans improved production cars as they make their way around to the grid. In fact, there's about the first 3 rows that could potentially push the lap record, and some buried in the field there as well. Adam Poole will start out of pole. He's the current and reigning champion, with previous champion right next to him in car number 25, Luke Gretsch-Gumbo in the HSV Senator, Jared Tonks in the number 91 out of P3, and Paul Cruz, only 4 cylinders in his outfit, but this is a absolute jet of a car. And if the planets align, and it is cool and a warm track here today, so there's been a bit of heat sink into the surface. There's the car we're talking about now, the orange Nissan. This could be a lap record-setting car. He's got to deal with traffic around him, of course. Cade Lehman, absolutely coming on strong. Impressive race car driver out of position number 5. Robert Braun, another one. This guy, 3 from 3 at Winton, was absolutely unstoppable. No one could deal with him. Different track, different conditions, and certainly a worthy lap record setter. Brad Wyatt, the next in line in position number 7. Adrian Taranto in the number 38 out of 8. Stephen Zorka certainly could be a 2-litre contender for a lap record. Graham McPherson, fantastic to have Graham back on the track. One of the great blokes around Australian motorsport, and does a terrific job. Michael Hart, a welcome return to Victorian State Series Racing. Did a couple of Bathurst 1000s in the mid-90s in the number 105 there, the yellow Commodore. Danny Timewell in the re-shelled VE Commodore out of 12th place. Matty Logan mixed up down there in the mid-pack, which is interesting in itself. Bryce Peterbudge, Wayne Twist, Dallas Brooks. David Bone right down there in 17th, not the normal place. Paul Willerman, Callum Jensen, Bruce Henley, Paul Grizzards, Malcolm Henley. Won races in this category when it was club cars. Brett Harris, Peter McLean, Stuart Dearborn, Wayne Decker, Scott Appledore, Michael Hopp back in the Starlet down there, Smith, back to Sinclair, Brad Ross, Craig Piergross up the back in the Falcon. Let's see how that goes. Steve DeVries.
Away we go. 3 from 3. Paul leaves wheel tracks at the start and gets swamped again at the initial jump, but have a look at him here. He'll just get that second wind and just surge and surge and surge, and even though he left the wheel tracks on the starting blocks at the pole position, he's already back to the front of the queue.
Wow, that is amazing bit of grabbing second and third gear there in the Monaro, because he was being gazumped by the second row of the grid, Paul Cruz and Luke Gumbo. He's going to be scratching his head going, how and what that just went on there. I'm sure I had turn one. Michael Hart's got the BMW right in behind him there as well. The Sign Pro Commodore ranges up there as well, so that's the mid-pack. Here's the front of the race. There's Poole, Prestige Hino, emblazoned across the front of the windows of all of these cars. Robert Braun in that little BMW, the Westvic earth-moving outfit, and he gets a little bit of movement under the wheels there. Have a look at Paul Cruz, poised just to get it opened up and let that turbo horsepower take control up the back. There's Stephen Zorkas. He's mixing it up with the higher horsepower cars as well. This is a little Civic with some fantastic pedigree in this category, and have a look at them all lining up to have a crack at that Civic. He's not letting them get past either. Look at the pace he's got on board on that front wheel drive car. This is a brilliant bit of driving.
It's a brilliant bit of driving. He's boxed in Graham McPherson there, and Matty Logan's looking for a way through, but there isn't any way through at the moment. Change for the lead. Jared Tonks through on Adam Poole. Has Poole got a problem, or has he just buttoned that one off just a little bit? That's a little bit of an odd one for me. He has had a couple of gremlins here in the past, but it looks like he may have had a little bit of a moment on some of that oil potentially that was left behind for Formula Vee. Car off. Paul Vuleman in the EA Falcon, and that is on the exit of turn 10. That's down at MG. So stream across the line for the first time. So it looks like it may have been just a little bit of the slippery stuff that was left behind from the Formula V's.
He won't do it again, will he?
No, he won't go out that far again. He knows where it is now.
But the interesting thing is that the horsepower race going down the straight, the Monaro just getting through the air a little bit more efficiently. Lehman now up the inside of the 13 of Cruz. Cruz being shown the wide way around there, ducks up the inside again. They'll go for the run down to 3. Looks right up inside the back of the Bendigo door centre car of Lehman.
Watch the braking performance. If he gets a sniff here, Cruz will be under brakes and looking for the move down the inside at turn 4. It's a much lighter car, much better under brakes.
Does Braun go with him too? That's the question.
I don't think so. He's looking for the exit though, Rob Braun, because he goes quite well around here. He just couldn't get the power down at the right time. That's the big difference in improved production and the way you can build these cars. The bigger, heavier cars need a lot longer stopping distance, so they've got to get on the anchors earlier. The likes of Robert Braun and Paul Cruz, the much nimbler cars, they can go a little bit deeper into the corner so they can pull that passing move off. But then the next question is, how much time is it going to take before Cade Lehman potentially rounds up Paul Cruz coming back down the straight? Oh, Brad White's gone off here at... looks like he's got a mechanical gremlin. That's such a shame, because every time that we see him at the racetrack, there's either has a good run or he has a mechanical gremlin.
Paul Cruz now has got the solution to Cade Lehman. He's doing a terrific job. Now he's starting to work his way onto the back of Luke Gumbo. Luke Gumbo doesn't seem to have an answer for the two cars in front of him. This is really unusual. This guy's got an answer for everything. Doesn't matter whether it's a question in a race, a question on social medias. He'll give you his opinion, and right now his opinion is, I need to catch these two.
Have a look at Rob Braun. There he is, pulls out from under the slipstream, under the rear wing of the Cade Lehman, number 26. Very nearly pulled the move off into turn number 1. He goes so well here, Rob Braun. He had a fantastic duel with Paul Cruz a couple of years ago at Island Magic. Ultimately came up a little bit short. It actually was a fuel drama. It didn't actually put enough fuel in the car to begin with, but one of the combatants that's been coming here for many, many years, and you can see why when the car goes so well. It corners so beautifully, so stable under brakes, and just follows in the wheel tracks of cars in front almost to a T.
Two different iterations on a car, both normally aspirated, both rear-wheel drive, and that's pretty much all they share. The E30 there, renowned for their perfect weight distribution. And I'd hardly say a Commodore, and I've driven them for over 25 years, has perfect weight distribution, but you can play around with that in a race car setup.
A bit further back in the field here, Dallas Brooks putting a move on Michael Hart. The VX Commodore going through there on the one with VRVS specification. and up the back they go. What are they battling along here? This Wayne Twister's also just tucked along there with Bryce Peter Budge. They're down in the sort of the mid-teens at the moment, so around 13th, 14th, 15th place. Dallas Brooks having a good run up at Winton as well. The car sort of was quite suited to Winton, being a sort of a stock, or a mostly stock car. A couple of new go faster bits on the way, and at a track like Winton it was quite good. Here it's a little bit down on horsepower because of course the front straight and the drag down to turn 4 sort of renders it a little bit of a duck in a straight line. This car's got a bit of mumbo in a straight line. Adrian Taranto in the Audi S3 and Graham McPherson in the Commodore's got just a little bit more, I think.
Yeah, certainly, but also Stephen Zorkas, interesting there, is behind Taranto there at the moment. So Audi gets away like a jet off the line, and there's 3. Here we go. Here's 3 different sorts of cars going for it.
Graham not able to round up the Audi of Adrian Taranto, so Taranto had a really good run then out of turn 10 and was able to maximise that all the way down to turn 1. So Audi definitely no slouch in a straight line today, and definitely we've seen over the course of many, many years of that car being on the grid that it's no slouch off the line either. He just seems to nail that sweet spot all the time, finds himself in the thick of the battle, mixing it up with some of the Commodores. Normally it's Mark DeFarnis we see Adrian Taranto going toe-to-toe with, but he's picked a new partner today.
Graham McPherson getting a little bit frustrated there. Hale's out of Bendigo, that's his home, and this car always looks great. Saw him burst on the scene when he helped Tony Floriani build the championship-winning Commodore back in the early 90s as well. So Graham knows his way around the General's product, certainly knows how to set up a race-winning car as well. Have a look at this battle. 2 pretty much like machines going for it.
One a little bit more developed than the other. Matty Logan, who's driven from the back of the field in race 2 this morning, started 30th, found his way up to about 14th. Big sideways moment over the top of Lukey Heights and managed to gather it up. And Danny Timewell ended up with a small penalty applied post-race from this morning. That was the result of the coming together that we didn't quite see the beginning of. We saw the end of with Craig Piergros and Marco Temperio sideways across the track. They cut the running a little bit short this morning. These guys are fighting over 7th and 8th place at the moment, and they've just swapped, so that puts Logan up to 7th, Timewell back down to 8th. There is the other car that was involved in the accident this morning, Marco Temperio. I'm actually glad to see that he's got that going, and he's fighting along here with his fellow Falcon competitor, who is Paul Vuleman. Marco actually having shelved and put the EA Falcon that he'd run for the last few years to bed in favour of the BF Falcon that he's now finding himself at the wheel of.
Tell you what though, this is a good battle. 2 Fomocos going for it out there, side by side. Some brave driving by both these guys. Marco Temperio obviously with that bonnet all bent up like that. You can't hide that scar in very easily, can you?
Not in a car like that.
Side by side across the line they go. I'm actually trying to pick up whereabouts in the race these two are.
They
are 2021.
Yeah, back into the top 20. So 19th and 20th they're currently fighting over.
Michael Hopp back in 27th. The Smith, Sinclair, Ross, Wyatt. It's great. Out of the into the 30 then.
It's great to see Michael Hopp back. He's been, been a member of the club for at least 20 years. Lives in Queensland now, but the car lives in Victoria. And last time we saw him here at Phillip Island was actually back at the 2016 Nationals. But it was always held at Island Magic. So good to see him out. Also good to see he's got Shane Smith in one of the Class D Suzuki Swifts here this weekend as well. They're working towards getting him off the P's so they can do the Bathurst 6 Hour next year with him and his father, Malcolm Smith, who did the same race last year, and looking to run up to 4 Suzukis next year in the 6 Hour.
Watching this battle, we've got Graham McPherson that's gone through on the Audi and the little Honda there as well. 2 slightly different vehicles here as well, so both running in similar engine capacities.
Albeit with one with a bit of a turbo on the front of it.
Yep. And here's these 2 Falcons side by side again. This is where we caught up with them in the last lap, isn't it?
Yep, they're going side by side again, right around the top end of Lukey Heights. They're basically round 2. They love putting on a show, these 2. Who's that behind? I've got Brett Harris in the AU Falcon just behind them. I think it might be Paul Javots in the second of the Civics that's just behind them as well. Giving plenty of space, but you're right, Darren. That's the battle scar on that BA Falcon looks horrible, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. But look at this. This is exactly what they did the last lap around They're going to go side by side down the straight again.
Paul's got to be very careful here because he's had a couple of sideways moments. He was telling me out of turn 12 throughout the weekend where he's been holding on for dear life. So he doesn't want to be out there for too long. He might find himself with a bit of a fistful of opposite lock again. So 3 laps to run from the time that the race leader gets to the line this time around, and looking to see where he is at the moment. He's just about to go through Adam Poole right now, so that will tick over to officially 3 laps remaining. Here's the battle that's further down the field. Cade Lehman and Robert Braun still duking it out for 5th and 6th. Cade brought this car about 3 or 4 years ago. It's an ex-Garth Walden production car, and it's had some slow development over the course of its the time it's been in Cade's hands, to the point now where it really is a great top 10 running car. It's just about at every track we go to.
The leaders starting to gather up some of the tail enders there as well. It looks like the Scott Appledore car.
Correct.
From Scarcella Motorsport and Design around there. Lehman looking to the inside here. This is going to be interesting once they catch that XL. Do they go either side of it? Does the XL hold its line? No, they're going to go right round the outside of it.
Early.
In fact, the XL won't feel any pain as they just ease their way through like that.
He saw it really early and got over to that side, left-hand side of the track pretty quickly. Oh, Bryce Peter Budge got some smoke coming out of the back of car 89. He's coming into the pit lane. Looks like it's a big lock-up. We can see smoke for miles there. Maybe that's an engine or something let go there, I think.
Smoke, isn't it? That's got that blue tinge to it. That's not what we want to see. Bryce Peter Budge, a really good contributor to motorsport, and that's a real shame. Tell you what, these two contributing to a massive battle out on track as well. And something I just had a quick look up between Vulaman and Marco Temperio. I didn't realise that the Temperio car was a 5.4 litre V8. I thought it was an XR6, but it's the 4 litre 6-cylinder versus the 5.4 litre V8 there as well. So that's an even better battle for the older car there as well.
It's actually got the engine from a GTP sitting in the housing of that one as well. So the GTP, of course, the 5.4 litre V8. Not actually a GTP chassis. I think it is an XR6 chassis with a different engine sitting in it. They have had some ECU gremlins in that one as well, but I think they might have put them to bed by figuring out sensor. Here we go, have a look at this. Braun right around the outside of Cade Lehman. Jesus, a canny old fox. He's decided, you know what, I've been watching him for 3 or 4 laps, and this is the way I'm going to get this move done. I'm going to go the long way around the outside at turn 12, and I'm going to see if I can get under your nose and get into turn 1, but no. Cade Lehman very much awaits the challenge, and the battle continues.
You know what? There's a whole lot of E30 racers that should be in their cars ready for the next race that have squashing their faces up against the barriers, cheering on their rockstar hero Robert Braun at the moment. They are absolutely cheering.
Oh, and he's wide.
He's gone wide.
He's gone wide. He's got left the tyre in the grass. Rob, what are you doing?
Everyone was cheering him on. He must have seen all his E30 mates in their helmets up on the wall there cheering him on, but he is the rock star amongst the fraternity down there of the E30s.
We call that the commentator's curse, I think, don't we? And I was about to say, they won't be on the walls. They'll all have mobile phones in their cockpits looking at them because they'll be sitting in dummy grid right now. That's as best as they're probably going to get.
Watching
but they will
the streaming.
Be some fist pumping and some live streaming going on all the way around the track. Here's McPherson, again locked in combat with Adrian Taranto. McPherson had gotten past them, and now they've passed him again, and now he's passing them again. So this is a great scrap. This has been a great race-long scrap between the three of them.
Yeah, this is what happens towards the end of a longer race where the lighter cars are not using up as much tyre. In fact, I'm quite surprised that Adam Poole's been able to go on with it, because he left the best part of about a 20-metre number 11 on the start line, and he had some very hot rear tyres, but he's used it to his advantage early on in the race. But interested to see he's still being able to clock up the good times, albeit he's about a second and a half off his best time, but even his best is about a second and a half better than anyone else around him.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And Poole's actually done that all 3 times this round. He's laid a big number 11s leaving the start box, but somehow by the time he gets to turn 1, he's still in front. He's managed to gather it up. And I think probably the pace that we're seeing from him at the moment, he's just sort of got it in reserve. He hasn't really leaped away at 2 or 3 seconds a lap quicker than anybody else. The gap's only sitting at 10.8 seconds in the course of nearly 9 laps. It's about a second or so a lap, so he's really not pushing the car too extreme. He has, of course, he's still cross-ended for sports sedans, so maybe he's got something in the tank for a little bit later on this afternoon.
So for Prestige Hino, the improved production cars with 888 home loans turning it on for us here today. This battle is raging down the straight. We've got it absolutely transfixed here. 3 different iterations on the motor car, let alone race cars, and they are glued together. At the moment, Stephen Zorkas just losing that bit of horsepower, the normally aspirated front-wheel drive outfit. The turbocharged Audi just in front being able to hang in a straight line. But now Stephen Zorkas, this is where the skill comes into it. And just watching, well, this must be coming to the checkered flag, our race leader.
It is.
The TRP ducked vehicle, the South Australian with number 1. And he is walking all over the track there, under power. A lot of movement underneath his tyres that time around. The number 1 shines brightly here at Phillip Island and will run it down to the checkered flag. It's Adam Poole takes another race win in the Prestige Hino improved production races. Now the big measure is what's the gap back to Jared Tonks, and is it Jared Tonks? Yes, it is. He splits a couple of tail enders, brings the rod and gun car to the line. Then the gap goes back to Paul Cruz in the number 13. So 12 seconds between 1 and 2, 3.7 seconds between 2 and 3. And that's our podium. Luke Gretsch-Gumbo in an unfamiliar place down in 4th place there at the moment. He's got to have a bit of a good look at what's going on with the Senator there, because these guys are really showing him the way, and there's absolutely no one that can tell Luke how to drive. He's a ripping race car driver, won championships, he knows how to do it, but just being shown a clean set of heels. Here is this race that we've been watching pretty much all race long, into the straight line, and they're going to line up behind each other, and that's how they'll finish.
And Graham McPherson's going to get 9th here, ahead of Adrian Taranto in 10th, and Steve Zorkas the lead, under 2 car, home first in 11th. A little bit of lap traffic here. There's Paul Javots just trying to round up Toyota Starlet here of Michael Hopp, and then the other car Michael Hopp's prepared, we've spoken about once or twice already, with Shane Smith at the wheel. That's the little Suzuki Swift, the FZ model Swift back there as well. They're going to come to the line. They're going to be a lap down, but they've had a good weekend. Both cars have run reliably, and the Hare Motorsport team. I love the logo on the side here, the little Hare Motorsport, a little bit of a play on the old Holden line.
Yep.
It looks absolutely fantastic.
And it's been around for about the same amount of time too.
Exactly. And here they come.
Luke Gretsch-Gumbo in the number 25. Let's hope he can find something between now and the next round in the second weekend of August. The number 25. Really want to see the Senator pushing right back up into those podium spots there as well. But take nothing away from Poole, Tonks, and particularly Paul Cruz, that have driven very, very well to get the podium spots in this last race for the Prestige Hino improved production cars.
There we go, Prestige Hino. Massive thanks to them for the sponsors of the improved production category this year, along with 888 Home Loans, Pro Cut Tree Services, DLL Photography and Design, and Yokohama and Traction Tyre Centre. We very much are appreciating every bit of their sponsorship that they've been giving to us over the course of the season. We'll take a short break here. Coming up in just a few moments' time, it's going to be the BMW E30s. Looking forward to seeing some great one-make racing around a Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Don't go anywhere.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Welcome back. We've got the BMW E30s for Garagistic in the marshalling area getting ready to go. I'm Darren Smith. Donovan Mulhagen has joined right alongside me here again. And just before we came on air, we were just discussing the nuances of the point score for this round of the championship. Donovan, you were saying that Alex Jory, who's starting out at position number 3, needs to win this.
Yes, there's 2 points in it at the moment. If Alex beats Jesse to the line for a 1-2, then he will take the round. Otherwise, we could be in a count-back situation. But it'll be interesting. Alex Jory starting out of 3rd with Jesse after his win in race 2 this morning in the combined race, starting off of our pole position. Jeff Bowles alongside him in 2nd.
So just waiting for the cars to be released from the marshalling area to head down to the line. Of course, there's plenty of commercial support for you guys. Every time you come up here, you've got a T-shirt on with a list of sponsors on and different bits and pieces. But the BMW Drivers Club have made their way down here today.
Indeed, they have. BMW Drivers Club of Melbourne have brought their supporters down here to support the E30 Racing Club today here at Phillip Island. They've got their cars parked along the inside of Turn 1, I believe. So a big thank you to them from our club for the support that they provide us, along with our other commercial sponsors, Garagistic and David Levy Motorsport, Budget and Avis Rent a Cars. Obviously, Bell Motorsport are a big supporter of the club. They run a number of cars in the category as well. And Graham, as usual, is here preparing and supporting those cars this weekend.
So always in motorsport, there's always commercial obligations to take care of. Of course, we have got, this is round 3. We've got round 4 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships at Sandown International Motor Raceway on the 12th, 13th and 14th of August at Sandown. So we look forward to everyone joining us trackside at the races that weekend at Sandown. Absolutely no excuses. Sandown is a 3/4 of an hour drive from the furthest point of Melbourne. You can get on Eastlink, and once you get off Eastlink, you've got about 1.5 kilometres down the road, and you are at Sandown International Motor Raceway. Round 5 will be back here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, and 23rd, 24th and 25th of September. And I like to build that one as the I'm avoiding aerial ping pong finals time of the year in Melbourne. I want to go to Phillip Island and go car racing. So if you don't enjoy the madness of football in September, please come and join us here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. We assure you a ripping weekend of racing, and you get to escape all of that madness around football.
Indeed you do. Although Sandown in August, it could be a wet and cool affair for us, almost a replacement for the Sandown 500 at that time of the year.
Yeah, look, August is a difficult time of the year, but it fits in well with the calendar. And I've got to say, when I hark back, I always loved a wet race meeting. I seem to do a lot better in the rain than I did in the dry. And then when you go well in the wet, every race meeting's dry.
Absolutely. My first drive in a BMW race car was in the wet right here at Phillip Island, actually.
Yep.
And I have to say, stepping out of a four-wheel drive race car into a rear-wheel drive in the wet was a learning experience.
Yep, sure is. It's understeer and then oversteer every single corner. Although the BMW E30s, they do it a lot better than what I was racing back in the 90s. But the cars are coming down pit lane now to start off their final 9-lapper for the weekend. Here we've got 12 cars fronting for the start of this event. In fact, the last few races of the day with the E30s and our last race for the day, the Porsche 944s, I guess the philosophy on the original road-going cars was pretty similar. To make a fun car to drive that's forgivable, balanced and fast.
Absolutely.
And that's what they resulted in. Got a bit of an on-board shot here with one of our cars, the Garagistic sticker on there. I'm not too sure who that is.
That's on board with Simon Schiff in the number 55 Red Rocket Racing car, E30 Racing car. So we had some footage from him in the first race today, and we've got some more again for race 3 for the weekend for E30 Racing. So we'll see how maybe we can get a shot of that off the line. Maybe we can talk to somebody on the other end of these microphones and they can show us what it looks like to start a race.
I'm sure they're like a duck now. They're paddling like crazy underwater trying to work out how they can do that. and I'll get in trouble for co-commentators trying to direct the race. So well, that's all right, no problem. Let's have a look at the grid sheet. Let's do something we can control.
Darren told me to say that.
As we've got Jesse Bryan off pole in the number 38, Jeffrey Bowles right alongside, and it's Alex Jory who we're throwing the weight of expectation over him in the number 22 to try and push his way through to the race win and take the round victory. Brian Burke in the number 27 is the next car off the line there. Ash Rogers in the number 50. Simon Schiff in the 55.
Number 7, out of 7th, we've got Ryan Carter in the number 19. Out of 8th, we've got Mark Gorgovsky in the number 87 car, followed by Tristan Blumenfelder out of 9th and Rory Plant out of 10th, with Elwyn Lim in 11th, and bringing it up the rear will be Shannon Cooper in the number 90.
Of course, Rory Plant, we love him. He's bringing the Upflow, full-flavoured, non-alcoholic beer to keep our whistles wet here in the commentary booth. And big g'day to the Upflow Brewing Company. We really like what you're doing out there. Of course, being able to enjoy the full flavour of having a brewski and being able to drive home without any issues whatsoever. So we had David Amor up here commentating a race earlier, and he ripped into one on the way home last night, and he said he got home and he didn't feel like a beer. He'd already wet the whistle with a non-alcoholic one, and he was good to go. So there it is, a glowing endorsement from the commentary booth for the Upflow Brewing Company, and we wish Rory all the best in his race.
Absolutely, and it's good to see smaller companies like that getting in and supporting grassroots motorsport. It is, obviously, it's a lot cheaper than some of the mainstream motorsports, but it still does help to have a little bit of assistance, whether it be providing some products like that or maybe a little bit of funding. But no, it's great to see them getting behind us.
My philosophy is if you've got a great product and you're expecting the world to know about it by not telling them, you're going to lose.
True.
If you've got a great product, tell as many people as you possibly can, and if you have to sponsor something or if you have to do it, find a way.
Absolutely.
Because if you've got a great product, people aren't just going to buy it.
No.
You can sit there going, we've built the best widget, but if you don't tell people about it, you're going nowhere.
They got to know about it.
So Jesse Bryan takes the pole position. And I'm not sure. I can't remember a race where Jesse was on pole. It would be 4 or 5 seasons ago if it was, but and that certainly was Jeff Bowles is there.
And that was his first race win here in E30 Racing with us earlier today. So he was very excited about that.
Jeff Bowles wants to check that car. He was looked like he was heading off down into turn 1. Alex Jory in P3, the number 22, and Brian Burke. You'd have to say the 2 fastest cars here this weekend on the second row of the grid, and away we go. Charging down into turn 1. We've got them going 4 wide just underneath the bridge here. He's on board with Simon Schiff. So this is the number 55 car. He started out of 6th place and we disappeared down. There's one off into the dirt there, coming back on at the back of the field. So not too sure who that was. That disappeared. A red car, dark red car down there. So it's not Simon Schiff because he's smack bang in this pack.
It could be Elwyn Lim. He started off the back of the grid, so perhaps. And here's some in-car footage of Simon Schiff's car. Thank you very much there to the producers. We've got some really good footage here from Blendline. So it's a lot of fun being in these cars. You can see there's a little bit of wheel work going on there by Simon. Probably getting a little bit loose into Honda there. Under braking.
I reckon it might be Tristan Blofeld that went off to the grass in the
was
number 23, but we'll confirm that when we can.
Alex has had a good southern loop there with coming from third up to second, and now he's trying to catch back up to Jesse and maybe take this race win away from him.
On board here, busy at the wheel. This will be interesting to see coming across Lukey Heights how much the sun is affecting. You've got the heated screen on this car, so that could really start to reflect, and you'll see where any sort of sandblasting is occurring. Here we go, across the top. Look at that. It's not quite low enough yet that it's shining straight in the windscreen, and I reckon the E30s might get away with it, but certainly coming into the next race, which will be the sports sedans, they're going to have some strife, and the rest of the weekend everyone's going to have the hand up trying to keep the sun out of their eyes. We come around the top part of the course now, and it is Alex Jory. He's doing exactly what he needs to do as he starts to move up onto the back of Jesse Bryan. Bryan goes wide. Jory looks to go down the inside. Bryan holds onto the inside line there and goes with him. Good idea. Stay right with him, Alex, and at the last minute is when you dive out here. He's not going to have the momentum that it's going to make too much of an effect. Looks to the inside. No, it doesn't. So, yeah, I'm going to say Tim Bloemfelder.
Yep.
Tristan Bloemfelder was the one that went to the dirt there because he's gone back down to the tail.
Big lock up from Simon Schiff there coming into Southern Loop, but gathers it back up and really didn't lose too much space at all there. He's back on the back and he's looking to go up the inside of Jeff. It's almost like that didn't happen, that lock up.
I tell you what, though, he'll have just about given himself a dislocated wrist when you lock up like that. It would have just about ripped the hand out of the wheel out of his hand that time. It was a big one. Jory looks to the inside up the side of Jesse Bryan, and he's got him. Beautiful bit of driving there by Alex Jory. Still on the brakes as he apex the corner there, so that will affect his exit speed, and it has. Have a look at Brian Burke. He's weighing in on this. Jesse lost his momentum too a little bit there, out wide. Jesse's got the inside running for the next left-hander, but the sweeping right-hander is where Alex Jory needs to be. He does, just cuts in through there. Takes his spot. Brian Burke goes through on Jesse Bryant now as well. So Jesse Bryan's gone back 2 spots in 2 corners. Have a look at this pair out in front. As I said, the second row of this grid had the fastest cars on it. And if the number 27 doesn't stay fast, then I don't know what does.
Brian covering there a little bit over Lukey and into MG, just trying to offset any possibility for Jesse to come back at him. And now he's back off after Alex Jory coming through turn 11. Brian running with some new extractors this weekend, so he's hoping for a little bit extra oomph down the straights perhaps, or a little bit more out of the corner, but Alex is starting to gap him around 12.
I'd suggest that Jesse needs to flow the car a little bit better, like the 2 cars that have just gone streaming through on him there. So Jesse probably just needs to worry about keeping the revs up and trying to make this car work a little bit better under him, because as I said, the 2 faster cars were on the second row and they're sort of proving that now. Jesse looks to the outside, could have gone through, but pulls back in the number 38. Experienced racer in the BMW E30s, but a couple of faster guys here this weekend. And I do like the fact that Brian Burke continues on with that spearmint green BMW colour.
Genuine BMW colour on that car.
Absolutely, it is.
So
yeah.
it looks fantastic.
It'll be a part number, and there'll be a touch-up kit for it as well.
You've probably got it too, knowing Brian. He's got just about everything there that you need. If ever you're in need of a little bit of help, Brian is the man to give a yell. Or obviously with Graham here, Graham's is the expert on everything E30s. So it's great having him running around the category.
Oh, there's some. Is that
looks
steam
like,
or is it some sort of fluid coming out of the back of? What is that?
I'm not sure. That's Jeff Bowles' car. He's the only car in the category that runs an FIA fuel bladder, and he runs that in the spare wheel well. So I'm wondering whether or not maybe there was a little bit of fuel spillage when he topped up before the race.
Geez, you'd reckon we're 2 laps in, you would have used the best part of 2, 3, 4 litres in the first opening lap. And anyway, so it looks like it's stopped now. I was actually fearful that it was steam coming out of the tailpipe and maybe done a head gasket or something like that, which is fairly uncommon in these cars. They're super reliable.
They are. Yeah. No, we rarely have mechanical problems. We try not to overstress the cars. We're a pretty controlled category. You're only allowed to do limited amount to the engines.
Cheers, upflow. Rory Plant going around there. Currently sitting in 8th spot. Rory's made up 2 places. Started out at 10th place in the Upflow Brewing Company BMW E30. Of course, all the cars running the Yokohama control tyre as well, which helps in one-make racing. When you have a control tyre, brings everyone onto the absolute level playing field. Brian Burke there just running a little bit wide out onto the painted ripple strip there, which is not actually a ripple strip, it's just a blue and white painted concrete apron. This time yesterday would have been an issue. Would have been a lot of standing water on there, but today all safe. We don't want to continue to do it though.
There's only so much those Yokohamas can do, and painted ripple
that's
strips
right,
is not one of them.
Yeah,
so.
then there's some talent by the guy behind the wheel that has to work it out, isn't there?
That's right.
Alex Jory doing everything that was asked of him. Dominic Mollenhagen, before we went on air, said he's got to win this race to win the round, and that's clearly what's been on his head, because since the outset he's had iterations for the lead of this race. Yes, we've still got 6 laps remaining, but on current form you'd have to say someone's going to have to really throw down the gauntlet. And I think Brian Burke is the one that's got the bit between the teeth at the moment. But you'd have to say with the lead they've got out over Jeff Bowles and Simon Schiff that he just has to keep this thing lapping consistently at the pace he is. Interestingly enough, last lap around, 0.2 of a second faster than anyone on track was Brian Burke. So 154.88. So that's the car currently sitting in position number 2, the number 27 there in the Spearmint green outfit.
Yeah, Alex didn't get he copped the tough end of the stick with that accident, that incident out of Siberia in the combined IP race in our last race, and really he probably lost at least 2 spots genuinely from that. So he was starting probably lower than he should have been, but he's back where he likes to be at the front of the field. And notwithstanding, Brian is trying to give him a bit of a hurry up here down the front straight. It's good to see Brian running up there with him. He's, as I said, he's got some new headers in the car. We've got Jesse there in third, following closely behind. Just running through the rest of the grid there. We've got Jeff Bowles in fourth, followed by Simon Schiff fairly closely behind him in fifth. Mark Gorgowski in sixth position there, running about 2 seconds in behind Simon Schiff. And Ashley Goose Rogers. I'm used to using his Ashley name, his proper name. That's Goose Rogers, number 50 in position 7. Rory, as you mentioned before, running in 8th position, followed by Ryan Carter, another new person to the category this year. Tristan in 10th, Tristan Blumenfelder. Elwyn Lim in 11th, and Simon Cooper running in 12th at the moment. And there's that fluid again, unless that's a replay. No, there's that fluid coming out the back of Jeff's car coming through Siberia. I wonder what that is.
Interestingly enough, it's done it in the same spot. It's not doing it anywhere else, and really there's not a lot of load when you're accelerating in a straight line out of Siberia. You're not turning left or right. It's maybe making the car lean back a bit as you're applying the power, but that's an interesting one. But something is coming out of the back of car number 24. We'll leave it alone because it doesn't seem to be doing it anywhere else other than exit of turn 4.
Yeah, we'll just monitor that, I suppose. Looks like Ashley. I think that's Ashley in behind them there, trying to. No, that's Mark Gorgowski in behind them. Mark back in the category after a few years out, doing a renovation. It looks like Jeff Bowles is getting the meatball flag for that fluid coming about. And they're saying that it's fuel coming out the back of that car. So as I mentioned, Jeff Bowles is the only one who runs an FIA tank in the rear wheel well of that car. So perhaps something is not quite right. Maybe the lid hasn't gone back on properly. I'm not sure. So he will be coming back to the pits at the end of this lap.
Gee, that's annoying when you've made the investment in the right fuel cell to have in your race car and you start to have a leak. But certainly where we're been noticing over the last 2 laps coming out of turn 4 up towards 5 and 6, where the car's quite flat, but we'll see if it does it again now. Like, you'd expect it to be sort of pouring out as you're going around one of the corners with the G-forces and stuff like that, but last lap and the first lap around that we saw it was definitely coming out. So he doesn't appear to have slowed down too much, so maybe not seen the meatball flag. Meatball flag is the black flag with the orange dot, which means you've got a mechanical. Let's have a look.
But
yeah, there it is
again.
There it
so
is.
I don't know. Maybe maybe there was a bit of spillage when he topped it up, and that's he'll be smelling that in the cabin for sure.
The jettison button.
Maybe the car's too heavy.
Yeah.
Make it lighter. Make it lighter.
Yeah, you'll definitely be smelling that in the car. It's amazing in a race car when you strip out the carpets and all of those sorts of things. The smells that you get, and you can be following in a close pack, and someone 3 cars in front of you is leaking fuel, and you're going, "What's going on? Where's the fuel coming from?" Or someone's got a bit of stinky gear oil leaking or something like that.
There's Shannon Cooper there. Looks like Shannon's made it past. That's Elwyn Lim. So I think on the timing we've got a bit reversed there, because I'm pretty sure that's Shannon Cooper there leading Elwyn Lim. So that doesn't look like the timing is reflecting that correctly.
It'll update the next time they come around across the strike there, but yes, this is the number 90 of Cooper, and then Lim, and that's the 11 and 12 last cars on the road. The Knox Heart Centre emblazoned all over the side of the Elwyn Lim car.
He watched the race, unfortunately, from the sidelines in race 1 yesterday afternoon. Had a little bit of an off coming through turn 3 and parked it in the kiddie litter. But back on again today and having a ball in the E30 Racing category.
Coming around through Hayshed now, still 3 laps remaining. This is Alex Jory. He's doing a brilliant job out in front now. He's given himself a nice healthy gap, 1.5 seconds to Brian Burke. Actually, no, this is not Alex Jory. This is still Alwyn Lim and Shannon Cooper that we're looking at here. Bowles has returned to the lane after that fuel leak, and there is his crew running their way up pit lane to get to what the issue may be and make sure we can get the car back into the race, because there is points on offer at the moment. 66 points on offer. There's the number 25 there again, Alwyn Lim, the Knox Hart Centre entry. Now here's our 22, our race leader, and turning out some good laps. Done the fastest lap of this race at a 154.26, which is a strong lap in a BMW E30.
Absolutely. I think our lap record around here is around 52. So he's a little bit of ways off that, but I'm sure that was under ideal conditions. I don't... and we can see a little bit of the oil cleanup there coming into pit lane. I think that was from a previous category. Here's Brian coming through turn 12, trying to get a good run onto the straight, see if he can pick up some time to Alex Jury. And we've got Jesse there coming out of 12, following Brian, a couple of seconds behind him at this point. So getting a bit strung out now towards the end of this race with 2 laps to go, I believe. Simon Schiff just coming across the line, followed by Mark Gorgovsky in the number 87 car, and then Ashley Goose Rogers in the number 50 car coming across to complete another lap.
Good to see Ashley Rogers doing well in the P6 there as well. Just looking at Jesse Bryant in the very, very colourful liveried car.
Looks like we've got Jeff Bowles. Is he going to? He's turning left. So Jeff Bowles. Well, that'll be it for the day for Jeff, unfortunately. Not sure what they've discovered there, but he's decided to park that car for the rest of the race, unfortunately.
That is a shame. So heads back to the paddock area. We'll see him at round 4 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships at Sandown on the 12th, 13th and 14th of August. There's Simon Schiff, good view at the back of that very intricate livery that they've designed on that car. Urban camo.
He spent a lot of time on that. He's very happy, very proud of that. And his father races in the category as well. He's not here this weekend. He's heading off to Hawaii with his lovely lady on Wednesday, so he hasn't been able to make the trip, but there's a fair bit of gold and red and car on that car as well. They've both done a great job on their liveries.
55 running around now, currently in 4th place, so just off a podium. Jesse Bryan is only just up the road a little bit here, so with 2 laps to go, I'm not predicting that position is going to change. In fact, I think positions 1, 2, 3, 4, even 5 will remain unchanged as we look for our race leader. Alex Jory in the bright orange car appears to be coming on to the straight. Yes, it is. Number 22 goes across the line. Completed 8 laps, 9 laps is the journey. And the screaming 6-cylinder of Ashley Rogers, or is that Gorgovsky?
That's Mark Gorgovsky there. And that will be Goose in the number 50 car coming by there.
Or Ashley Rogers.
Ashley Rogers, sorry. Ashley does a great job to come from as far as he does. He's coming from regional Victoria and not this side of the state, but the other side of the Gulf, so the other side of the bay. So he makes a big trek to come to Phillip Island. We appreciate all of our members who make a commitment to come and compete in the category, because as we said before, it's not a small commitment to come and race in as many rounds as you can and any sort of sponsorship you can get. So everybody who gets here and comes to the track enjoys it immensely. So thank you to all of our members and all of our competitors who come along and race in this great category.
I think it's probably part of what's been the change in the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships with the live streaming and being able to get more out to the world, and people who are looking at sponsorship proposals. If you've got some TV content, you're going to go further to the top of the list of potential agreements than those that don't. You're getting people's brands on more eyes, and we've sort of proven that with the guys at Upplay Brewing Company on Rory's car, and Rory's not in the top three. He's out there pushing along, but gets the message done, doing good activations for that particular outfit. And talk about doing good operations. The number 22 coming around the top end of the track now, points his nose to the checkered flag, and the Hayek officials celebrating their 70th anniversary. A massive success story in Australian motorsport. And that is the victory to Alex Jory. And Dominic, that is what he needed to do.
That will be the round win for Alex for this,
He's answered
for this
the question,
weekend. He has
hasn't he?
indeed. Yep. He has indeed, and he's done it emphatically. That was a good win by almost 4 seconds there in the end. So he's pulled out a fast one and gapped Brian in those last 2 laps. So well done to Alex Jory for the weekend, and to Brian Burke and Jesse Bryan there for coming in third.
So terrific stuff there for the BMW E30s, the Garagistic BMW E30s. We thank Garagistic for their support for the category as well ongoing. It is very much appreciated. So Alex Jory takes the race victory and the round. Second in the race, but third in the round is Brian Burke. Jesse Bryan takes the honours as far as third place in this race is concerned, but second on points. Then we go to Simon Schiff on 71 points, fourth, and then we go to Rogers, who finished sixth in this race, but fifth for this round. Fastest lap going to Alex Jory, and some good entertainment as always from the BMW E30s.
Well, thank you again, Darren. It's been a great weekend, and thank you to the Vic State organising committee for putting on a great show and allowing us to come along and race at this fantastic venue again.
We have a bit of fun doing it too, don't we?
Indeed.
Not just in the commentary booths, right out through the pit and paddock area. Everyone seems to be having a really enjoyable race weekend.
Yeah, certainly. Thank you very much.
We'll be back. There's still plenty more racing to go. We've got the Sports Sedans and Invited coming up next in the QP Lubes Victorian Sports Sedan Championship. The Circuit XLs will grace us with their presence for one more time this weekend. And we will have the Saloon cars and Porsche 944s rounding out our race weekend. So we'll be back with more from the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, and it will be the QP Lubes Victorian Sports Sedan Series on track in just a couple of moments. Back soon.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Without too much further ado, we have got the QP Lubes Victorian Sports Sedan Championship cars on track as we speak, making their way around to the grid across the top of the Lukey Heights, where our course car is at the moment, and the field is making their way around through turns 4, 3 and 2. And make their way around to the main grid. I didn't actually get to have a look out to see whether the Corvette was there, but it doesn't appear as though Dean Cam is taking any further part. So a little bit of attrition across this weekend for the sports sedans, and I believe that Dean Cam has withdrawn in the number 66 and Adam Poole in the number 1. out of 10th position. So we lose some cars again there in the sports sedans. But they line up on pole position. Francois Habib took his first victory in the Victorian Sports Sedan Championship here this morning, and a great job he did indeed to point the car to that win. Stewie Eustace got home, I think, for his first time as a second place as well in the number 90 Mazda 3 Mark car. John Michelotto home in the number 97, who fought out for that second place. It was ever so close with Stewie Eustace. Chaz Talbot home in 4th place. It's a good finish for Chaz too. So everybody having a really good morning this morning at the front of this field. Obviously taking podiums and doing good laps is always very rewarding. Greg Lynch, who took his first race win yesterday and backed it up today with a 5th place, had some challenges coming at him from all over the place. Ben McLeod in the number 72 is out of position number 6. David Shaw in the number 94. Then we go to the 44 of Cameron McKee, and Cam didn't finish the last race with his Falcon. So just watching to see where the red Falcon is. There is a red car that I can see coming out of MG, but I don't think that. I think that's Greg Lynch, actually. No, Greg Lynch is in front. It could be Cam McKee, David Shaw, then Adam Poole, who hasn't joined us. I think it must be Ben McLeod that we're looking at there, coming out there. So Dean Cam not joining us, Graham Haddo and Craig Piegros not joining us either. So it's going to be a very compact field of about half a dozen for the QP Lubes Victorian Sports Sedan Championship. That's the back of Greg Lynch's car, and that is Ben McLeod, and then coming around is David Shaw there as well. So here is a very compact field for the QP Lubes Victorian Sports Sedan Championship. It's time for those watching on at home with sports sedans in your sheds to dust them off, change the oil, probably update your helmet and driving suit, get yourself a hands device and come racing, because there's 7 cars on the grid here, so you guaranteed yourself a top 10 finish already here today. QP Lubes, 2 very rapid cars across the front row of the grid. Francois Habib, Stewie Eustace, John Ippolito and Chaz Talbot, but it is McLeod that gets away nicely. Greg Lynch getting gripped up very well down the inside of the circuit there, and they plunge their way down into turn 1 for the first time. 9 laps the journey. Stewie Eustace sweeps across the front of Francois Habib, but it's Greg Lynch who lobs his way into P3. He started off 5th, made 2 spots up off the start line. Look at Francois Habib on cold tyres, trying to go around the outside, and he does it too. That is a brilliant bit of driver work there in the number 23, short back and sides, and the number 90 of Stewie Eustace.
Completely different cars. You've got a bona fide V8 supercar from the Tasman Motorsport camp in the hands of Francois Habib. Met him this morning. He's a very polite man. He was very happy to have a discussion about yesterday's race, where unfortunately he speared off at turn 1, and I think it was a bit of a water leak that was causing a bit of havoc, spewing water all over the track and forcing him off at turn 1, but getting the gong earlier in race 2 today. That was certainly a very popular victory for Francois Habib, having stepped into the ex-Bob Gill Falcon at some point last year. Obviously deciding he was much more suited to the Dodo Commodore, so we're very happy to see him in that car. It's looking resplendent in its livery, as it was exactly when it competed back in the mid-noughties. I think it was 2005, that livery. Jamie Whincup driving for the team during that year alongside Jason Richards, so very happy to see that he's keeping the legacy of that car well and truly intact, and have a go at the gap that he's stretched out over Stewie Eustace. Eustace is coming under fire from Greg Lynch now. Lynch, as Darren has said multiple times this weekend, having taken his maiden victory in the QP Lubes Victorian Sports Sedans Championship yesterday. That car is not a V8 supercar, but it is a fantastic tribute nonetheless, hurtling down towards turn 1. All the cars are V8s in this race. Attrition has been shocking this weekend for the sports sedans. We saw a little bit of that at Winton as well. Some mechanical gremlins creeping in at various points, and you can see Chaz Talbot in the background as well. He's at the back of John Ippolito. Have a go at the apex speed difference between the Commodore and the Camaro as well. That's a good visual representation between how these cars make their speed around the fast-flowing Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, 12 turns in all, 4.41 kilometres in length, and Talbot very handy with the handling aspect. Or the handling department of that car, very well attuned to this circuit in Ippolito. That car is an absolute rocket ship in the straight line, coming down along Gardner Straight at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, Darren.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we're actually looking there. Those cars look like they could be ex-supercars, but they're not. Ex-supercars are quite handy in sports sedans, but these two are bespoke sports sedans, as is Chaz Talbot's car. That's an ex-USA Trans Am type of outfit, which he's adjusted to local racing and adjusted to local Chaz Talbot specifications, and he sits off the back of this group. You'd like to think that at some point in time Chaz might have a go at getting through on these cars. It does cut a lot more aerodynamic form than the two Commodores in front, and indeed the Mark car that's actually driving away from them. And talking about driving away, Francois Habib has come to the line. Last time around, 4.4 second lead over Stewie Eustace. Stewie Eustace has just eased away a little bit from Lynch, but it is now 7 seconds, a 140.0 for Francois Habib, a 142.6. So there's the gap. There's where it's coming from. 2.5 seconds a lap there for Francois Habib.
He did a 1 minute 38 in the race earlier this morning, so a little bit more pace to come from the Dodo Commodore, but Habib doing a stellar job at the head of the field regardless. Should be noted that we've got some notable absentees this weekend, including Graham and Ann Gilliland in the Mazda RX-7, a very popular up and down the sports sedans pit lane, or the entire VSRS paddock at that, so sorely missed this weekend, but we'll hopefully see them at a round sometime soon. They're no doubt tuning in from home. Having a look up the inside is Ippolito, the number 97 car. He's got the outside line, who's been squeezed just a little bit by Lynch there, so Lynch parking that car exactly where he needs to, and he's not allowing Ippolito by with relative ease any time soon, and shadowing in the background as always is the Chaz Talbot entry. Used to seeing him in the Commodore VN of old. That was years and years ago, going back almost a decade and a half at this point. And then he stepped into the Camaro several seasons ago, and he's looking more and more comfortable in that car the more laps he does. Should be pointed out as well that the Precision National Sports Sedan Series will be making a trip up the Hume Highway for any Victorian Post competitors, that is, for the supercars meeting at Winton next weekend. That'll be,
which I guess is probably a part of the reason why we've got a sort of a compact field here this weekend. When the National Series comes locally for Precision Intel, it generally will drag some competitors away. You mentioned Graham Gilliland. We know he's going to be entered up there as well. Rand McGlurkin's got his Nissan entered for that one as well. I'm sure there's numerous others that will be up there. Certainly Dan and Stephen Tomasi will have their Calibra up there as well, so supporting that. Michael Robinson, who was recently inducted into the Australian Sports Sedan Association as a life member at the 50th anniversary held a couple of weekends ago of the category, and also Damien Johnson, two very worthy people getting the nod from their peers. And it was a pretty emotional affair for both the blokes, actually. They're big, tough sports sedan race drivers, and put them up in front of their peers and some of their best friends and give them an award. It was quite a touching part of the evening, and certainly a great celebration for this awesome category, which is just 100% Australian. They don't do this sort of stuff anywhere else in the world, and if they do, it's nowhere near as cool as what our cars are, that's for sure.
Oh, look, I remember growing up watching supercars, and my father would take me to supercars meetings. Well, we had supercars meetings in the late 90s, and the sports sedans were always, or almost in many ways, more exciting when they came out as a support category, and the cars were always so extreme in all the areas, the tyres, the aerodynamics, the engines, the sound. They were spectaculars, and waiting for you to say your usual line there.
Just locked it up there. Yes, the gods of thunder,
yes,
the big bangers. They always have been, even if it was Benica in a turbocharged Alpha, or like Brett Dickey in his normally aspirated, not normally aspirated, turbocharged Honda, or it's Nick Smith in his RX-7 bodied SR20 powered car. You know, they're just all of them. They're just something. They're an expression of an engineer's thought and brilliance and what they think is going to be the best thing, the best widget to take to the track that day. Not a lot of components can be swapped between these cars, and maybe the driver can be used in a different car at a different stage, but they all have to bring their own set of spares. You can't just go swapping bits and pieces from cars. Occasionally you can, like there might be a starter motor or something like that might be on another car the same as yours, but they're brilliant pieces of engineering, and they take a lot of skill and talent, as Chaz Talbot gives a bit of a tickle past Greg Lynch there, and he just gets out of the way and says, righto, number 12, through you go. Is Chaz, this is his engineering iteration on what was a North American type of car, and he's given it all of the Chaz Talbot touches.
Jeez, it was pretty tight between those two there coming into turn 3. There was a Chaz Talbot's width, and he took it. He took the gap, and Greg Lynch had to back out of it. So he's finally passed. Lynch has been driving a beautiful defensive race so far in this race, and that's the battle for position 4. Habib at the head of the field. He hasn't betted his 1 minute 40.0 so far, but he has grown the gap out to Disco Stewie Eustace. Have to say Disco Stu whenever I get a chance to do so. It's about 9 seconds between those two competitors, and a reminder, if you are already watching the Blendline coverage, we encourage you to invite all your friends and family to join you, and go to www.blendline.tv or /live if you want to watch the live stream of round 3 of the VSRS, one of Australia's premier state level motorsport meetings, and beautifully turned out this weekend. The competitors are really pushing back and giving us a healthy amount of numbers of competitors this weekend, despite some challenges up and down pit lane. A lot of people catching the spicy sneeze at various points, unfortunately forcing him to the sidelines, but we've still got a healthy grid of cars across the board this weekend. Unfortunately, attrition this weekend, mechanical reliability for Sport Sedans has not been on their side, but Francois Habib, even himself, being caught out at one point yesterday.
And just
grabbing a tyre.
Just as you give him the big talk up, the number 23 driver has a lock-up all on his own. He's got 7.5 seconds. I'm going to say that's back to about 6.5 seconds after that little lock-up there. He has to regain his thought and regain his momentum there as well. Interestingly enough, not only has it been a great race meeting, the venue here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit is just mint, isn't it? Look at those gravel traps. They're all raked. Nice green grass. Helps when you're getting 10 millimetres of rain every day for about the last 30 days, but the property is absolute world class. I love coming to this racetrack. It produces some of the best television pictures of a racetrack, not only in Australia but around the world. Such a picturesque track here, and this is one of the classic shots of Phillip Island, coming up here with Francois Habib, the Commodore, the Melbourne Australia, and the Bass Strait in the background. And we switched to the opposite shot, so we miss all of that glory. There it is there. Francois Habib coming down, leading this race with 3 laps still to go, and absolutely screaming down the straight there is Ippolito in position number 3, doing a good job, Johnny, not Ippolito, albeit the field is a little bit strewn out now. 7 seconds between, nearly 8 seconds between Habib and Stewie Eustace, and then a further 4.5 seconds from Eustace to Ippolito, 2.8 to Chaz Talbot. But Chaz Talbot has got the bit between the teeth here at the moment. He's really quite charging at the field, make his way from 4th into 3rd, although it is a bridge a long way away. Stewie Eustace on our screen now in the Mazda 3.
And unfortunate we don't see Tony Groves this weekend. He's the championship leader in the QP Lubes Victorian State Race Series Championship. He's supported by Mornington Mazda and Valvoline, and as is Stewie Eustace, as you can see on the back of his Mazda 3. But we are sorely missing Tony Groves this weekend. He's had an outstanding start to his season 2022 in both rounds 1 and 2 at Sandown and Winton respectively. So obviously away this weekend. It's allowing the cars of Habib, Eustace and Ippolito to feature on the podium. Talbot, he's setting a personal best that last time around, or the last lap. That was a 1 minute 42.4, about 3 tenths per second off the pace of Ippolito, but the gap appears to be closing from where we are sitting. So you can see Ippolito on screen now. He's making his way through turn 12, nailing the apex as he comes through there, and the car sounds absolutely beautiful, screaming past the commentary box. High revving V8 is always very popular around these circuits. Absolutely thumps past there, as does Chaz Talbot. So what's the gap between those two? Chaz is almost a second quicker than Ippolito on that last lap, so there could be a challenge here for the final step of the podium with 2 laps left in this race.
And for all those watching on, Chaz Talbot has just done his personal best lap around Phillip Island, a 1:42.02. And that is a ripping effort for the veteran racer, doing a tremendous job. He's had some struggles with this car over numerous seasons now, but gee, it sounds good. The engine is running beautifully. Chaz is in tune with it as well, but you get the feeling that John Ippolito may just turn the volume up a little bit here out of his Commodore if Chaz has any iterations to try and overtake as we go down to Siberia. Beautiful Bass Strait in the background there. And Chaz Talbot applying the power in the number 12. Gives the thump, or gives a little bit of hippie shake too out of the bottom corner there. Starts to squirrel it sideways. Catches it all up. You know you got bulk horsepower when you're 12 inches. The slicks are growling back at you and protesting under your right boot.
Absolutely, and that car does appear to be a bit of a handful, but I think he's got more of a grasp on the overall handling of that car this weekend. That's the fastest we've seen him so far for round 3 here at Phillip Island. At the head of the field still, Habib settled into a pace. He's about a second off his optimal overall speed as he commences the final lap of the race. Chaz Talbot coming down the main straight, and you can see that gap is continuing to shrink. It's just under 2 seconds the last time across the stripe. It's now half a second, so
Whoa,
this is certainly...
Chaz Talbot's just gone a second faster. He's improved his personal best the last 2 laps in a row. He's down to a 1:41.4 now. He's on fire. Chaz has got the Camaro working. Everybody, squash your faces up to the TV. Get an eyeball of car 12, the veteran. Right up into the back of John Ippolito now. The sports sedan is behaving like a sports sedan underneath him at the moment. And QP Lubes applying the pressure. He's coming to some dirty air now. Under brakes. Ippolito. Oh, and Chaz gets all hippie shake again. Under brakes that time around. Thank goodness John Ippolito giving him plenty of room to wobble it around all the way down into turn 4. And I think Chaz just went, oh, you know what, mate, I'm sorry. I've scared the pants off you. I've scared the pants off me. I've scared the pants off the kids at home. You just go back on through there. I'll catch you at the next corner. Having said that, there's not going to be too many more corners there as well. But Chaz Talbot showing us that age shall not weary them. His personal best of a 1:41.46 on that last lap around. It won't be in this one after that little indiscretion under brakes down into turn 4. But cast your eyes to the top of the straight and you will see Francois Habib in the number 23 Commodore charging to the finish line. There he is, goes across the line there. Stewie Eustace will be the next one to the line. And it's a decent old gap there for Francois. 5 seconds. He takes another race win here this weekend. So you just need to get that first one. Who's going to win the drag race here between John and Chas? It's going to be John getting the number 97 through. Chas home into P4 in the number 12. And on that last lap, a 1:43.64. But Chas Talbot resetting his personal best. Greg Lynch next to the line, resetting his personal best. So ideal conditions for sports sedans this afternoon when Greg Lynch, Chas Talbot and Francois Habib are setting their own personal best lap times. The number 72 coming around the top. This is Brad McLeod in the floor pan class car. And he roars it down the straight. Bang, fires it across the line there, and Brad McLeod will finish the race. Here we go. This is what happened with Chas Talbot down into turn 4. Hit record on the hard drive because this is about it. Ippolito gets the brakes. Chas Talbot, the head wobbles, the hand wobbles, the elbow smack the roll cage. Hit the funny bone. Wasn't so funny when he came out of the corner and he went to grab another cog. The funny bone aching, the brain aching. The head wobbling around, and John Ippolito just goes streaming on through there. A good drive by Chas Talbot. Fantastic that he's clocking up personal bests in his career here this weekend. We've still got Dave Shaw coming around the number 94, coming around the top of the track now. So Callum Brannigan, a nice result there for Francois Habib.
Absolutely. He'll be wrapped with his performance on Sunday. 2 victories from as many starts, and he misses out on the round victory. That goes to Stewie Eustace. 20 points between those two. Habib actually finishes 3rd for the round. John Ippolito in 2nd position for the round, and there's a pair of Cape Barron geese. Thankfully, they haven't featured on the track so far this weekend. Touch wood. That they don't make an appearance. But coming up next are the Circuit Racing XLs.
Thank goodness it's not nesting season for the Cape Barron geese featuring on the Blendline coverage. We'll take a very quick break because we have got XLs coming your way in just a moment.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance.
Without too much further ado, the Hyundai XLs for the Circuit Racing XL race making their way around to the start-finish line. It is 5 minutes past 4, and I think we may have just about caught up on the program. No, we haven't. This was supposed to have started 20 minutes ago, so we are dropping behind the program, and, well, it was the last time the XLs came out. We had a half an hour oil down that we had to fix up, so those cars are back on track. Let's hope we can see all the Circuit XLs make their way back to the paddock area after this 9-lap affair here this afternoon. I'm Darren Smith. Right alongside me is Steve DeVries for all of the action coming your way over the next 9 laps.
Certainly is, and you can see there we've got the Hyundai XLs up now. We've got the Saloon cars. There's been a very, very high entertainment value in the Saloon cars this weekend. They'll be out next, followed by the Porsche 944 Challenge. They are the last 3 items on the schedule for this afternoon. With a bit of luck, we will squeeze them all in before we get to the noise curfew time of 5 o'clock this afternoon. You can see the sun slowly starting to set there in the west as we look out towards that part of the circuit, which is the main straight side of the premises here. It's from turn 12, sort of that general direction is looking sort of halfway across Phillip Island is where the direction of the sun's setting, so the drivers will be getting a face full of that sun as they come down the hill into MG Corner to turn 10, where they're all coming right now. This will be the hard part, coming over the hill and right into the sun.
Absolutely. As you come out behind that flag, and crest that hill there, that is where the sun will grab you, and I can pretty much guarantee you every one of these screens will be sandblasted, so it will be like they're driving into a snowstorm around there, so they'll all have to get used to it. I would suggest they've reached for the tinted visor and fitted that to the helmet, or if they're lucky enough to have 2 helmets, one with tint, one without, then that's good. The presentation for the QP Loop Sports Sedans is going on down at the muster shed on the return road down near the Race Fuels depot, so if you're looking for where the Sports Sedan presentation is, that's where it's going on right now, down right outside the officials muster shed on the return road. So if you want looking for that, that's where they are.
That's
a good sheet.
That's a new initiative for this year as well, actually doing them down at the muster shed. They used to actually be up here at the base of the control tower, but they've actually moved them down there from Island Magic onwards. So actually quite good actually as well. They've been able to get a nice little presentation area. I can see they've got the first, second and third place boards sitting out the fronts of the cars as well, which is another new initiative, which is very, very nice and makes it look a bit more professional down there too, with the Pyac banners and all.
It certainly does, and doesn't create such a traffic jam at the in the paddock area as well.
Correct.
Ryan Phillips on pole with the 777 right next to him of Greg Galt. Then we go to Mason Kelly, Harry Tompkins, Hugo Simpson, Brad Vareca, who has improved each race this weekend, kept himself nice and clean. The number 13 to Peter Falcon. Then we go to Royce Lynn, Bradley James, Jason Kay, Charlie Nash, Glenn McKenzie, Donovan Merjvac. Then we have Bill Seal, Toby Waghorn down there in 16th place. Right behind is Jackson Griffith, Bill Sala, Scott Appledore, Chris Stylo, Devin Nichols, Lachlan Harvey, Connor McLeod, Gareth Hodgkiss, and we are about to go racing.
All right, race 3 of the Hyundai XLs with thanks to Trick Trails and 888 Home Loans. Great little launch there for Ryan Phillips off the front row. Walked it away again beautifully ahead of Ethan Griggault in the 777 as they stream down towards turn 1. Mason Kelly's tucked in there as well as Harry Tompkins and Hugo Simpson. That's the top 5. The one that we're going to be interested in seeing is whether or not Toby Waghorn, who's way down the field and has been up the front for most of this race, if he can fight his way back through the field, we'll be very keen to see. There he is, buried mid-pack, just taking the apex of turn 2 right now in the 84. He's just tucked in here behind Jason Kay in the 99 and Charlie Nash in there as well. So it's made a couple of spots already on the opening couple of turns.
Clean start, everybody got away, no harm, no foul, and we get going down at the front of the field. Ryan Phillips has been pacey all this weekend. He's going to crowd turn 4 as he can do. Right round the outside goes the battery stop racer of Tompkins, the 777 of Greg Galt. He's got the battle scars down the left-hand side of his car there. Then the 117 looks to the outside of the 777. The 117 of Hugo Simpson puts it in there nicely.
Simpson right around the outside of Harry Tompkins at Siberia. We've seen a few drivers go rally crossing off the exit of Siberia this weekend. That's just as the drivers on their inside have just not left them enough room and they've toured the grass. No such incident on this occasion, and they're giving each other plenty of room up the hill and up through turn 7 and 8, right around the sweeper, up through turn 9, and now comes the difficult part. The sun gets you right in the eye at particularly the baddest time that you could ever imagine. You can see why there's a few drivers locking brakes. They're not able to spot the braking point, such as the glare that they're probably experiencing right about now. And now they can have a little bit of respite that turns a different direction, and then now they get a face full of sun yet again on the run to 12.
Mason Kelly's got the 33 ranging up behind him. Harry Tompkins really looking for it. There's Scott Appledore with a Sansy's rear bump. No, not his
someone
bumper.
Else's bumper.
Someone else's bumper on the road there. So the unfortunately there's been a coming together, and Scott Appledore and the Tiger Tune Scarcella design entry has gone to the back of the field as we go down into turn number 1. Ryan Phillips leading very cleverly at the moment. Ethan Griggault wanting to weigh in on it. Simpson, this second group coming through there as well. So we've got Techstar, McCoy, Ross Lynn, and we look for...
big sideways 46. Move for Peter Faulkner. There he goes, exit stage right, and is he going to keep it out of the gravel? He's going to try and keep it going, keep your foot in it, and there you go. Did well to keep it out of the gravel trap and avoid getting bogged. Did well to stop us
having a safety car as well. That would have been a real shame for this race. So continues on and gets back into it, albeit about 15 places lost in that little journey.
Yep, you're not wrong there. He would have lost plenty of time and plenty of positions after that little excursion. Just look, an overcorrection coming through turn number 1. He was sort of the cork in a champagne bottle there. He was hanging on. He had Toby Waghorn boxed in behind him. He had Royce Lyon on the 41 next door to him. And sort of, when he ran out of road, he just sort of got a little bit opposite lock at precisely the wrong time, overcorrected and shot him out the other side.
Greg Galt's got the hurry on, hasn't he? Really, he's trying to make hay while the sun shines there at the moment. Get a feeling that Hugo Simpson and Greg Galt are getting very willing with this. Mason Kelly just holding off a little bit off that battle, and then Tompkins weighing in on it as well. Mason Kelly looks to the inside here. He can make a spot up on Greg Galt too, and I think he's going to. He's going to do it as well, but Greg Galt will push him wide. He won't want to lose up any places whatsoever. Mason Kelly hangs on because he's got 2 cars streaming up the inside of him. The next one will be Bradley Vareca, who's played the intelligent game all the way through this weekend. So far, he has kept himself well out of trouble. Mason Kelly's wide here and getting pushed wider by Tompkins. Don't forget 2 corners ago, he was right up beside Ethan Griggault. And Mason Kelly will hold on to 4th place just for the moment. It isn't actually, it's Tompkins that's got 4th. Kelly 5th, Vareca 6th, Techstar, McCoy. Here comes Toby Waghorn as well. Toby Waghorn started out of 16th, now up to 8th.
Hasn't taken him long to latch onto the back of the leading group of cars. Kelly was in a really awkward spot there out of 11 because he really had nowhere to go and no choice but to clear the throttle and try and slot in behind Greg Gould. But then he had Harry Tompkins right over his left rear quarter panel, and the door was very much open, and he couldn't close it. Replay coming up. Here's the exit of stage right for Peter Faulkner. Actually, a little bit of contact. Toby Waghorn, maybe just a little bit of front left corner overlap to right rear corner there, I think, or front right to rear left. It's a bit of an awkward one. Looked like I thought he'd copped a bit of opposite lock there, but no, that from that replay, looks like there may have been a very slight amount of nudging going on.
Brad Verrecker gets through, or does he? Right alongside. He's waiting on it with Tompkins.
He's been contacted there by Techstar McCoy and punted again. So he was in a bad spot there on the high ground, and as he made the fence, I think
he's kept it going though, but that's a shame because Brad Verrecker has kept himself clean and tidy all weekend long. Techstar McCoy arrives there all hot under the collar, gives him the first shove and then gives him the major one there as well. So we're looking back down through the field now. This is down in 9th place. That's Brad James in the 61.
Royce Lyon in behind him, and then Jason Kay and Will Saylor in there, 55. Big lock up under brakes. Geez, that was optimistic. He sort of locked the brakes and had really no alternative but to just dive for the open door to avoid running into the 61 in front of him. And I think Brad James saw him coming there and just decided, I'm not going to turn in at this point. That's good situational awareness.
That's very good there by James, but his fellow contender there just throwing a Hail Mary at you. That's never going to win out there. So Royce Lynn just throwing all caution to the wind under brakes into MG. Pulls out from the stream now. This is where you can do it. Throwing a Hail Mary down at MG is not where you're going to win a race, that's for sure. And it's only that Brad James had the intelligence to stay out of what could have been a nasty little coming together, actually.
Absolutely. He's now lost that spot to Royce Lyon, and that's happening down on the run to turn 1. Lock up there at the back from Will Saylor. It's a good little battle group, actually. Jason Kay, I think, has been slowly improving over the last couple of rounds. I've seen him, I think, if memory serves me correctly, back in the day, one of the drivers that was in the amateur class when we were doing the Aussie driver search down here at Phillip Island. I remember the name, and slowly been improving over the course of the 2 or 3 years he's been in XLs. Definitely not at the pace that the front group are leading at, but he's definitely a good solid runner at the moment, as the number 117 of Hugo Simpson decides he wants to turn at the front.
And gets it too, gets through on Ryan Phillips. He led the first 3 laps quite well. Has just fallen back into this clutches of this battle, and I actually like the attitude over the last lap or so of this group. There hasn't been such a desperate urgency to be in the lead of the race. They're actually starting just to work with each other, and I say that, and it looks like Greg Galt wants to have a coming together with Ryan Phillips. Goes right round the outside there.
It's almost like the karting line. I think they've been calling it throughout the weekend. The long looping line through Lukey Heights, trying to keep the momentum up. It's worked well when the conditions were a bit wetter earlier on Saturday, but I'm not sure how it works when it's in the dry. Haven't seen the momentum really cause any dramas for people going around there, but you really have no choice when you've got a car over your left rear corner that you've got to be mindful of.
Just looking for where Brad Verrecker ended up. He ended up in 26th, and Techstar McCoy, who got into him, has come into the pit lane. So that's an interesting result out of that. As our race leaders come to the line, it's Hugo Simpson over Ethan Grigg Galt, Ryan Phillips and Mason Kelly. You get the feeling that Mason Kelly pretty much for the last, or racing all day today, has sat there and gone, these 3 are going at it. I am going to inherit something here this weekend.
Harry Tompkins has just dropped off the back of this little group as well. I think he's had a couple of laps that have just been maybe 3 or 4 tenths of a second off the pace. Sometimes that's actually a lot in XLs, depending on how the front group is going. But you can see the lead groups have been doing times that are in the sort of late 2-minute bracket. And Tompkins last lap, he picked up his pace, he's done a PB, but he must have had a really odd lap, maybe a lap or 2 ago. He's got to work his way back onto this group of 4. Lock brake on the inside there for Greg Galt aboard the 777. Door was open against Hugo Simpson, and through he goes. I'll be on the outside for Siberia, which is the normal line. You normally would like to take a late apex through here if you can get it. When you've got a car on your inside there, you've got to give room and you've got to give way, and that's precisely what Ethan Greg Galt has done. He hasn't been able to pull that move off. A bit further back again, here is that battle we've been talking about 3 or so minutes ago. It's still going on with Jason Kay and Bradley James and co all still locked together. And again, 2 by 2, just like Noah's Ark here, Darren. Here they come, up through Hayshed.
Yes. Do we want to keep the rare model of the XL on the Ark, though? Or do we throw them off?
Rare? I think the only rarity, I think, in Hyundai XL racing nationally is if you've got the single overhead cam engine. Most of the competitors opt for the dual overhead cam model, which is about 10 or so kilowatts more powerful than the single overhead cam one. I haven't actually seen an XL that's got the single overhead cam one around. Now, that's probably the rarity that I'd be looking for.
That'd be the Dodo in
That'd be the
Hyundai
Dodo
racing,
pack.
wouldn't
And
it?
also the ones that have got the little low-line, slimline spoiler on the back. There's not very many of them out there that have that either. Although you can see here the car at the very back, William Seal, he's one of the group of 4 that actually has got one on the back.
So here comes this group charging down the straight. They're going to fan out 3 wide as they go across the line. JK, Royce, Bill Seal. The next group will be Nash, McKenzie that come across the line there as well. But this is just inside and outside the 10, this group that we're classed at 2 here. Little lock-ups on the front as they grab a whole lot of brake. In fact, I'm going to reckon that's a compression lock-up that's occurring there because it's as the hand goes off the wheel, moves the gear stick. There's a little puff of smoke as they come down there. Here is the front of the race now. This is our race leader, Hugo Simpson, coming under pressure from Ethan Griggold.
Second time around at the same turn, and
driven
Griggold
off the exit of the corner there. So
given the bumper bar a little bit of a nudge there, just moved across, maybe just a touch too early, gave that rear bumper on the left-hand side just a little bit of a bump, but not enough to dislodge. Wondering what's happened to Ryan Phillips here. He's had a bit of a stinker maybe on one of these last laps. His last lap was a 2:04, so he's been shuffled back in the order here, had maybe an off or run wide somewhere. The lead group of 5 is really not a lead group of 5 at the moment. It's sort of just 5 in the same shot.
Here we go.
Here we go. We might get
There
big at that. There's the explanation. Fistful of lock, left, right, 2 of the grass. And, that's very lucky for Harry Tompkins there that he wasn't any closer.
Wow, that great capture by our cameras down there at turn number 2 of that actual incident, because that could have doubled back and gone over to driver's right very quickly and ended in a nasty manner. But a really good bit of driving, a good catch there by Ryan Phillips. Should be commended for his efforts there. Managed to gather it all up, brought it back onto the black stuff, although found himself outside, well and truly outside the top 4. Now, Ethan Griggold leads the lap number 6, or finish of lap number 6, and Simpson next one in line, 0.1 of a second between them.
Actually hit a brick wall there, Ethan Griggold on the run down to turn 1, and Simpson's gone back through to the lead there. Tompkins managed to round up Mason Kelly as well, who I think cleared the throttle part way down the straight, realised the gig was up, just sort of dropped back into line and followed in the wheel tracks of the battery stop number 33. William Seal now has a little turn at the front of this group of cars. Now this is from 7th on back to 10th. So William Seal in the 995 in 7th, Brad James in the 61, behind him in 8th, Jason Kay in the orange number 99, and Royce Line in the top line concreting number 41 in 10th. They've all had a turn at the front here. There's Toby Waghorn just a couple of seconds up the road, and he really hasn't been able to make any impression on the leading group of cars, but he's not coming back to this group behind him either.
A little bit of bounce on the back end of the car there, so the
high speed off.
Oh, wow.
Now
they've been trying hard. Everyone's had a bit of a go at trying to do something there, haven't they?
Now that's the 994. Now that's the car that's been driven past by Cody Woods, and we've got Chris Stilo off in the New Line Homes entry as well. So maybe these two have come together. I think there's a bit of telltale damage on the right rear there on the New Line Homes 122, and the 994 that went off was Hodge out of 19th place. So I dare say there may have been a high speed coming together through turn 1 there. It looks like on the timing screens they were sort of running fairly close. We'll have to see if our cameras down there can actually get a replay. Here we go.
Here we go.
They were running in 19th and 20th. Oh, he had a loss all on his own. And then off he goes. And Steelo just went off in sympathy. He actually got a bit too
and that
unusual.
Could have been nasty too. It has contacted the wall, luckily further up, well out of where it's very close to the front of the car. This is back live pictures in the race. 2 laps remaining. And this is our group just outside the 10 that we've been watching very closely right throughout this one.
We have indeed the last few spots inside the top 10. This has been a really fair battle between Seal, James, Line and Kay. And Seal and James are just trying to check out here and leave Kay and Line to their own devices and duke it out while they're running side by side. The two ahead of them are running line astern. And normally that's what you want to try and do. You want to run line astern for as long as possible and try and get away. Now there's some lap traffic in the way here for the race leaders. Griggalt's gone back to the head of the queue, and they've got, it looks like one of the blue, just can't see the number on that car there. I think it might be the 47 of Braithwaite. Yes it is. They're just rounding that car up with a lap and a half to go. Good observance of the lap traffic rules and the blue flag. And off they go. It's going to be a race in 3 here now, Darren. This is the top 3 podium spots as they stand right now. They've checked out. They've left Mason Kelly behind. And, of course, they've left Ryan Phillips behind to the tune of about 4 seconds. So, with a lap to go, I would say the gloves will be off. Hopefully fair and sparingly. They're not going to punt each other off. But the fight will be on for the top 3 spots and a race win here.
Coming out of MG corner this time around, it is going to be Ethan Griggolt leading the way. Hugo Simpson next, Tompkins, and this has been the form trio at the front of the races here this weekend. As they come onto the straight, Griggolt just putting 2 wheels out onto the ripper strip and line astern of each other. And the big challenge now being thrown with Hugo Simpson and Griggolt, 0.02 of a second between them. They were side by side, and Griggolt's going to go back 1 spot as the 117 goes right round the outside, puts him in the inside running for turn 2. Tompkins could be the benefactor of all of this because they've lost Phillips and they've lost Mason Kelly. They've worked their way out here. Nothing ever works in a trio. This menage going on down from turn 2 to turn 3.
A little bit of 3-wheel action in there at turn 2 from Harry Tompkins as well. Now this is important for Ethan Griggolt. He needs a race win here because if he doesn't, he's going to lose out in the round standings overall. It's very tight between himself and Ryan Phillips. Ryan Phillips actually picked up another spot over Mason Kelly, so it actually doesn't matter now if Ethan Griggolt wins the race or not. He's actually going to lose a round win by a point, but he can minimise the deficit here with the win, and it'll only be 1 point the deficit at the end of the day, which at the end of the state series will be very, very vitally important when it comes to deciding who is the Victorian State Circuit Racing Series champion. He's got a lot of work to do here though. He's in 3rd.
Wow, this is the last dance too for this weekend. The checkered flag being readied for these cars. And we're going to go in 3 down into MG for the last one here.
Never seen that before. 3 wide going down the hill into MG corner. Something had to give, and it was they had to file back into a situation of 2 cars.
You wouldn't want to do it in any other class. It's just these little narrow cars. You can go 3 wide. You couldn't do it in HQs.
Couldn't do it in supercars. You couldn't do it in a Formula Ford, I'd imagine, either.
You'd be tearing corners off it, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Round the last corner for the final time and to the line. Is there a late sting in this tail, or is it going to be a win for Hugo Simpson? I think Simpson may have just done enough to hang on to it, and he does by about a wheel length to Ethan Griggolt, 0.078. There it is, actually less than that, 0.036, the finishing margin at the end of 9 laps, with Harry Tompkins in 3rd. Ryan Phillips, the vitally important last lap move that he got done on Mason Kelly has given him enough points to take the State Series round 3 overall round win. Kelly actually faded to 6. Toby Waghorn picked up 5th place at the end of that one from William Seal ahead of James Royceline and James Kay. That was that last battle inside the 10 that we were keeping eyes on, which went all the way to the flag. You can see there's not much in it between Seal and James, and likewise between Line and Kay as well. So some fantastic racing toward the back end of the top 10 as well. Gareth Hodgkiss coming to the line now, and behind him, just didn't quite catch the number there for a few seconds. So Hodgkiss in 18th, and Connor McLeod in the 64 behind him in 19th. So there you go. There's the finishing margin from Hugo Simpson to Ethan Griggold, Harry Tompkins, Ryan Phillips, and Toby Waghorn, the top 5 at the end of the day. Points overall, actually, for the round, very, very close. So Ryan Phillips, 89 points for the weekend. So that's the round win for him. Tie for second overall, though, 84 points apiece to Hugo Simpson, Ethan Griggold, and Harry Tompkins. That's going to go back to a count of finishing positions, and I guess overall situation for them for who gets second, third, and fourth for the round. And then fifth place overall for the round goes to Mason Kelly of 73 points.
So that brings to a close round 3 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships for the Hyundai XLs. Good call there. Well done, Steve De Vries. Fantastic to see the XLs get a really clean race done there. And we look forward to seeing them at the next round at Sandown, which will be round 3 of the State Championships. And look forward to having that event, which will be the 12th, 13th and 14th of August.
Will be indeed. We'll take a short break up here, and coming up will be the second last event for the day, the Saloon cars, with thanks to Excalibur screw bolts, and following them will be the 888 Home Loans Porsche 944s. Back in just a few moments.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying with us here on the Blendline TV coverage throughout the race day Sunday, and for those of you that were tuning in yesterday for all the action here in the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships round 3, coming to you from Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit. Getting late in the day, it's 4:30 in the afternoon, 2 races to go, and one of the best bang for buck and value for money categories is out there right now for their final 9-lap race of the weekend. It's the Saloon cars, Callum Bradigan, with thanks to Excalibur screw bolts.
Indeed it is. Very happy to be calling the final race of the Excalibur screw bolts Saloon cars race for the weekend alongside you, Stephen. You've done an outstanding job all weekend long, stepping up to the plate, filling in for we're a bit down on numbers in the commentary box this weekend, unfortunately, because of the spicy sneeze. But
yes, that thing we don't like to talk too much about. I think everybody's at the back of everybody's minds at the moment. Nobody wants to say a bad word about that anymore. But there we go. Excalibur screw bolts, of course, with the top quality masonry fixings. I've actually been using a lot of those, I've been told, for bolting down a lot of the trackside fencing at a number of race circuits. Also out there on the freeways, all the special fencing that's there for keeping the freeway traffic safe from going back and forth each way. All the safety methods that they have out there. So great quality fixtures and fittings there. And it was great to see Dennis Brown come up and see us a little bit earlier and say hello and introduce himself and actually bring us a little present. So he's been very grateful for the weekend work that we've been giving the promotion and all the plugs for Excalibur screw bolts, and he brought us a little something the weekend. I guess, I won't say drown our sorrows later, but probably soothe our throats. Let's just put it that way.
Starting on pole position is Sean Jamieson, defecting from the Holden to the Ford. That's a very controversial move in anyone's book. So he starts from pole position alongside Mark Sutherland. It is a Ford V Holden front row. P3, Engels Leoncini. We saw him. He was very much on form in the last race. Had a handful of oversteer in that VY Commodore, but he's got plenty of pace, and it's good to see him on his return to saloon car racing in season 2022, continuing to improve. He's alongside Jacob Prestipino, who had an entertaining race, it should be said, in the last one around. Adam Lowndes starting in P5. Luke O'Callaghan from Country Victoria, the Alpine region, starting at a P6. We've got Andrew McSwain in P7, Nash Harris P8, Cooper Capilleri in 9th position, Glenn Campbell, the leader of the Pensioners Cup, in 10th position, Robert Knight 11th, and Jeffrey Thomas bringing up the rear of the field. Brett Tate as well on the very last row, I should say.
There is Brett Tate coming around the corner there, the black and silver Falcon with Pete plate on the back. It's actually one of two Falcons here this weekend that's had a little bit of a tribute to the Craig Lowndes Green-Eyed Monster. The other one, of course, is Stuart Dearden in the improved production class, who was an ex-saloon car to begin with, the EA Falcon that he's got. So a number of those EA Falcons that have been in this category for a couple of years have found their way into a new home with improved production. I think a number of them have done the Barra conversion on those cars as well. I've seen a couple of the EAs still going around. They run with the VNs when they have a couple of the categories have the different split situation here in saloon car racing. Got a green flag at the back, and away we go. And Jamieson has been up the pointy end of the field all weekend long. He's boxed on with Prestipino. He's boxed on now. He's now about to box on with Mark Sutherland on the run to turn 1. But doesn't matter whether he's in a Holden or a Ford, he's shown that he can run at the front and run at the front consistently and quickly. And this is where he needs to put his head down and just make sure he can keep his nose in front for turn 2. There he goes, gets the gap that he needs, moves down to the apex of turn 2, takes that first point, just moves out to the mid-track a little bit, tries to spot his braking marker and his apex for turn 2, and then buries the throttle as they head down towards 3.
Hurtling through that fast, sweeping left-handed Jamieson with about 2 car lengths gap to Sutherland in P2. Prestipino very much on the pace straight away in the number 99. That's the green and black machine up the inside of Sutherland. He takes away P2 in rather less drastic fashion than we saw on his multiple attempts in race 2. So he's got a handle on that car this time around. I dare say he might have had some brake balance issues in that last race. It was a little bit taily, especially when he was stepping on the middle pedal as hard as he can, or as hard as he can without locking the wheel. But there was a bucket load of rear locking going on with that VT Commodore, the number 99. Engels Leoncini, he has fallen behind Adam Lowndes there, so that's the Pro Plum Commodore, just ahead of the RJ Batteries VY Commodore. That's a great battle between those guys. Lowndes is fresh off a tilt. We mentioned this in the race earlier, but he was at the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6-hour in a HSV Club Sport. That was a outstanding weekend for the production car endurance race. Have a go at Prestipino. He's all over the back of Jamieson. So this is perhaps the closest we have seen a battle for the lead so far this weekend in the Excalibur Screwbolts Saloon Cars Victorian Championship.
He's very aggressive very early. Look at that. He took a huge amount of curb on the inside at turn 12. He almost had 2 wheels in the air. It was really pushing the limits around turn 12, gets the job done. I think Jamieson saw him coming and just opened the steering a little bit more and allowed it to happen. There's no point risking it off this early in the race. And, geez, Prestipino has shot through. What was he? He was 5th on the grid?
He was. He's starting from 5th position, but I didn't think there was a gap going into turn 12, but he took it. Banging doors coming into turn 2. He is definitely making his marking his position. Jamieson returning serve with a bit of a bump going through turn 2 at the midpoint of the apex there. So the Morford Vale Garage Falcon AU in the slipstream behind Prestipino through turn 3. This will be a good assessment on the braking balance of the Prestipino machine. Jamieson up the inside. He draws alongside the Sedan Hotel ablaze on the all contact between those two as well.
He had the rears locked going in there, Sean Jamieson, and he has lit it up on the exit as well. Slides the AU Falcon on the way out of turn 4. And you're right, that was a big illustration of the braking performance offline as well, but he had it all locked up at the rear coming into turn 4. Just managed to get down to the apex of the corner. Little bit of contact. I saw the front bar on the AU just cop a little bit of a whack. You can see it's just not sitting all that pretty on the front left-hand corner there on the number 18 Sedan Hotel and Morford Vale Garage AU. And I think Prestipino might be thinking twice now about when he pulls the trigger next time around.
Of course, the AU Falcon doesn't share too many characteristics as the AU Falcon with the VT and the VY Commodores. Completely different characteristics between those two cars. So when you speak to people like Nash Harris, who would ordinarily prefer to be behind the wheel of his older model VN Commodore, the reason he steps behind the wheel of an AU Falcon is he reckons that they do drive in fairly similar fashions, given that some of the antiquated technologies adopted by both types of those cars. So that's why you've got a bit of a preference between the two different cars. But that car of Jamison has been an absolute rocket ship in a straight line so far this weekend, and he's pulled out a 2 or 3 car length gap over Prestipino. But Prestipino's been super brave through the twisty stuff, especially under brakes, and that's where you can actually see he makes up a lot of his time and he maximises track limits. I haven't seen a Commodore around Phillip Island use the track quite the way Prestipino is so far this weekend. And look at him, he's already closed the gap on the back of Jamison going through the Southern Loop.
Now, this is what happened on the last lap. They actually had started to clear away from Mark Sutherland behind, who was actually having to play a bit of defence with Adam Lowndes. And through all the battling that they had, you can see here as Jamison just drives it straight down the right-hand side of the track, covers off that defensive position going into turn number 4. All that little battle that they had down at turn 4 allowed Sutherland and Lowndes to catch back up. Now I think they've realised if we're going to get a race win between the two of us, we need to work together and get away, and then we can worry about fighting it on.
Mark Sutherland doing a great job defending from Adam Lowndes. That's the battle for position 3. Engelsley and Cheney is losing
big slide
touch.
in the background behind O'Callaghan. I think that was Nash Harris off at Siberia there.
Oh, and O'Callaghan's got a handful of oversteer at the midpoint of the apex coming through the hay shed. Great to have Luke O'Callaghan back in competition this weekend, and that's Andrew McSwain in the Drive Events AU Falcon, the number 34 car. A locked brake there for Luke O'Callaghan, so he's pressing ahead in the pet stock backed Commodore. He's wagging the tail on corner exit.
Didn't look happy on the exit there either. It looked like it was going to be a slide job. It didn't look like he took his foot off the throttle. It didn't look like it sat very nicely getting off at turn 10. It's actually cost him a bit of time to the back of the McSwain AU Falcon as well. So he's going to have to do all that hard work all over again, Luke O'Callaghan.
Prestipino sets the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 51.26, closing the gap down to 0.2 of a second between himself and Sean Jamison, but they are both equally as fast, just 1/10 of a second separating those two as they eke that gap out to Mark Sutherland in P3. Sutherland still holding his own from Adam Lowndes, driving the defensive race of his life. Andrew McSwain holding down P6, Luke O'Callaghan P7, Cooper Capilleri finishing or completing the top 8. Nash Harris just knocking on the door there as well. Looks like Jeff Thomas has also gotten around Knight on that last time around. That's the battle for P11. Meanwhile, it's all raging on at the front at the field. I don't think I've seen Prestipino not lock a tyre going into turn 4 so far this weekend. He's mighty under brakes. That's where you can visibly see him make up most of the pace.
Coming back to what you were talking about before with the brake bias settings, and possibly that might have been what Prestipino's undoing was in the second race earlier this morning. A number of drivers have sort of forgotten, I think, that after some of the wet running that they had in Saturday's first race and also in the qualifying session, they had forgotten that as the track evolution has sort of dried out and then now it's gone back to an officially a full dry track, they've forgotten about that little brake bias adjuster knob that a lot of them have and hadn't wound it the correct way. So some of them had some rear locking, some had some front locking, then they've come back in after sort of some head scratching and realised, oh, hang on, we need to reset this. And I think that's probably what Prestipino has done and realised, well, I need to get the car under control. The brake balance was all out of whack.
But it also highlights the technical capabilities of these cars. Yes, they don't have quite as much power as some of the big sort of V8 giants that sometimes we do see at the VSRS, but these cars do look like so much fun to race at speed around any circuit in Victoria. A 6-cylinder package under both bonnets. You've got a 4-litre inline 6-cylinder under the Falcons, 3.6-litre under the bonnet of the Commodores, a V6 versus an inline 6. But apart from that difference, they are fairly similar in technical makeup. Nash Harris on screen at the moment in the Harris Racing number 45 AU Falcon. We normally see him in a VN Commodore. There is sort of a smattering of different aged cars, I guess you'd say. You've got the older model EA and VN Commodores, which was when the series was established, was obviously the go-to models, and they've ushered in AU Falcons, VX Commodores, and to a later point VY Commodores as spare parts become a bit of a rarity, as is the case with these types of racing series, especially with HQs, for example.
Exactly. We were talking about that a bit earlier in the weekend with Dave Amor and how rare those cars are nowadays, and parts availability becoming a little bit of an issue. It was Cooper Capillari with a very, very nice move down the inside of turn 1 on Nash Morris, and has consolidated that on the exit of turn 2. Here they come, and holding that avenue quite nicely in the Alpine building permits backed car. Now, Nash Harris, we've seen that out of that stable, there's also been, as you said, the Commodore that they've had as well. We've seen Anthony Bear at the helm of that Commodore on a couple of occasions. I remember, I think it was about 2 or so years ago, standing in the box at Winton, watching Anthony Bear and Travis Lindorf, I think it was, go toe-to-toe, and then just continue to set and reset the lap record. So 2 very, very quick drivers aren't here this weekend. I'd be really happy to see them back out when we get to the next round at Sandown, because Anthony Bear's a quality talent, and Travis Lindorf has been at the top of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship for the Saloon cars for the last couple of years, and I'll be looking forward to see him get out of track, because I'd like to see him throw down the gauntlet to the 2 men that are in front right now. I reckon he'd be right up there in his VY.
Let's go knocking on the door of Harris Racing, because I think it's Nash who's normally putting or installing Anthony Bear behind the wheel.
I think so.
For when we do see Anthony Bear appear at the Saloon cars. And it was this very event last year, in fact this race, the final race of the weekend for the Saloon cars, when the heavens opened and it absolutely poured rain, and the Speedway champion that is Anthony Bear was well accustomed to those conditions, absolutely sliding the car beautifully and charging through the field and taking an emphatic win. That was brilliant. Jeff Thomas has retired from the race. The number 22 Excalibur screw bolts supported AU Falcon. He pulls into the pit paddock. He's had a couple of issues this weekend mechanically, unfortunately. So Jeff Thomas, possibly the kindest man in the pit paddock, unfortunately out of the race.
Adam Lowndes now starting to come under fire from Engels, Lee and Sheen, who's got a second wind and a slide job going on there out of turn number 4. Now that gap has come down. It was about a second or so the difference last lap. It's now come down to just on 0.3 of a second. Leoncini's been chipping away over the course of the last 2 or 3 laps, to the point where he's now right under the rear wing of the Pro Plum Commodore. Now the next part of the question is, where can he pull this move off? Well, if he continues to slide around a little bit like that, Leoncini, aboard the R&J batteries number 3, he's not going to be able to get close enough to make the passing move stick.
The number 3 car definitely sorted out its power steering issues from round 1, where it was spectacularly spewing smoke coming down the long straights at Sandown International Raceway. Coming on to the main straight, there will be 3 laps left in this race as they come across the stripe this time around. The battle for the lead, just a car's length between Jamieson and Jacob Prestipino. They're both evenly matched for times as well. So far this race, they have been both locked in the 1 minute 51.5s. Prestipino, a handful of opposite lock.
They both had
plenty of oversteer. The Morford Vale Garage doing a brilliant job defending, though. He's driving a fantastic race and has done so all weekend, has Sean Jamieson.
They both had a little bit of a moment there just as the exit of turn number 1. Both had to grab a little bit of fistful of opposite lock, just regather their thoughts very, very briefly, and run down here into turn 4. All race long, pretty much since lap 2, it's been Jamieson taking that really wide line through turn number 3 and then setting himself up to stay on the right-hand side for turn 4. He knows that that's where Prestipino feels is stronger at the moment, and feels that he needs to cover that off at this early stage, then also all the way right through, possibly to the last lap. So if Prestipino's going to pull this trigger, he's got to think very, very hard about where to do it, because right now the avenue at turn 4 is not available.
And we've already seen in this race, they're not afraid of rubbing. So there's a little bit of a witness mark on the front left-hand side of Sean Jamieson when they made contact at turn 4. But look how close they are coming through turn 10. Number 99 looks absolutely resplendent in its green and black livery. The Morford Vale Garage Falcon,
he's
parking it on the apex.
He's hustling here. He's got a really good exit out of turn 10, so this might be where the trigger gets pulled. Slightly wider line, take a slightly later apex here. Get on the power a little bit early. He's got to keep the foot just edging closer and closer to maximum throttle, then bury it when you get to the exit. A little bit of overlap here. Is he going to the left? No, he goes back in behind. So maybe that's a warning signal. Maybe that's a little bit of a warning signal and a statement to Sean Jamieson that, hey, I've now found a new trick and I'm going to use it when you least expect it. Although a little bit of a slide there for Jacob Prestopino through turn 1. And some unconventional lines here, taking some slightly wider approaches to some of these corners, just looking, searching, dancing around in the mirrors, trying to provide a little bit of a distraction.
And that car of Jamieson is absolutely planted in the rear end. We haven't seen it too excited. He's not exciting the rear tyres on any corner exits so far this weekend. Yeah, of course, there might be some sliding when he's getting those tyres up to temperature, those controlled Bridgestone tyres under the AU Falcon. But Prestopino has been much more exciting in terms of corner exits so far this weekend. And it's good to see that the track hasn't been affected by oil. There was a massive oil slick around the circuit prior to race 2 of the Excalibur Screwbolts Saloon cars. And that was making for an entertaining spectacle, watching the Saloon cars negotiate their way around the 4.4 kilometre Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, but they've only got a handful of corners left in this race.
Yeah, we've been told that this race is going to be cut short to 8 laps. Looks like they are a little bit tight for time, so I don't think the drivers know this yet, but this is the last lap. Prestopino's got 3 corners left to make this happen. He's going to go the long way around. He's going to go the long way around at turn 10. Puts him on the inside for 11. He couldn't get the power down though, and Jamieson shuts the door.
And the straight line speed of Jamieson should help him on the run to the checkered flag, the drag race between Ford and Holden. It comes down to the legacy of Ford versus Holden in Australia. It resumes, it rages on, and a checkered flag at the ready. Sean Jamieson should come across the line to take out race 3 of the Excalibur Screwbolts Saloon Cars Championship here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. I'm starting to lose my voice.
You're doing the same thing that I did at Winton. I was battling on right at the very end there, starting to lose my voice, and that's because you probably haven't taken a breath in about 10 minutes, I think, there, Callum Brannigan. So across the line goes Sean Jamieson from Jacob Prestopino, 0.2 of a second the margin at the end of the day. Sutherland a distant third. He was 9.6 seconds in arrears of Jacob Prestopino at the checkered flag. Adam Lowndes and Engels Leoncini 4th and 5th. They were only separated by a couple of hundredths in that one as well, from Luke O'Callaghan and Andrew McSwain. Here's Cooper Capillari and Nash Harris. They've been engaged in a fight for the last 5 or 6 laps, and the honours are going to go to Capillari aboard the number 25 Alpine backed machine from Nash Harris. And then we've got Glenn Campbell, Robert Knight and Brett Tate are the last couple of cars that we're looking forward to. Now there's Tate on screen in the number 84, actually ahead of Robert Knight there. So there's been a late change of position for spots 11 and 12. And just looking to see Glenn Campbell's coming to the line now, and these drivers on screen are about 20 seconds or so behind. There's your confirmation of the finishing margins in the 3rd and final saloon car race for the weekend. As the sun's now dipped behind the clouds here, Callum Branning, I think we're getting a little bit of respite here, and the drivers probably don't have to worry about looking at that horrible sun coming out of turn 10 anymore.
Oh, that's the last thing you need to contend with, but it looks like Tate, who will take it from Knight. I think Glenn Campbell, I might stand to be corrected, however, I think he's the first person home in the Pensioners Cup. That is an endearing term for the slightly more mature race car driver in the Excalibur Screwbolts Saloon Cars Championship. A notable absentee of that cup this weekend is Peter Tonks, who had a big accident at Winton, as did Glenn Campbell, so it's great to see that he got that car turned around and ready for this weekend as well.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. Actually, there was the highlights package yesterday, courtesy of Blendline TV. That accident happened down at turn 10, which is actually a pretty awkward accident when it all unfolded at the end of the day. So we bid the saloon cars adieu. The Porsche 944s are rolling out for their final race of the weekend. At this stage, still scheduled for 9 laps. Wouldn't be surprised to see that cut down to 8 laps. Darren Smith returns to the mic.
Thank you very much, Steve DeVries, as we welcome Rory from the 944s to the commentary booth. And we thank Callum Brannigan and Steve DeVries for all of their expert commentary right throughout this weekend. They add so much value to the show that is the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and we thank them very much for their contribution. There's a lovely man hug just gone on in the commentary booth between those two guys. When you go to air with a bloke for about 6 or 7 hours in a day, you definitely grow a friendship. We've got a new one growing here today with Rory, who's joined us with the Porsche 944s. There'll be no hugs for him. He's only on his 2nd race in the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. You can't give all the love away in the first date. You've got to get to know each other a little bit more.
Boys.
Yeah, it is a tough act
to follow.
Those two, they work very hard together, and they put on a great show for the State Race Series. As we wave goodbye to the saloon cars, and we are absolutely hard pressed for time right now. This race will go to 5:10, and if it looks like it's going to go past 5:10, the checkered flag will be thrown. So we're hoping to get 9 laps. It's going to be a good push to get there, but we have to be off, otherwise the EPA come down with a very big hammer and shut the event down and start handing out fines. So we're trying very, very hard. We're like a duck on a lake at the moment with a storm approaching. On the top, it all looks calm and collected and stuff going on, but underneath the water, the little duck is paddling its legs like crazy. We've got the Porsche 944s on track now, and we're looking forward to this last race for the weekend. On pole position, James Westaway. It's been his happy home right throughout this weekend, but he's certainly showing Cameron Bella again this season, who was a guy for the best part of 4 or 5 seasons up until season 2021 that had the game on a string here. Jamie Westaway's always been fast, but stringing together an entire season was always a challenge for him. He's doing that now, and that's what we're starting to really enjoy, and watching his driving come along very, very well. Not that it wasn't it's always been very good. It's always been an excellent driver, but certainly getting consistent laps constantly throughout the year at race meeting after race meeting is really paying off for Jamie Westaway. Adam Brewer, then we go to Lyndon Watson as well in there. Tony Westaway, Richard Howe starting out of 6th place. Out of 7th will be Mark Torbitts in the black and gold car. Then it'll be Wolf back to Andrew Jackson, Tony Andrewski. Great to see the number 27 up there. I always say, a number 27, you're asking for trouble there, because that's Alan Jones's World Championship number and Casey Stoner's World Championship number. So,
and you need some special things around this circuit, that's for sure.
That's right, and you're going to need some gold if you're going to put 27 on the side of your car. So let's watch Tony Andrewski out of position number 10. 11 will be Mark Verdino. Then we go back to Brisbane, Vlad Kennedy, Benoris, back to Jack Atlee, and rounding out the field will be Carter Fox. We're going to keep an eye on Jack Atlee in the pit lane clothing outfit, the part of the sponsorship package, the 888 Home Loans, with the category right throughout this year, and we look very smart in our pit lane clothing, and we're watching that red and white car from the back of the field.
Good start for Bella. Good start for Bella. He's got to send it here on the first corner. He's got to get in front of Westaway, I think. It's just tit for tat here, next to each other. Bella on the outside, Westaway's got the inside, and he's tucked in there. And we'll see these two, I'm sure, go at it for the better part of the 8-9 laps. He's got the inside line here. Is he going to send it? Is he going to send it? Oh, they've changed paint, finally. Wow, it's got a bit of a Lewis and Max about it. That has a bit of a Lewis and Max about it.
Back into the gravel trap there. I'm surprised that car's got an axle under it. That looked and sounded to me like it was going to snap something, and it has on Bella's car. He's got a broken right front wheel there. That's not tracking, and it looks like it's going to depart the car as well. And I'd say Jamie has also got diff damage there as well. It was a loud snapping noise that came from that. What it does is it opens it up for a couple of other blokes to step on the 1, 2 and 3. Dickie Howe comes into P3. Brewer, Watson now leading the way here in the these two cars here. The Don Watson transport car there for Lyndon Watson, and Adam Brewer leading the way in the ABI technology car.
Exciting stuff here. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride for Adam Brewer. Usually running third. We've got Bella there on screen. He's just returning to the pits.
This is rare and unusual for those two guys to come together like that, because they've raced so close to each other with no damage before. Let's hope that it hasn't opened up the floodgates for these two to start to get vicious at it, but certainly we've seen them race a lot closer than that, and no harm, no foul. Just an interesting part of the day. Here we go, side by side. Look, plenty of room with each other. Plenty of room. Cam Bella just coming in there. Actually, it was Cam that started to understeer a little bit there and made contact with Jamie Westaway. That was a big snapping noise.
And as we go back to live pictures here, Verdino's seemed to run off course.
And that's down at MG Corner, and he's given a good bit of distribution of gravel through there. So we're going to see some slides through that as well as our leaders now. Brewer, Watson, Howe, Tony Westaway and Mark Torbitts, Wolf, Jackman, Kennedy. And Drevsky has gone back a couple of spots there as well, as has Brisbane and Benoris. Jack Atlee's made up a spot. He's now into 12th place. And the pit lane clothing outfit is looking to make his way inside the top 10 in this last race.
Change for the lead here. So we've got Lyndon Watson, who's made the move there at turn 1 on Brewer. and he will be trekking very, very hard, Adam Brewer. He will be pushing hard as he comes in. Defensive line here from Watson. Brewer all over him, as they're definitely pushing very hard for this W, because without Westaway and Bella, this is a major opportunity to get the first win on the board for one of these guys. So, little trek here. Torbets and Tony Westaway here on screen. And the old coffin carousel car there, trekking well. 5th place. As he sends it up here. Trying to send it up the inside. Nice clean lines there from Torbets. But I tell you what, Darren, after that first lap there, that's I don't know how you top that. It's pretty climactic between these two.
Yeah, it's shaken me up a little bit, actually. I've called a lot of races with those two and always appreciated how hard they've gone at it. It reminds me very much of the Darren Hossack, Tony Riccatello battles in sports sedans of the noughties and even into the teens of the last 15 years or so, and they've just given plenty of room. Actually, not plenty of room. They've raced as close as they possibly can, but it's never come to tears like that. And like Tony and Darren Hossack did, it came to tears with those two at one point as well. Yeah. So that's a real shame that both of them are taking no further part in this race. And James is parked up down there at Southern Loop. Adam and Cam Bello has made his way back into the pits. But like I said, it's given someone else an opportunity to shine in the setting sun here today. And they are shining. That setting sun just glinting up the side of these beautiful 944s. Always well turned out. I'm going to go side by side here with Torbets and Tony Westaway. These two have been fairly constant protagonists with each other as well. Just inside the top 5 always with Tony Westaway and Mark Torbets. And what they've got to do is watch out for the Pipecraft car ranging up behind them, which is the 66 of Tim Wolfe.
Yeah, it's raging here. They're head to toe here with these two blokes. And up the front, we've got Watson and Brewer still taking it out, but Torbets would be loving this this track time here. Trekking up behind Dickie Howe. Here we go. Is he going to send it?
This battle is raging on now. This is 4th, 5th, 6th on track at the moment. Mark Torbets trying a little bit of, I'm over here, I'm over there.
His defensive lines here.
I'm everywhere.
From Westaway. Oh, Brewer's made a pass for the lead here.
That's a nice move down into MG. Puts a nice move onto the Don Watson transport driver. Lyndon Watson, a family steeped in motorsport history. And continuing on the dynasty with the Watson family racing. And the ABI technology car, also part of the series sponsorship package, and indeed leading a race. I guess it's a just reward for helping the category to grow and get more recognition, that you get to lead a race at some point in time. But Watson now drawing alongside, just pulls back in behind and not making the move there. So the ABI technology car with one headlight looks like it's had a bit of a punch in the eye on the left-hand side. So one spotlight there, lighting the way.
And it will be interesting because I did see a lot of the guys just prior to this race, they were taping up their windshields with the expectation that you get this sharp sun in the eye. And I tell you what, the sun's gone down. It would be a tiny little gap there that they're
what
looking
we're
through.
Lucky is on the horizon there's a good set of clouds, and I reckon with that, once the sun gets under that set of clouds, it's going to be absolutely horrendous. And if they've raced here in this time of day, it is horrible coming over Lukey Heights, coming around onto the straight. You've got that sandblasting, that pitting in your screen. It's just like you're driving into a snowstorm. So we'll see if that sun does come out. This race will be absolutely time certain 10 minutes from now, exactly now. It's just gone 5 o'clock at 10 past. I reckon we'll do it. 6 laps remaining. We'll at least get the 9 laps done. Let's think positive about this, Rory.
Yep, we've got Westaway and Wolf here, so it looks like Torbets has dropped off this little group. He's dropped that down to 6, so we are looking at 4th and 5th with Westaway and Wolf. So that's a good effort from Wolf. He's definitely come up the field a little bit. Just looking at the timing screens here, looks like JB Westaway is still trekking around out the back. At 11th, he's put in a fastest lap there of a 50.3. So still on the track, still circulating.
He's on the lead lap too, so physically we'll see if we can pick up the Westaway car.
11th currently trekking, so he's about 18 seconds behind the lead. So bit of a steep task, but he'll be pushing mighty hard. I'm sure we'll get some images of him coming through the field very shortly.
Setting fastest laps is always a good way to do it. The lap record is an old one set by our old buddy, the park member Kane Rose, back in 2014, around about the same time as he won the Porsche GT3 Cup Challenge as well on the national scene. He was doing a lot of Porsche racing back then, but a 147.58 by Kane Rose. We're nowhere near it. We're not even seeing people into the 47s, and you'd have to think we've had great sun on the track all day long. The track temp will be dropping slightly at the moment. But if someone was going to set a lap record, if they had the car under them, now would be the time. There's Jamie Westaway. He's got the headlights ablaze, and he's also given it a bit of Le Mans splasher there as well. I'm coming. Look out, and he is too, a 150.19, doing a brilliant job.
Another fastest lap there, Darren, and he's now gone from 11th to 9th, and he's got these two in his eyes. He's peering up right behind him, I'm sure, with the, like you said, the Le Mans lights on, and he is absolutely on the charge here. He's got another two in his sights, another couple of laps, so he's pushing hard for maybe a top 5 here. There's still something to salvage, and with Bella out of the race, he will be able to take one hand on that little championship, I think. So trekking well here.
Up the side here, and these guys don't have to let him through. They're under absolutely no obligation. This is a race as well. He's racing them for position in the race here as he starts to swathe his way through the field, proudly wearing the number 1 on the side of his car, and earned that, well and truly earned that award last year. Beating Cambella to a championship is no easy feat, that's for sure.
It had a bit of Lewis and Max about it, didn't it? It was a bit
Well, I'm not so sure. Who's Toto and who's going to play it out? Who's Michael Massey? That's the worst one. He's the one that unfairly ended up under the bus, isn't he?
Exactly. But he's gone wide there, Westaway, pushing very hard coming down the straight.
Tony Andrzejewski.
He's taking him on the inside, on the outside, just about everywhere.
Well, if anyone knows a Porsche, it's Tony Andrzejewski. He's one of the big wigs down there. And we're just seeing Jamie Westaway go through in the number 1, so he's getting himself back inside the points here. He's going to give himself a haul of 80 points. He only has to get another 3 spots up the road to get to Adam Brewer's 92. At the moment, Adam Brewer's going to win the round, and I'm not going to take anything away from Adam. It's a fair round win if he can do it. If James doesn't manage to get through too much more of the field. Here's some side-by-side racing action. There's Jamie in the background. 4 laps remaining. In fact, let's count it down. 7 minutes remaining, more importantly. In this race, Jamie Westaway, there he is there, so he's within the best part of 300 metres of this battle, and this battle's for a podium.
Yep, exactly. So you've got Torbert's next, he's next in the firing line, and then you've got Wolf, Westaway, and I think we're looking at Dicky Howe here. So it is definitely possible, I think, Darren. It's not out the realm yet.
Absolutely. There's plenty of time to go. Like, he's head and shoulders lap time above anyone. He's the only one operating in the 150s at the moment, so he's at least a second and a half faster than anyone else on the track, regardless of the cars in front of him or not. Here he is at the top of the hill. No, that's not Jamie at the top of the hill, but this is the battle. Richard Howe, Tony Westaway, the last spot on the podium. At the moment, Adam Brewer is just holding off Lyndon Watson, and then there's a good gap of 6 seconds back. Here's our leaders on the straight.
Here we go.
He goes 1 and 2. Here comes Richard Howe. This is for 3, 4, 5, 6. Torbert's there. And Jamie Westaway is still a fair way off in the distance. In fact, Jamie's just coming around turn 12 now, dipping it in to run onto the straight. Tony Andrzejewski.
Oh, another quick one though from Westaway. He's into the 49s. He's not bad, so I think that knock from Cambella has really put the nail between the teeth here, and he's got a bit of a move on.
Have a look at that, into the 49s. Well done, good call.
Into the 49s. So we've got a PB lap also there from Torberts, who's obviously feeling the pressure of Jamie Westaway peering down on him, and he's put in a PB lap, but is he got to be quick enough, maybe another lap, if that, to hold off Jamie. He's 2 seconds behind, so he's going to have to put the car in all sorts of ways to try and block him off. But here he is. Westaway's peering up on Torberts. Closing in here, lap 7 of 9.
Wow,
so we're
this
still
is
going
to be very interesting. We're still going to push there. We've got 4.5 minutes before the EPA start handing out nasty fines to us. And we're going to keep going. Oh, now our Clark, of course, Colin Smith, is very nervous about this one and wanted to go very close to the line to get the job done. It's been a bit of a tough weekend with such a tight program here. The stewards of the meeting, Terry Buxton, David Chiong, David Bellinger, have been pretty supportive of what Colin Smith and Noel Tippett, the Clark, of course, and race secretary, have been doing. Of course, supported by Matt Balcom, Ken Smith, and Jen Campbell in the assistant Clark, of course, roles.
Here we go. Torbits. Yeah, pretty much nothing he can do there. Westaway. Here he goes. Oh, he's going to take two and two corners almost. He's absolutely flying, Westaway, as he peers up on Tony Wolf here, and he's looking at a top 5, so he will be absolutely on the march as he puts in another PB lap here. He's gone a 49.8 for the fastest lap of the race, so maybe getting the toe is giving him that little bit extra, because leading out in front of Bella was not rearing these types of lap times. Looks like Adam Brewer, though, safely out in first. With one more lap to go, he might get that maiden win that he's been searching for almost 3 seasons in the making. So he will be a delighted chap if he can pull this one off. It took the front two guys to crash into each other, but a win's a win at the end of the day.
We're getting word from race control now. This is the final lap, so our race leader is coming out of Siberia. And you would have to say, just looking at the gaps between Brewer, Watson and Westaway, we've got our... and that's a Tony Westaway, not Jimmy. James is fighting back the fight of his racing career at the moment. Back to sixth place.
He'd be pushing really hard. I'm not sure if he knows it's the last lap here, but he's got 4th and 3rd in his sights. It'd be ambitious to think he can reach a podium from here, but you never know. We have seen some interesting things in this race, that's for sure.
Richard Howe crests the hill. He's going to bring it home. In fact, we're not sure where he's going to bring it home here. Here's Adam Brewer. We look to the top of the circuit.
Here we go.
Who's left here at the weekend? Let's get this guy. Let's get behind him. Cheer him on for ABI Technology. The number 31 comes to the top of the track. He's going to get the checkered flag first. He be wrapped. There he is on the flashes.
Here we go. Quit awesome. The champagne.
What a great result there. That is a well-deserved drive there from Brewer. Lyndon Watson home in 2nd place. Another terrific drive. Have a look at this one to the line. Yep. And it's going to have the veteran on the podium, Richard Howe.
There we go.
Brings it in. Tony Westaway into 4. Jamie Westaway beats Mark Torbits home on the line. A very narrow margin there. A great drive by Westaway. A shame that we couldn't have the battle out in front between Westaway and Bella. But a really unfortunate coming together between those two contenders at turn 2 on the opening lap. Mark Torbits home in 6th place. A great drive, and we've got to applaud everything that Mark does behind the scenes for the 944s. Yeah. Does a tremendous job. Wolf back into 6th place there. Tony Andrewski hangs on for an 8th place. Jackman, Kennedy rounding out our 10. Brisbane, and here comes to the line. It's going to be a side-by-side result for Pit Lane Clothing Company. It is going to be Jack Atley in to 12th. And John Benoris rounds out the field. There is the confirmation. Adam Brewer wins the race. And we have absolute time certainty on that one there, down to the wire. Then it is Lyndon Watson. Wow, have a look at Richard Howe. He's going to be celebrating into the next millennium, and that's still 80 years away, or 78 years away. So that's a great result for the veteran. Fantastic to see him up on the podium. Rory, thank you very much for joining us with the 944s. It's been a fantastic weekend here. There's a long list of people that we need to thank. From downstairs in the race secretary's office, Noel Tippett and Jeff Wool and Colin and Gail Smith for all of their efforts as well. We look to Ken Smith, Jen Campbell, Michael Johnson for all their roles as well. All of the staff and all of the members of the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club right around the circuit. The Victorian Flag Marshalling Team, the team medical, and of course our fire and rescue crews, all of the volunteer officials around the track. We thank you ever so much. All of the competitors, whether you've travelled from locally or interstate, and we know there's a lot of competitors that continue to do that around the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Remember, we're not too far away from the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria, around 12th, 13th and 14th of August at Sandown, and love to see all of your faces there. And a big thank you to all of the crew at Blendline TV. Shane, Liz, Dan, and of course our awesome commentary team. Rory has just exited the building. We thank him for his assistance with the 944s. Dominic Mullenhagen with the BMW E30s. Dave Amor for his continuing love of HQs and Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. A couple of good blokes that have really rocked the commentary booth here this weekend. Steve DeVries and Callum Brannigan have done a massive job, and we always appreciate their contribution. I'm Darren Smith, and I'll see you at the next one.
I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving it, so all you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Check's big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate. We ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, 'cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. And we coming for the bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. The motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. Calling plays in the past and the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run last. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, 'cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving it, so all you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities.